Everybody here is one word, familia. And I want you guys to loosen up. I got a little secret. One relationship here, one, can make the difference the rest of your life. Now, use examples. That man sitting here, Seven Seas Capital, Evgeny, drove 20 hours to bring the truck and everything here. Because one thing you got to find about me real quick, I founded a university. It's called U Street, La Calle. Founder, president, provost, dean. I confer, and I respect all these degrees, but I confer PhDs, not PhDs. That's my book, by the way, so don't steal it from me. That's my book. Starting out this year with your help. The way I see this, that's why we've had this amazing challenge. So at 6:30 more in the morning of November 6th, I left Mar-a-Lago celebrating. In that room, whoever was there understood there was Elon and it was Kennedy and it was everybody else, right? But you know what? We got on a plane. I went to 7 venues, and these people were gracious enough, MGM, to say, we welcome you. So we've done this with a little team that we have to say hi to everybody before we start. We've done this in 25 days, guys. Wow. And it's not, God bless you. I'll give you a little example. The crypto ball yesterday, they had $5 million. Wow. I bought the crypto ball months ago. We went to the team and said, do we have the cease and desist? No. Why? Unity. When I read Satoshi in 2009, January, I said, I fell in love with something called blockchain. Fell in love with decentralization. I fell in love with that. We've been to 100-something thousand meetings, consensus, and this, and Wagner, and Wheatley, and Bitcoin conference. And all we did was work, invest. For the first time, I believe we have a president and his family and everybody else to have an opportunity to have a legislative agenda and scheme so we can really open the world to that digital asset, whatever you want, whatever your flavor is. So I'm not going to prolong this. I'm going to leave the professionals doing this. I mean, I'm very surprised because we're going to have a great time, everybody walking through. I want and expect everybody to be here tomorrow. We'll be ready tomorrow at 6, okay? I guarantee you that. So with no further ado, this is for you guys to get to know each other. We're going to have whatever we don't have. If you like, follow them with the speaker. You ask them, they'll send you the work, whatever they have. But I just want you guys not to leave here without just meeting and building one relationship. So on behalf of the family, ustedes, you guys, let's start this right now. So I have someone that's been, I called her and she jumped on this crazy. Sophia Eric, amazing. Always so hard work. Who supported this Washington League came through, same way. Like all of you guys. I mean, all you guys sponsored. Everything else, it is a miracle. And I love miracles. So we have George, that gentleman there. I met him 3 days before at the city of Doral, swearing in ceremony. That's where Trump just got 1,500 units to build. And he said one word, see, yes. He put his money where his mouth is, and we're here. But I promised him, the only thing, you're going to meet my dad. He's 86, and he's resting now. He tell me one thing, little story. You have to have, when I first became city commissioner at 18 years of age in the 5th largest city in Hialeah, Florida, he told me, you're running, I'm going to support you. Mom passed away. I named the street after her, by the way, little Cuban girl, 10.5 years ago. He told me one thing. I don't care what you do, but you don't screw around with the Medina name. If you mess around with the Medina, forget jail, forget death, forget whatever. I'm going to beat the hell out of you. This gentleman was going to be fire squad 2 days before escaped Cuba in 1960 to Spain. 4 months later, Dominican Republic, and I was born. If not, I wouldn't be here. So miracles. So the story here is, let's enjoy ourselves. Forget about the mindset. And this. Look, we have no control over anything. So God bless. God bless this place. Invite your friends. We just want to have a good time. It's paid for, so let's have a good time. If I'm already going to pay, You're gonna dance your ass off. So get that mindset of a nonsense, because this is a launch of the next, not 4 years, the next eternity for us. I run the Chamber of Commerce in Bristol. You've got me as family. Where I ever can't get in, God opens doors, we get in. So use me, guys. Love you. Sophia, Bruce Porter, get up here and do your thing. Bella.
Okay, awesome. First thing I want to do here is have our good friend lead us in a prayer. Please welcome Reverend Wendy Silvers.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Sophia, and welcome everyone to this beautiful event. I'm Reverend Wendy Silvers, and I'm the former faith-based engagement team lead for the Kennedy campaign. And the message of Robert F. Kennedy's campaign was heal the divide. And so we come here today because, as that gentleman just so beautifully articulated, we said yes. And we're here for unity. We're here for community. We're here to cross the divide and find that place of common ground where we all agree. And I believe that that is the heart. It is our hearts that have called us forth. And I was in the conversation this morning with the woman who invited me to come and stay at her home that she's at currently, so that I could be here for this event this weekend. And I was talking about the fact that Yeshua, Jesus, who became the Christ did enlightenment, his was a teaching of love. His was a teaching that said, love thy brother as thyself. He didn't say, love thy brother as thyself if you agree with me. He didn't say, if you believe as me. He said, love and forgive 70 times 7, which means give forth love. 70 times 7 is all the time, not just when it's convenient, not just when it means you're going to get something in return, but it means that it is a living teaching, and that each and every person here, each and every person who has caught the vision that I believe Robert F. Kennedy set the groundwork for, that is now going to become in office as we see this new president-elect. It is about coming together and being the best person that you can be. Living into a vision means you put one foot in front of the other. And faith is finding answers in the heart. So there are several quotes that I think about. The Baal Shem Tov talked about there's an angel that is over every blade of grass that whispers, grow, grow. So we get to grow together and go together on this journey as we move into the new administration. For those that say yes to the vision, much is required. For those that are called, much is required, right? God qualifies those that are called, not calls the qualifiers. So that means walking through the fires. And we can see in parts of the country, like where I'm from in Los Angeles, there is a fire of transformation that has occurred. And I've had family members whose homes were burned to the ground. And each of us, whatever it took for you to be here today, may have gone through your own personal fire of transformation, perhaps even your own crucifixion, because you said yes to being here, to supporting this administration. So a very dear friend of mine sent me this morning, and I love this. It's, for God did not give us a spirit of timidity or cowardice, of craven and cringing and fawning fear, but God gave us a spirit of power and of love and of calm and well-balanced mind and discipline and self-control. So I invite you all to move into, to walk into that growing and going with God, the God of your understanding, not the God of your misunderstanding. So I'm going to move into a moment of prayer. I invite you to join me. This is an all faiths prayer, so I invite you, however you begin your prayer, whoever and whatever you pray to, and however you close your prayer, it is invited, because now is a time for all hearts on deck. It is not a time to say, this is my God, that's your God, you pray in this way. It's like we come together just as Jesus that Christ taught us. We activate that Christ consciousness in our everyday lives and in this administration. So if you will join me, and if you don't want to, that is fine too. Trauma informed. So just taking a breath in through your nose and slowly out through your mouth. And meeting me in the heart, the global heart. How very grateful, how very thankful I am for this opportunity to withdraw my awareness from the outer world of condition and circumstance, headline and breaking news and predictions, and consciously and intentionally move my awareness into that place and that space within, where I tabernacle with the spirit of my being. I touch that place, that hem of the garment, that place in consciousness, where I know absolutely and resolutely that all that there is God. Omnipresent, omniactive, omniscient, omnipotent, the all in all, this infinite invisible presence that is called by many names in many different languages, and even by those who cannot speak. This one power, one presence, one life, one love, one breath. The Mother, Father, God presence that is beating the hearts and the minds of each and all of us. Oh, how grateful I am to know that this is the very activity of my life, and the life of each and every person here is the activity of each and every person who has been nominated and elected in this new administration. It is the very truth of every single person on this planet, whether they know it or not, at the very center of their being, God is all that there is. And in this unified field of oneness, not sameness, but oneness, how easy it is for me to bless this time together, to bless this particular event that is happening right here, right now, over these next 2 days, to bless every single element and detail, to bless every single speaker that gets on the stage, every single panelist, to bless the crypto wall, to bless the MAGA-MAHA unity of calling forth a world that is more beautiful than we can possibly imagine in this particular moment unfolding. I bless the incoming administration on calling forth the highest and the greatest good unfolding, on calling forth clear thinking, sound mind, sound thinking, right action, and divine and compelling right action where decisions are being made. The leaders that sit at the table, I'm calling forth soundness of mind and calling forth the consciousness and the awareness of Christ's nature within each and every person, and the seventh generation principle that each and every decision that is made, how will it affect the next 7 generations of children coming into this world? For as we know, we must love each other more than we hate each other for the children. And that hate has no place in this administration, that this is an administration of unity, of community, of peace. So I call forth peace. I call forth peace beyond the human understanding, in and as each and every person, and especially those in the administration that are making decisions. I'm calling forth an awakening within humanity, for this is a movement of consciousness for humanity to rise up in love, in peace, in truth. I'm calling forth intelligence. I'm calling forth strength and wisdom. I'm calling forth beauty and harmony. I'm calling forth harmonizing good. I'm calling forth robust vitality, health, and wholeness revealing itself to each and every person here, each and every person in the administration, and each and every person on the planet. I know that something beautiful is seeking expression through this unfoldment called the new administration. I bless President-elect Trump. I bless each and every person that is taking a position, right, that they are really taking a position for God. For this is God's administration. So I know that love and peace and mercy and truth and divine and compelling right action is the activity of this legislation, of this administration. All things are working together for the highest and greatest good of all involved. And knowing that this is so, knowing that this and more continues to unfold even after this prayer has ended, greater than words can say or eyes can see, I stand firmly rooted in knowing that God is all over this new administration, each and every person who's a representation of the living word of God, in and as every activity of their life. This is what I know, this is what I declare. And in the name of all that is holy and beautiful and magnificent, I simply allow this word to be. And if you are in vibrational agreement with me, please join me by saying Amen. Asher, Aho, Amen.
All right. I feel much better now. We have an amazing lineup here. I have with me my friend. We've really been kicking it off. I can tell you that. George Fajardo. He's an amazing guy. You might have seen some of his videos even on my X feed. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, hello. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody feeling today? Fantastic. I want to thank each and every single one of you for coming out today and joining us and being part of this movement. About a month ago, when I first met Avelio, we were at Trump National Golf Course down in Doral, Miami, Florida, celebrating the swearing-in ceremony for some of our local officials. And we just struck up a conversation, never met before, and he started describing his vision for what would become this event. And I felt his passion, and I immediately said yes. I was in, where do I sign? And let's get this going. And from that moment on, it has been an amazing whirlwind. We have an amazing team with Sophia and Augustus, Stephanie, and the rest of the team that's not here right now. But, to me, it was about putting something together that's bigger than any single one of us. It's about coming together as a community, and more than just, sharing insights and opportunities. It was about creating long-lasting connections. And, I've had the opportunity to speak with a few of you already this morning in the room. And I look forward to speaking with every single one of you and starting to build these long-lasting connections for all these amazing opportunities that we're going to see in the next upcoming years. And so again, I just want to thank you all for coming. And I'm looking forward to the amazing day we're going to have and the amazing weekend ahead of us, culminating tomorrow night with our MAGA-MAHA crypto ball. And I hope to see all of you there.
Amazing. Lord. He'll be back on stage in no time. Okay, there's a lot of introductions. You guys are introduced. Let's go ahead and get started. I have some of my good friends, as a matter of fact, that are here. I guess I'm on right here, yeah. So I'd like to welcome to the stage my good friend Brock Pierce. Yeah. My good friend Nick Spanos is going to be leading a panel discussion, future of decentralization, cryptocurrency, politics and governance. Dustin Stockton, Kyle Kemper, and my good friend President Vitt is not able to make it, but he is here in spirit. And say, as we're saying our prayers, please say a prayer for President Vitt of Lieberland.
What's going on, Nick? What is it?
A little bit of trouble. No big trouble, as far as but yeah, he's president of Lieberland. Croatia gives him trouble all the time. All right, here you go, sir. You're in charge.
I'm in charge.
You're in charge.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. So, I don't know why I'm in charge, but it was 4th of July, I think, a couple of years ago. I get a phone call from Brock, says he's gonna run for president. What happened?
What did we do? Well, Trent Pool's not in the house, but I think we built some critical infrastructure that in its own way enabled some of what has us here today. And as always, the story continues to unfold. So Nick, what have we done? I think continue to move us towards this brighter, better future. And that's where we are. And did anyone buy Trump coin last night? Woo!
I did.
Let's go, baby.
And not a single buyer. Anyone?
I did.
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
That was great. I mean, what's really going on here is, and you can't have a conference like this starting today. I mean, thank you, obviously, for the beautiful prayers. I hope this is the beginning of the end of an era. On Mondays, the beginning of a new sort of golden age, and one where people can openly and comfortably speak about God and the Christ, and all the things that lead us to a brighter, better world. But what's changed? I mean, I've gone around the world talking to governments everywhere. I do this as a regular thing and advise. And generally, the answer amongst the wealthiest is, well, maybe the U.S. government will shut that thing down. What's the U.S. government going to do? An administration that acknowledges that the United States of America has to continue to be the capital of innovation, that we will be the capital of Bitcoin, the capital of Bitcoin mining, the capital of Web3. America's leadership is going to set the world alight. And it is so exciting. It hasn't even started yet. It's only Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday night, Trump, meme coin,
I mean, what?
just ripping. I mean, I 27 billion to make sure that we are.
Explain what happened.
I just, to be present in this moment as we're watching this unfold is just so exciting. And I've had the great pleasure of having my hand on a 25-pound sculpture, which is just the miniature. So Dustin, tell us what we got.
Good morning. Do you guys feel it?
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump, without passing a single law, without calling a single congressman, without even giving his boy Dustin a heads up that it was coming, just changed the course of monetary policy forever. The old world order planned to persecute all of us who played in cryptocurrency. With our magical crypto coins, and our Bitcoin, and our meme coins, and our frog coins, and our dog and our cat coins.
And you get her that money.
Gary Gensler, Janet Yellen, and the old world monetary order had no intention of allowing this new monetary policy to move forward. And Donald Trump just smashed their hopes and dreams of putting people like me in cages. It is beyond belief how much the world just changed. And if you're not familiar with meme coins, this has been a booming industry, and it seems silly on its face. Like, why is dog with hat worth billions of dollars, worth more than many of the companies that are being traded on our stock markets? Why? Why are the tokens that had almost became a game for us to find the most ridiculous thing that we could prop up and run up to expose just how ridiculous the whole system is? But there was another thing, which is the great builders I know in the crypto space. And I have a crazy story how I got into crypto. But the great builders I know, they're in crypto primarily to change the world, to empower people to take control of their own money, their own ideas, their own data. It is stealing away and cutting out the middlemen who have abused their positions of power in order to manipulate us into making decisions that are against our own self-interest. And during the Biden administration, the US government was at war with us. We had no idea who they were going to charge and for what reasons. It was completely and totally arbitrary. And so if you were somebody who was building something big that you know is world changing, do you roll it out during a Biden administration?
No chance.
Do you invest in a project that you want to like run up long term? If Joe Biden and Gary Gensler are the ones who are the regulators on the other side, of course you don't. So what do? You launch dog with hat, because look at that dog. He has a hat and he's amazing, and look how cute he is. And so we've had this framework, and in the background, it's still being built. And the next great use cases are so numerous and so big. You're going to watch these meme coins the next generation, or maybe two generations, right, will be the new campaign finance. The way campaigns are organized, funded, and monitored with transparency for the people who donate will be the next great use case of this technology, in my opinion. And based on what I've been investing in building in for a long time. And so we are in a remarkably new world without asking for permission or without consulting with the powers that be. Donald Trump, with a single True Social post and a single tweet, has launched Trump token to more than, last time I looked, it's probably up now. Is it 30 billion, 50 billion? Where we at, Ross?
I think about 30. Remember, the revolution won't be televised. It will be memed. And if you can't beat them, meme them.
So, I could not be more excited. And if you are not exploring Solana and Bitcoin, if this is your time to build, because what Donald Trump just did, if Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States, can launch a meme coin with absolutely no purpose, no roadmap, no stated ideas at all, if he can do it, you are now allowed to do it.
Wow.
Right? The entire game has changed. Me and Kyle, MAGA-MAHA token, shortly after Robert F. Kennedy, be able to fund our ability to travel around the country and spread the MAGA message. I'm here particularly, and I have to shoot out somewhere. I may not finish the panel, but I also am the lead of a project with Brock and with Kyle and with a bunch of amazing crypto patriots. We use crypto to build a 2-story bronze statue of President Trump in the most iconic moment of courage of all time, where he rose to his feet and told us to fight, fight, fight. And that is what he's bringing to this table, and the energy of RFK and Vivek and JD Vance. No longer are my friends going to have to flee to Dubai and Bali and overseas because they do cryptocurrency. Donald Trump, with a single launch of a meme token, just provided us the cover that we need to build the future. What a time to be alive. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys, the organizers, Sophia, Velio, the crew, Augustus, my longtime friend. Steph. The time is now to build whatever it is you've wanted to do. The guardrails and the people who used their positions with their history, lobbyists, and their superior wealth and their superior connections to suppress superior technologies and superior systems. That game ended yesterday with President Trump launching the Trump token, and the game is now open to all of us. And man, the people who are going to win, you're not going to believe it, because they might not fit the old molds of all, right? Like wearing the monkey suit and doing all of the things that you had to do in order to rise up in the previous system. The new system is decentralized and everybody gets an access to play with it. Let's freaking go.
Game on. Let's go.
Let's grow.
Let's go.
Let's grow, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Kyle Kemper, and what a time to be alive. Like you said, Dustin, like today we woke up to a changed world, and now, it's accelerating. And I think a lot of people are going to be learning from how that went down, how Trump enabled and launched it, the schematics behind it. This is something Dustin and I have been working on very closely, studying and analyzing this meme coin space, because now we're entering this age of hyper tokenization where all sorts of different projects can be very quickly spun up and come together. And before going, you can go from idea to token place to traction to then backfill building, because once you get traction online, you get start establishing communities. And then
collaborations start taking place to bring the products and missions to bear. And what is that? For example, the Patriot token with the statue. This was a token created to facilitate the building of a statue, but the statue is really just the tip of the spear. It's called Patriot. And what the intention is to do is to incite patriotism across America, to inspire people through that iconic individual and pose, but also in a beautiful, incredible piece of art. And it's funny, which is it's mimetic, and things as we move forward, we're in this mimetic age where everyone is approaching things. We're seeing what's up. I mean, this is how the new term will start, is with this crypto move, and the value generated by it, and the market moving, and a lot of the people in the space were all at a ball last night as soon as it launched. I think we all left and be like, oh my goodness. But yeah. And we'll see these emerging tokens come about across all these different meme factors. One of the things that like Dustin and I have been looking into as well is called Emojify, because we're seeing tokens being launched as just emojis. So how's that going to connect with the other communities? And Solana as a chain, looking at like where the status of implementation and adoption is going to come from. Solana has very low fees and enables people to create tokens very quickly, and they're instantly trading and they're instantly out there on the market. And we're seeing wallet technology like Phantom becoming very user friendly, enabling people to just get into it. And how, like, all of us up here have been in this space for a long time and watching adoption. And I'm seeing now from just the setup and the learning curve, we are through the inflection point. We're getting larger adoption. We're still not seeing the use cases, like the actual like choosing of Bitcoin in terms of personal decisions in societal commerce. But I think that's coming, and that really gets opened up with this new administration. And then ultimately, the crypto parts and the money elements within blockchain are just like, the cash of our digital wallets. Blockchain technology is going to open up the full wallet. Think about your identities, your contact information, your labs, your credentials. All is going to be upgraded into these systems secured by blockchain technology in what I think a lot of us have been fighting for is a self-sovereign privacy by design solution that enables digital identity to be a tool of privacy and freedom, as opposed to dystopic enslavement, which is what is projected and made fearful, but I don't think it's quite honest. So yes, I'm bullish and excited. And congratulations.
I find it hard to believe that.
Great. There you are, brother. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Greg Chu. I'm the CEO and founder of QPQ. We built the MAGA-MAHA blockchain precisely because for the past 24 years, I have been dedicated to the objective of the economic emancipation of humanity. Without owning our data, our money, our assets, we actually have no control over our lives whatsoever. We are slaves. And the entire process that we see with the socialist corporatist cabal that has taken over Europe and was about to really embed itself here. I really dreaded sitting in Switzerland, looking at what was happening here, thinking that, my God, that is the end of hope. The whole thing, socialism, corporatism, they are two heads of the same dragon, whose intent is to enslave humanity and reduce us to our bare essentials and our usefulness only being our own mission. There is so much more to people, to humanity than that, and we lose that when we have the duopoly of taxation, which is on the one hand that we exist in a completely fragmented world, and all of the money is made in controlling access to and between those fragments. And those who do so get to privatize their profit and socialize their risk. That then leads to money printing. These two taxes have reduced most people's work to the value of almost nothing compared to what it once was. Those of us who don't have assets to begin with are screwed. Why? Very simple. Because we're the compressible soft tissue between monetary inflation and CPI and PPI up, numbers going up. And the thing is, inflation is not CPI, it is not PPI. They are consequences of these things. Why have you not heard of me before now? Because I'm a bit of an autistic nerd and I say things exactly the way they are. And most people really don't like what I have to say. So actually, the Trump administration might be the first. To what the guys have been talking about so far, I actually think that the main thing is, I think you've said it, but you haven't said it. It is about anger and frustration. It's about the suppression. And it's a way that you can let that air out of that balloon without it actually bursting. Why? It's not just political, it's not just regulatory. It's down to the fact that none of the technology actually works. Solana, deeply centralized. Ethereum, proof of concept for smart contracts, extremely dangerous to use. Solidity smart contracts, you may as well just open a port into your network and ask people to hoover everything out of it. Bitcoin, the most incredible proof of concept, not for what it's often credited for. It's not about creating a store of value. What it was about was saying that, as per JP Morgan in 1912, when he was defining what the meaning of real money was to Congress, it's money that is derived from the provable work that you have done to extract value from a finite resource. The great genius of Satoshi was to see that that could also be true of a cryptographic puzzle. So from that, I think, lit a fire for all of us. So when I was building what I was doing the first time, I shelved it because it was too centralized. I saw Bitcoin emerge in 2009 and said, I'll hold on because an answer will come and somebody smarter somewhere will come up with making a blockchain actually work. But nobody did. So you know the story of somebody thought that everybody would do it, but nobody did it, and so on. Well, we got to that point. So in the end up, we built an actual blockchain that actually works, an open resource layer for the whole world to build upon, that all of the infrastructure can exist in an interconnected sense. And we took Bitcoin and made it thousands of times more efficient. So we took the Bitcoin next generation protocol that was devised in 2017 by the professors of computer science at Cornell University, who went on to bite the metaphorical apple and build more infrastructure. And we decided not to bite the apple, that we would build a resource layer that was completely open to the whole world, that nobody could control. And that, I think, will change everything, because then you've got a resource layer that everybody can build on and do what they like with. You've got an actual form of money, and as we said, it's an actual blockchain that actually works, minting real money that really works. All of the things that you have wanted and prayed for if you were a blockchain believer are here. So now you have the coming together of those moments that Trump is now in power. You have a complete transition in terms of mentality, and the technology is there to make it happen. So thank you. Right.
First, thanks, Kyle, for including me.
Thank you, Frank.
It was awesome. And I snuck up in here. I'm Frank Riccone. I'm the founder and CEO of Burst IQ. So Burst IQ, we started using blockchain quite some time ago to really help organize health data. That's where we started in regulatory spaces. We've got a lot of customers doing that. But I'm really excited about what we said, just like the rest of these gentlemen at the precipice, because I think it's not just the crypto economy that's going to become mainstream. I think there's so much more that's really convergence in this broader singularity. You know, one of the foundational principles we always had is that there would be this emergence of crypto and blockchain to influence and to get us away from the slavery of the old Web 2.0 companies that just want to monetize our behavior patterns, influence us and monetize what we do, to give us agency over ourselves and over our digital selves. We believe in this emergence of all these smart edge technologies on the health side. So I'm kind of this bridge, you know, whether it's devices that monitor you. I mean, just look at all the glucose monitors now. I mean, they're changing people's lives. Things that, you know, watch us, that we may attach to us, that we interact with us. So the smart edge economy and even diagnostics. And then AI. I mean, AI has fundamentally changed the world, particularly large language models. But I think we're only beginning to see what's going to happen next. And that's with agents and companion agents and agent workforces and all this really cool stuff that begins to personalize it and make us better through the educational process. So we not only been working in health, we've been working in health research, we've been working with young kids to get them to the point of build skills, to get out to living wages, to get through college, all really cool. So what's at the center of it? Blockchain's at the center of it, to build trust and transparency and security. And what's the economic motivation in the next wave? It's crypto. It's a crypto economy. So you can see this world where you have this army of agents that underneath trust and security is a blockchain foundation where people own their own data. People are able to see the algorithms, the ontologies of the AIs, and the agents themselves are now digital citizens in our world, all powered with cryptocurrency to enforce really good behavior and really democratize this. So NVIDIA announced, just at CES, $3,000 AI personal supercomputer. So instead of having these mass data centers, how about an army of people that are driven by crypto economies, really providing trust and transparency and security and, not another round of centralization. We can build an army. That's what blockchain and crypto is all about, really shared incentive models. And I think this is the killer use case. I think it's going to drive lots of mini microeconomies. It's going to allow me to have a Dr. Malone in my pocket, advising me along the way, not only helping me, but helping him monetize his incredible brain. And I think we're going to see that across so many fundamental industries. That's what we've been focused on, trying to move policy. But gosh, what a time to be alive. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right. So I was being the moderator. I didn't really realize it. So I'm gonna do something I always wanted to do. I'm gonna ask people when we answer questions with the crowd here. So what's Bitcoin gonna be at by the end of this year? Brock? One word. And the next.
Near 200,000.
$750K.
I'll take a $1 bomb.
One word. Come back.
No, I didn't. Irrelevant to everything I do.
I'm in the $500,000 zone. This is going to become a reserve currency for this country.
Okay, so.
And Bitcoin is the alpha. Every single thing in crypto absolutely and entirely relies on the success of Bitcoin. And in the way that Bitcoin maxis have some issues with alternative things, all of those other things are the things that have propped up Bitcoin. They are absolutely connected.
I have a question to ask your review. So Donald Trump has been left with the poison chalice of enormous money printing, and yet still more demand for money printing. Wall Street is in difficulty. There are companies all over the system that are struggling with the liquidity that they currently have, and it's likely there's a lot of pressure toward the idea that he will have to turn on printers again. In addition to this, you have the Bitcoin maxis demanding that the US dollar be backed by Bitcoin, which can only be achieved by printing massive amounts of more money. And surely that is a circularity that undoes the whole point of Bitcoin being a store of value. So how do you see him navigating this crunch?
Well, the more they print, the higher the price goes. What do you mean?
Well, because the more you print, the higher the price goes, but surely Bitcoin moves ahead of the amount of inflation that you're creating. If you inflate the money supply, Bitcoin should move ahead of that, which means you're trying to catch a train as it moves through the station rather than actually making everybody better off.
But is this, as a moderator, where we want to go?
Not really. I want a one-word answer, but we're decentralized here.
Well, I guess we're talking monetary policy, which I guess is an appropriate subject, right? Let's not ignore the elephant in the room. Money printing problems. There are some easy ways to solve that, which is more income. Who let the Doge out? No, efficiency does that. Bring down expenditures. You can balance budget. It's not an absurd concept. It can be done. You don't have to print your way into Bitcoin. I do love that because, I don't support the concept right now. But I do appreciate where people are coming from because number go up is
It's good.
is a big part of the mentality of all of these things. It's how you keep a movement, keep the momentum going. But where do we go in terms of existing policy? The basics are balancing a budget, increasing revenue, right? How do we, grow the economy? It's with innovation principally. Efficiency and innovation is the answer to our future.
All right, so I could not be more excited about this question, right? And it seems really nerdy, but it goes back to what I started with. When Donald Trump launched the Trump token today, he changed,
Today,
right?
hold on.
Up to cherry.
Today, less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
You could have bought it last night. You could have put $10,000 in. A tenth of a Bitcoin, it's over $1 million right now.
And
Last night.
the same way that he just changed the trajectory of crypto policy and innovation in crypto.
For the price of a crypto ball ticket.
Donald Trump. And this surprised me in such a good way. When Donald Trump took aim and talked about creating the external revenue service. So the implication there is that he is about, and it's gonna be bumpy. I want to warn you guys, expect turbulence. Like as the old system comes down in order for the new systems to come up. But by starting with the external revenue service before going after the income tax, which is really, I believe generations will look back. And they will be like, what the fuck are those people doing? Like what? They allowed the government to take overwhelming chunks of their income. We tax things when we want them to go away. Right? If you want to get rid of smoking, you add taxes to it to try to discourage people from doing it. And yet, we allow them to tax our income at incredible and complex ways. Donald Trump is about, and his administration is about to take the Ron Paul ideology and massively change the fundamentals that were poisoned and corrupted that everything else has been built on. And so if we succeed at getting rid of the income tax, and we succeed at stripping the Fed of the control, will the new system immediately work? Will it immediately be superior? I have no idea. Like Donald Trump just keeps surprising me with the awesome sauce that he seems to have up his sleeve. One thing I know is that when you take those down, eventually, whatever sprouts up, when the whole point of decentralization is taking advantage of the unique ideas of everybody everywhere to build a more efficient system that comes up. Donald Trump's about to smash the bureaucracy and smash the tools that they've used to oppress innovation and creativity and technology. It is so game on, it's insane. And for me, this is the battlefield for us is there's a momentum to these things. Donald Trump started with the external revenue service. If we succeed at getting rid of the income tax, I believe next, you actually might have property rights. You actually might be able to own your own property and not have to pay government. So that's what I'll land on.
I would be hearing that some MAGA-MAHA, it's what an exciting time to be here.
I think
Hey, I'm supposed to pull the, hey, what's going on?
one quick comment.
Do it, baby.
I mean, and all this stuff, which is amazing. I think in our lifetime, we're gonna see the first single person unicorn from the standpoint, we already see with Donald Trump. He's a unicorn in and of himself. We're gonna see this first single person unicorn with this army of AI agents and these little micro economies. We're gonna see that emerge, and that's gonna replicate because it's unlimited. the possibility, innovation, and the opportunity is unlimited. We're going to see that in our lifetime, which will disrupt a lot of these financial
All
companies.
right, very good.
Only thing that wasn't said, we've talked about monetary, we've talked about health. And one of the other great things that we've seen and hopefully see more of by Monday is peace on earth.
I'm glad you brought up Ron Paul. I worked for Ron Paul for many years. And, yes, thank you, everybody. I gotta pull one off the stage.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, everybody. Together we can make America healthy again. Let's grow.
Guys, I want a picture.
Quick photo.
Guys, excuse me,
Team photos.
take a picture real quick.
Nick,
Everybody, every time we finish, want a picture of the group. I told you it was gonna be crazy. You saw, there's a little fighting up there with the familia, so we'll see what happens.
There we go. Up there.
All right, everybody look at here. 1, 2, 3.
Wait.
There we go.
What a crowd, I love it.
There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, let's get up there, let me get him.
1, 2, 3. And now the event organizers. Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
wait a second. Hurry up. Oh, guys, come here. Real quick, get it wide angle. Come in front. Come in. Real quick.
In front of us, in front.
Well, you have to go to
and
the
the
next.
night, we can stack, we don't have to go to line.
Wow.
Let's go.
Get in.
What a lineup.
Is that like,
Squeeze the better.
yeah, let's go.
Well, everybody's got to take pictures.
See, we can,
Yeah, there you go.
let's get closer.
Stay there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1 second. And one crazy run.
Great pose, everybody.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
That question, guys. You know,
Some guys, hurry.
that's good.
Get on the bandwagon, because I don't know what's happening. He's gonna have something. Can I get a mic on here, guys? Can I get a mic? We got a mic. We got a mic. We have a mic. Here we go. Moving on. This is one. I think they're both working. All right. So, MAHA, make America healthy again. It's like one of the coolest things, of course, with Trump and with RFK Jr. It has been absolutely amazing. Our next panel features some really amazing people. Actually, the next two panels really do. We have a panel discussion on holistic health, and freedom, and regenerative solutions. Please welcome to the stage Lisa Shammerhunt, Dr. Robert Blow, Richard Lackey, Charlie Pexton Parrott, and our very own Sophia Harris. And as well, the Reverend is joining us as well. Please join us. We have a wonderful prayer for us. The Reverend Wendy Sober.
Hello, everybody. So let's grow. I'm here today, not only as one of the organizers, but also to announce my own project, Private Tech Onto My Arm, Unicorn, which my goal is to reach at least 1 billion people and change their lives positively. So I don't believe we have a social media dilemma. I believe we have a human potential dilemma. So I designed something I've been working on it since 2017 to tap into our human potential. And so the solution is designed to bring us all together on a global platform and do exactly what we're doing here. So everybody has something to teach and everybody has something to learn in the world. And it's about how we bring everybody together based on their potential and help each other tap into our potential. I wouldn't be here today if it had been for amazing human beings, be that my mother, be that a friend, be that Zoe Hermann, Wendy Silvers, who I just met. Also, Dr. Malone, who I've been following for a long time, Dr. Berg, amazing people who have taught me little lessons. What if we could scale that online with technology? And so I've committed my journey since 2009 to developing ethical technology. I believe ethics. And so we have a huge dilemma. When you go online, you know what happens. You go onto Instagram because you're in search of something or somebody. What happens next? Half an hour later, you're like, what was I looking for? So that's the problem we have most of their youth. And I believe that we have a shift that is catastrophic. What happened to the real mentors? Why do we have our youth have a 14-year-old son that are now honoring idols that are really worth nothing? What are the messages that they're bringing? What about the fathers? What about the uncles? What about the people who are actual mentors? So that is something that we have to bring back and understand that there needs to be a shift. So my solution is findyourmentor.com. You can go and sign up already. I have amazing software partners. One of them, an advisor, he built Truth Social as one of the little projects he's done. And I was asked by the bigger software partner to be able to, well, to join forces. And I was like, why me? I have that kind of an issue. And he was like, because you've understood how to scale something. You have a platform that is a hub, it's a marketplace, and it will allow everybody to join based on what they have and what they have to, what they want to learn. So it's finders and mentors, and we're intelligently matching everybody up based on what they have to bring to the table. And so I'm just going to leave it with this. We have 80% of coaches and mentors in the world who are not successful. Why? Mainly because they're not experts at sales, marketing, technology, anything like that, SEO, Google. So I was like, okay, what can we do to help coaches? And I said, okay, we need to provide, or basically we need to solve that problem. So what do coaches and teachers and mentors like Dr. Robert Malone is a perfect example, need to focus on? Two things. One is teaching, helping, and the other thing is furthering his base of knowledge. So that's what this platform is designed to do, is to automate the process of bringing important people together based on what they're looking for and eliminating the headache. So I'm going to give it to Dr. Malone.
Embarrassed.
I can tell you that one thing that we don't know how to do is SEO. So I look forward to your coaching. We're getting better, but it's by increments. I'm Robert Malone. Together with my wife, Dr. Jill Glasspool Malone, we publish a Substack primarily on a daily basis called Who is Robert Malone, which is a riff off of Who is John Galt, which most people don't get. And so it's kind of a little bit of a litmus test if you've ever read Ayn Rand. If you understand the title of our Substack, we reach something in the range of 350,000 to 600,000 people daily. And what matters more than that, which, I'm proud to say that we're starting to hit the numbers that CNN is. I don't know how much that really means these days, but we seem to be influencing people that matter. And I think what we learned with our Substack is that we put out ideas, observations, interpretations, and we see it ripple through the community over the span of 6 months to a year. It's got this strange lag time and it builds. Now I want to say one little tiny fragment in response to your comment about avatars. Personally, what I want to see is an avatar for Murray Rothbard. So if any of you have followed that, I think there's enough literature there and we can put it in. Our goal is to really try to bring back truth and integrity to government and to society in general, to serve as a role model. To talk about that is the important thing for people that are willing and able to speak and act with integrity, despite the outrageous things that get thrown at us these days. And certainly we've been subject to against the two books Jill and I put out, My Government Told Me, Their Future Told Me. And the other one is Cyborg Enforcing the World Order. both of which are very much grounded in the principles of subsidiarity, decentralization, and value of respecting the individual rather than to emphasize this kind of top-down socialist structure that seems to be so actively promoted by globalists. And I think that, to try to close and not take too much time, the thing that I really, people think of me in the context of this work that I did when I was in my late 20s. Both the haters and the supporters that I would and came up with these ideas about using mRNA as a new drug platform and how that could be used for vaccination as a leading indication that people don't really understand the genesis of all that. Is it was really just a realization based on stuff that I'd done on the bench that this was a molecule that could be used for a lot of different applications. I was working in a gene therapy lab, and it was heresy to talk about non-viral gene therapy, let alone an mRNA-based gene therapy, because everybody was focused on viral vectors. But we've come so far since then. For me, I've been glad to try to help people to understand the tech and the logic underneath it and what the risks are associated with it. But I'm much more interested in global health, international affairs, and the principles of trying to empower individuals, which I think is the core theme that I'm hearing in this group, is individual empowerment and the capture of the value of individuals and individual innovation as a tool for driving society forward to the new future. And that's the vision that I really care about. The whole mRNA story and all of the little insider this and that, and Tony Fauci did that, and Bob Cadlick did this, and Operation Warp Speed. That's all interesting. But to me, the much bigger issue is the role of the human, the individual human in society, in empowering us and freeing us from the really oppressive force of these large transnational organizations, initiatives, NGOs, and the logic of a centralized planned economy driven by a single world government. That's what I perceive as the big threat. The issues of pharma and the corruption and what's going on in the government, all of that, yeah, that's important. But I don't think it's anywhere near as important as trying to enable people. And so close to that, thank you for your interest in your student.
So my name is Lisa Sherman-Horn, and the thing about speaking is you have to be flexible because I have a PowerPoint prepared for you. So you're gonna have to use your imagination, and I do have my computer with me, so I'll share the photos afterwards. And I want to give you a disclosure before I start. I am not a licensed mental or medical professional. I am a healer. I am a hypnotherapist, certified hypnotherapist. I'm a master in neuro-linguistic programming and quantum healing. Last spring, it started to really upset me where I was seeing more and more people get sick and a lot of people dying. And I had a lot of loved ones and people in my life who got vaccinated. And I was desperate to figure out how can I help people. So I became trained in quantum healing and I started doing this work and said, how can I prove that this is working? I'm just getting anecdotal information. So a friend of mine who is a functional medicine specialist recommended that I look into dark field microscopy. And basically what that is you're looking at your own live blood under a microscope. The interesting thing is that's actually illegal in the state that I live in, Vermont. So who can explain that one to me? So I found a friend of mine who lives down in Florida and I asked her to be my guinea pig and she agreed. I hadn't done this healing at a distance yet, but with quantum, we are all connected, so we gave it a shot. She found someone who did the dark field microscopy. We looked at her blood under the microscope. It was something called rouleau, where the cells are stacked together and misshapen. She went home and I did the healing. 11 days later, complete change in her blood structure. And I'll send you that, you can look at the photos. Then she said to me, I have a friend who's had 1 vaccine and 3 boosters. Would you be able to help him? He just spent 11 hours on the floor 2 weeks to move. He had symptoms of MS. I said, let's give it a shot. I have no idea. He came in, we got his blood, we looked at it under the microscope. His blood was a mess. Incredible amount of rouleau, and he was so weak he could barely walk. We did the healing, and there's a miracle story that happened with him. So to preface this, I'm not religious, I was raised Jewish, but when I do my healing work, Christ comes in. And I was working on him, and I was imagining this water going through him. And this water was moving through him, but it was blocked. And Christ came in next to me and we pushed the water through, the water was healing him. And then, I didn't say anything to him. A week later, when we met up, we looked at his blood and it was remarkable. It was completely normal. And he said to me, the strangest things happened. I don't know if this is relevant, but 2 days after the healing, I woke up at 7 in the morning, nauseous and vomited enormous amounts of clear liquid. I didn't have any water before I went to bed. I didn't have any water at all, and I've never had that much water at one time. So I've worked with people in groups, and we're having the same experience, where people are doing the dark field work before and right after, and the results are also incredible. This is not just for people who are vaccinated, it works for all different issues, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. We're seeing huge shifts in people in their lives. There's a lot more to share, but I want to give people more time. So here you go.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for sponsoring this and putting it on. Incredible, incredible. And for the work that you've done in 2 weeks, remarkable. Thank you. Delighted with you. My name is Richard Lackey, and I have 3 jobs, which is normal if you were in the past administration. You had to have 3 jobs. But what I like to say, and I'm hoping that it'll catch on, is now we're imagining what can be without the burden of what is. I hope that sinks in. It's really, I don't know, it means so much to me. But anyway, my primary work is with an organization called the World Food Bank, and we're not a traditional food bank. In fact, our goal is that all food banks go to the wayside. We believe there's a lot more efficient ways to get food to people than with a traditional food bank. What we believe in, and this is where I wish more of the crypto guys were sitting here, is we believe that food is an asset class. And if you're talking to people in sub-Saharan Africa about mortgage rates or inflation rates, they kind of don't care so much. They really care more about the price of corn and how much soybeans is going to be produced in October. And for them, the net value of their family, the ability for them to send 1 child versus 2 children to school, the ability for them to feed themselves more than 5 times a week, maybe 7 times a week, is the value of corn. And so for them, the asset is the underlying commodity they grow in their backyard. So for us, we've realized that if we could help farmers to grow more commodities and they could grow better quality, not only would their family be healthier, but they would make higher incomes and they could lift themselves out. The interesting thing here, and I'm a fan of what's Daniel's last? I always forget. Kahneman. Yeah, Kahneman. They wrote a fantastic book on the different kinds of systems, and I'm really big in thinking of in the systems scenarios, and hopefully that's where we're going with what we're doing now. Oftentimes we have a limitation of thinking, what can we do right now to solve the problem right now versus thinking, what is the actual end goal? And hopefully people are starting to come to common sense and starting to engage logic again, to start thinking about the effects of everything that we do on the entirety of that system, whether it's an ecosystem or financial system or what have you. And so with the World Food Bank, we realized that if we could teach farmers regenerative-based agriculture or how to manage the soil better, everything begins with the soil. Save the soil, save the world. If you are able to take soil that's formerly dead and bring back a biome where it has bacteria and fungus, very much like the human enteric system, right? There's a balance. And if there may be a few people as old as I am here, if you feed a child antibiotics for several days, you notice they'll get thrush oftentimes. They get this white paste. It's because you killed off the bacteria. Now fungus overgrows because they're out of balance. And I grew up in the South where the treatment for that was a dirty dish rag. That's how you reintroduce bacteria. There's rumors that there's better ways to do that now. But the balance is the same in the soil. We realize now that fungus isn't always bad, that you really need a multitude of bacteria in the soil. Where I used to be invested in aquaponics and hydroponics, and we would put 26 minerals and vitamins in the water. We came to find out that the tomatoes that we grew, which were quite lovely, and we grew many of them, and they were big. Everybody said they were the best. They're so pretty. But we found that the tomatoes that grew outside in the soil tasted incredible. The ones that were in the soil were rich and had texture, and you felt like they had better nutrition. Now we're finding that they do exponentially more nutrition in them. And that's because God put 850 plus nutrients in the soil. Right. And just because you don't measure it doesn't mean it's not there. We get into quantum physics later, but it's really, really important that we recognize you can imitate nature, but you can't replicate it. There's nothing that works better than nature. And so we found now that through processes like regenerative agriculture, we can teach farmers to rebuild their soil. Not to get into too much science, an extra 1% increase in soil organic matter, depending on where you are, can increase the ability to store 25 to 40,000 gallons per acre more in that soil. So when you have potential flooding, it now goes from, instead of being a problem, to being a savings account for water. When you have more root structure in the ground and more bacteria and fungus and mycorrhizas that are breaking up the minerals, literally like the neurology of the human system, where the roots are telling the rest of the biome what's needed to feed the plants that are there. And the roots grow deeper and the soil gets stronger. All of those benefits in the soil are now transposed into the food that grows out of it. And I think that we've been going through a time here. I was sharing with someone earlier, when I grew up, I worked in a greenhouse, and the fellow that ran the greenhouse kept the fans blowing, and towards the winter time, it was getting fall. And I said, hey, ironically, his name was Mr. Roundtree. And I said, Mr. Roundtree, you could turn the fans off. It's kind of chilly in the greenhouse. And he said, well, the fans aren't to keep the plants. The temperature of the ground is more important than the temperature of the air. The fans are there to create stress, because plants are like people. They need a little bit of stress. And if they have a little bit of stress, it forces them to drive their roots deeper and seek nutrition down where it's truly supposed to come from. And when they have stronger roots, they grow stronger stems and they produce more fruit. So the fan is to create real world environments, which also explains why in hydroponics and aquaponics, where they grow up, there's no problems at all. Everything is great. Then you get smaller fruits, you get tons of them, but you don't have a lot of value. If you want real value, you need to have better roots and stronger soil. So what we've done is found that if we taught those techniques to farmers, not only would they grow more, but they would grow better. And we can take farmers from $300 a year in income to $6,800 a year in income in under 2 years. That puts them in the top 1% of earners typically in that country. But to scale that, and I think that's the overriding story of what I'm looking to gather here, is how do we take that? And we need more. We need more Dr. Burks. We need more people out on the internet and sharing Substacks and increasing the data, because right now in an election time, we always say you can't teach someone during an election. But we're done with that. Now we need to get back to education. And if you want to change a population, it begins with education. We need more people understanding the strategies. They need to understand the logic, the Socratic method that goes into the processing so that people can process what they hear on their own. They can filter out. I try to remember the exact, well, then for crap. I can't remember. They can manure. They can filter that out from everything else that they hear in social media. And if we can do that, they have the education and we can give them the places to go to build on. And for us, we create marketplaces and we guarantee offtake. And we are now able to take that story and replicate it. But how do you replicate it even larger? For us, the next is media. And I'm excited to say that our host of our new TV show, Farm Hero, is here, Laura.
Yeah.
Shake your hand. Laura is the host of the Farm Hero, which starts actually in a few weeks. It'll be on EarthX TV, and she'll be up here in a little bit. But we're now able to take that same story out to millions. And in Africa, we have a 5,000 acre farm. We train about 9,000 people a year, about 2,600 would adopt practices. You put that on a TV program, we reach 14 million people a week. And we lift over 1 million people a year out of poverty. For less than I spend on my farm, and you got that's sale. MAGA-MAHA needs scale. So part of what I'm going to share is an invitation for you to join us, not just with Farm Hero, but with all of the folks that are in the space of making America healthy again, giving them the education that they need to be able to make the decisions and to step in and support the movement that we have, because it's, as other people said, it's not going to be easy, but we do have some momentum. We have the wind behind us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you for sponsoring. I want to just acknowledge each and every person here for being here. When I lead the prayer circles on Sunday, I often say possibilitarians. And I believe that each and every person that is sitting in this chair and each and every person up here is what I would call a possibilitarian. So I invite you in this moment to just put your hands together and congratulate yourselves for saying yes. I have a question, and my mic just went out. I have a question. Can you hear me okay?
Give the microphone.
Okay, so how many people here by a show of hands have a child that they love in their life? Okay, and how many people are parents? Okay.
How many are parents, but you don't have a child?
Right, exactly. That kind of. So I'm a mom before anything that I've ever done, any studies, any labels, any letters after my name. I'm a mom. And the only thing I ever really wanted to be in my life was a mom. By the grace of God, I was an older mom. I became a mom. And for me, that is the greatest gift when we talk about everything when we distill, just like when you distill all the world religions down into sacred texts, it comes down to peace, love, compassion, unity, forgiveness, oneness. That is at the base of all of the world religions, right? And so when you distill all the things down about being a parent, what we are here for is to make sure that the generations that come after us do better than we do. So up until this point, we haven't been doing so well. Like we've left them a shizzle amount of stuff to handle. And I began my career when my daughter was born, another career. I've been in the entertainment industry for many years as a publicist. And I worked with celebrities and personalities and film projects and strategies and campaigns and all that kind of stuff, events. But when I became a mom, I was reborn. Because now my life had greater meaning than ever before, even though I always wanted to leave the world a better place. And I have been on a spiritual path since I am this big, seeking God, seeking to know this presence, whatever name that you call it, that's in everything. I'm also a hypnotherapist, I'm a channel, medium, and I am a trauma-informed, nonviolent parenting educator. And I believe that if you want to change the world, we have to begin with the parents. Okay. So we have to begin with parents. We have to begin with the people that spend the most time with the children. That's where we begin. You want to change the world? You start with the parents. So each and every person that's here, whether you're a parent, you're parenting yourself, or there's a child in your life that you are a power of example to, you have been called to create something greater. So what you were speaking about is so important in terms of the food. As a parent, what you think about the most is how can I make the world a better place for these children? How can I make sure that they have food and clothing and a home? How can I make sure that the soil is clean? I interviewed Gabe Brown on my podcast, love him. Regenerative farming, how can we be regenerative? I also think about the role of spirituality and faith in the political process, because if you just deal with a political process, I don't know about you, but I think it's what do you think? Right? But if you faith and spirituality and belief in a power greater than yourself, just like that 7 generations principle, everything that you do is going to be led by intention. What is the highest and the best choice here? And yes, as I believe Dustin said, I've been saying this for months. Does anybody remember in all that meeting when Betty Davis and all of her Betty got on that stair and she pulled her dress tight and she said, "Buckle up, baby, it's gonna be a bumpy night." Anybody remember that? Okay, so buckle up because it's gonna be a bumpy ride. And that's part of what, as the roots grow deeper into the ground. My life is dedicated to the upliftment and the empowerment of women, mothers, and families, because if we do not have that, we don't have anything to give our children. And yes, amen. So we get to be the living embodiment of that which we want to see. Gandhi's statement, "Be the peace that you want to see," was not some glib quote. It was an invitation, it was a call to action. And I can tell you from being on the path that I've been on for decades, it's not for the faint of heart. And each and every possibilitarian that is here, each and every possibilitarian here can say that it has been hard. There have been moments of being on, I love the Ruby prayer, right? That when the world brings you to your knees, you're in a perfect position to pray. I have been on my knees in that way for many, many times. I've gone through many dark nights of the soul, and I've counseled many dark night of the soul experiences that other people have had. But what is the gift in that, right? Inherent within the dark night of the soul that many of us have gone through is the transformation, right? We talk about quantum physics and the quantum field. Mystics talked about that before the dawning of time. So now quantum physics comes along and just verifies what the ancient wisdom always knew. And how wonderful is that? Because you don't have to be a minister or a spiritual counselor. You get to be ministered to. You get to be your own mystic in your life. You get to be that absolute power of example, which is one of the reasons why I love and admire Bobby Kennedy so much. Because he demonstrates what it is like to live a life living in accordance with a higher power. So who's up for that? Let me see, how many people in this room are up for that? Right? Peace and love, compassion, we get to evolve forward. We don't have to do it perfectly, we just have to do it. We have to say yes to having a peace department. You know, the Maasai, how the Maasai greet each other, they say, "How are the women and the children?" Right? So some people call them, oh, third world country. Well, let me tell you something. When you're close to the earth, when you're looking at the rhythm of the moon and you're checking how's the soil doing, how are the plants doing, do I have food for my children? You are closer to this higher power, and your consciousness is focused on something different than some of the other people that think that they're better than other people. And again, I know I said this when I first started, but this is a time for all of us to come together and create a world that is better than that has been, and to walk together, to lean into each other so that we don't feel like we're alone in this, and so that it doesn't matter how many times you stumble, doesn't matter how many times you fall. It matters that you get up again and you keep going. As they say, you keep stepping. So my invitation is to keep stepping and to go where your heart leads you and to be that place for somebody else who needs that encouragement, because together we are stronger. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go quickly, go by yourself. But if you want to go deeper, you go together. So let's go
Amen.
together.
And by the way, Bobby Kennedy is probably one of the most ethical politicians I've ever experienced, because he does what he says.
Yes.
That's alignment with what I say and what I do are in alignment. That's ethics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I have a point of, I learned a point of personal privilege. Dr. Malone, could you give us just a little snippet? Because I remember, obviously, when we had the conversation, they were looking for you in Miami Beach, when we were at the Bitcoin conference. Can you tell us a little bit, what was the deal with you, the Fauci situation, the power for that experience of yours? They were after you, I don't know, it's just, what happened?
I'm not clear,
Well, what I'm saying is,
what you're referring to.
you've been known for years and years, but during that moment of COVID and all that, you blew up, because everybody, Dr. Malone and this and that, got back and forth. Just a little bit of what happened that moment in time, basically.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure what, because that's like, I've written 2 books about that. So not, because
I
that,
have it here.
Here's Pandora's box.
that's a good long 2-hour podcast.
No,
The colonel was, remember, I'm working as a consultant, running a small business, supporting the government largely, and also small innovators, focused on the idea that all of us, through our tax dollars, are getting poor value in terms of innovation, because the contracts are going to the very large companies that are fully federally compliant. They're not going to the small innovators who don't know how to work with government. So I was helping them to do that. That was my business. And particularly focused on clinical research, international clinical research, regulatory affairs, all that kind of stuff. And in the context of COVID, focusing on repurposing drugs to enable treatments, early treatments, and we came up with some. Rather, because I believe that development of vaccines, safe and effective vaccine, was going to take a decade or more, because that's the history. And instead, the government decided through Operation Warp Speed to basically throw the rule book in the trash can, the rule book of my profession that had been developed over decades, international, global, throw it in the trash can and just expedite everything, drop all the normal guardrails, because this virus was such an enormous public health threat that 3 to 4 out of every 100 people infected would die. Remember, that was 3.4% case fatality rate. G. Bhattacharya was one of the early ones that demonstrated that was a falsehood. That was propaganda. And I knew that to speak out about what was going on was extremely high risk. But I felt that what was going down ethically was so wrong in terms of the fundamentals of informed consent and the bioethical norms that I had been trained on my entire career. And to do clinical research, you have to take this training again. And they were just breaking the whole rule book. And so I thought it was safe to talk about what the transgressions were in terms of the biomedical ethics. I thought that was a safe space, because I was afraid, just like everybody else, just like all my other peers, like all of us. Remember how we were facing this wall of intimidation that was coming at us globally, all harm-based. And so I spoke out and wrote one of the first essays about what was wrong with the ethics of what was being done and informed consent and kind of the fundamentals of that. And one thing led to another, a whole cascade, because I had this history of this portfolio of patents, the initial disclosures, and having come up with the idea in the first place. And So the government and whoever it was, the forces behind this that we now know was intelligence community, TIA, a lot of that infrastructure that was propagating locally. It was doing a poor job just answering people's questions. What is this tech? It seems very forbidding, mRNA. People didn't even know what that was. So I just found myself on podcast after podcast after podcast, answering those questions. And then this wave of hate, coordinated hate came at me through corporate media. And paradoxically, in parallel from the quote medical freedom, there were a lot of people that were upset. And it very much parallels what's happening right now with Casey and Kelly meetings. I came out of nowhere, apparently. I must be a government agent because of my background and the fact that I came up out of obscurity. You're talking about unicorns and kind of the new social media order where people can pop up suddenly and gain notoriety. And for those that have been laboring in the fields in an area of protest movement or whatever, that can be upsetting. Why should this person be getting attention when I haven't been getting attention? But I've been doing this for 2 decades because my child has autism. Whatever. I mean, there are definitely vaccine damaged children and mothers that have grievances. So that dynamic played in. So I started getting shot from every side. And that's kind of what led to that whole thread, and led to our kind of introspection and lessons learned together with my partner of 45 plus years of what is it that this thing that we've experienced? What is this dynamic of psychological warfare and that tech? And that's kind of what led us to the press. There's a short version. Does that help?
Yep. Thank you. Picture up here. Picture. Beautiful.
It's a good idea.
There we go. Okay, stay there one more time. And now one with the organizers. You and listen. Listen. There you go. Squeeze in a little bit. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. And the crazy one.
Very much. Thank you very much. So exciting. And we have a great future ahead. We're gonna have a look, you guys. No, we have this panel right now.
Okay.
So,
You guys learn anything yet?
Yeah, a lot.
we have the next panel here is sustainable living, health, autonomy, and earth regeneration. It's also led by Sophia Eric. Please welcome to the stage Kenneth Close, Laura Zaspel, Eric Mathis, Dr. Eric Berg. Yeah. Melissa Robbie. And of course, led by our Sophia.
Well, I'm not going to talk much. I'm going to give the stage to give the stage to Ken Close, a friend of mine who I admire very much, and and anybody who wants to understand anything about epigenetics quantum physics, how that all belongs together. I've been on a journey since 2021 that transformed my life. It has to do with frequencies, and it completely altered the way I am. And I came to understand why Donald Trump is so successful. He affirms. He speaks in form of affirmations. And when he speaks as if it had already happened, and so it is. And that's the power when we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. We were having a conversation last night about that until, I don't know, 4 o'clock. So, here.
Oh my gosh.
That's where you were.
That's where we were. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, I believe it's a time for us to really declare our greatness. And my name's Ken Close. My background is in engineering. But I extended my studies into epigenetics and neuroscience. Where'd that lead me? To the quantum field. As mentioned before, what we can create must exist within us, and that's the beginning. And I think that I know that in order for something new to be created, something old must be surrendered. And it's really a time right now that we surrender things that just don't work. I mean, it's a pretty simple equation. When we're looking at engineering anything, we want to focus on efficiency. What does work? We already know probably firsthand what doesn't work. And I know none of you guys practice anything that doesn't work. Maybe you know somebody who does. And we can advise them. Let's make some changes. And the reason I promote that is because we have enormous power to genetically create these bodies. And I level the playing field in one place. I don't care if you're a financial genius or if you're a parent to a new family, a young one. I level the playing field in one place, and that's with the body. If the body is broken, so is your life. And so we can fix the body, and the way we can do that, and the way we do take our power back, is that we understand how it works. And if we understand the genetic process, 800,000 cells per second are being recreated in your body right now. And right now, and right now, and then right now. So 800,000, just do the math. We have what, 86,400 seconds in a day. Times that by 800,000 cells, that's the new you today. Now, 3% of that genetic code says it's going to be a bone cell, a muscle cell, a skin cell, and it's going to still look like you. 3%. Well, what the heck the other 97% does? It's an adaptive gene reading the environment to say what quality of that cell do we become. And the external environment of the cell is the internal environment of your body. And if we understand what actually changes that 97%, it's a frequency. It's information. What kind of information? What you had for breakfast? No. How well you slept last night? No. It's more objective than that. It is a frequency. It's an intelligence. And there's a divine intelligence. You've heard maybe somebody out there talking about quantum physics. Maybe you heard somebody talking about manifestation, how you create things. So there's a divine intelligence to that process. It is the quantum field. All information exists there, but it's objective. And the way that we manifest matter into form, Einstein talked about this, if you know this understanding, it requires an observer, right? All the waveform is potential. That's the quantum field. It's not until the observer sees it, believes it, that it becomes material form or particle. This is how your body works. And if you want to go from the very basics of creating your genetic code, becoming your own epigeneer, is what I call me, then understanding that process might mean that you figure out what that frequency is and how you control it. How do you change it? How do you orchestrate it as the puppeteer of your body? How do you do that? Well, you have thoughts,
have energy in electrical charge. Your emotions have energy in a magnetic charge, and your thoughts and your feelings become a frequency. They are frequency. And so the way you think and the way you feel designs that 97% of that genius genetic code that's you. So who wants to take their power back? I believe that we start with the body. We teach ourselves how we genetically create us. I don't care if you had an organic breakfast. I don't care if you're fasting. I don't care what your PhD is in. None of that matters if you're broken. If the body is disabled because of a disease or disconnect, or what we call destructive interference in physics. It doesn't matter. The body becomes to the tune of, there'll be a test. How many cells? 800,000 cells per second. Hopefully you wrote that down. Because the moment you're sitting there in a state of chaos, justified or not, who here feels like that they have a cause, right? I mean, we do. And that cause, the way that we emotionally attach to it, mentally rehearse it, and build a model around it, ends up in the genetic expression, you. And if that you, aka body, is in some disorder, maybe it's in pain, right? And you might chalk it up, well, I'm just getting older. Nope. I'm just, a victim of my past, an injury in college, or something that happened to me. I got caught off in traffic. I'm justified in giving them that sign language. The point is that every moment, 800,000 cells are recreating themselves. And you are the master. So when we declare our greatness in a more genetic way, we take our power back. And we decide that what they're talking about around the water cooler at work, or the rumors at school for our children, right? Or something on the news is not as significant, because that's making the you that becomes either empowered or disempowered. Constructive interference, destructive interference. There's your lesson in physics. So I invite everyone, and I do this. This is my practice. My practice is I take very simple systems and then couple them together to make a big change. And then in the engineering world, it's about efficiency, right? And it's about principles. And if I could teach you a principle of how the body heals, and guess what? I just did. If I teach you a principle about how you become a better version of yourself, and guess what? I just did. Then you might take those principles and apply them somewhere in your life. They apply to anyone's life. So the principles are really important to take these complex ways, intelligent ways that the body and mind create a personality, a self, and then make them very easy. And through my process, it's called Core Effect. You can go to coreeffect.com and take a look at what are we using to influence that genetic code. I just told you a way that you can do it yourself. But what if you're so stressed out that you can't even think straight? I mean, there's that condition, right? Where you've been labeled as depressed or anxious or some things that modern medicine may say. And you can't get beyond that self. Okay, well, let me show you how we can do it with a few different therapies: light therapy, sound therapy, vibration therapy, microcurrent therapy. And then we can really take the power back by changing your body. So I just wanted to say, hey, take your power back, right? Demonstrate your greatness, and now become an epigeneer yourself. Who's in, right? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Sassfeld, and I'm from Morrison, Colorado. Usually I get an applause for Colorado. It's a great thing. Okay, so I speak to a lot of college students. So guess what? I do a lot of pop quizzes. I do participation to make sure they're paying attention. So we're going to start out with, so make America healthy again. Right? We say it all the time. MAHA, make America healthy again. I want you to shout out your answer to why. Make America healthy again. Why?
Foundation.
The children.
Future, truth. Okay. Good. Now, make America healthy again. How? How do you propose we do this? I just want to hear your answer. Make America healthy again. How? Get rid of the FDA. Get rid of the conglomerates. What else?
Get rid of agriculture.
Oh, you stole it. Do what?
Get RFK Jr. approved.
Get RFK Jr. approved. Anybody else?
All the poisons in our food.
Soil.
Get rid of the poisons in the food. Get rid of education. Okay.
Culture.
Pray the rosary. Amen. Right? Sure. Okay. Anyway, we won't go there right now. Okay. So our solution, and Richard Lackey touched on it, our solution to make America healthy again is not removing things or getting rid of things, which is valid, totally valid. But for us, make America healthy again. How are we going to do it? Make American soil healthy again. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to revitalize, right? We've been doing a lot of extracting. We've been doing a lot of poisoning. It is true. We need to get rid of that. But for us, the solution is revitalization. For us, we have to move quickly. For us, when you were listening to these panels, wasn't it like, gosh, I wish more people could hear this, right? When they are communicating to the room, there's not enough of us. So what is the solution? And Richard and his group have proved this beautifully in Africa. The solution is media and TV series where you reach hundreds of millions of people every day, every week, right? We're not talking about a documentary. What Farm Hero is, sorry, I'll repeat it. Richard mentioned it. I'm the host of a new TV series called Farm Hero. So when we looked at this, Make America Healthy Again, let's revitalize the soil, regenerative agriculture. But what's the correct order of magnitude of our communication? The correct order of magnitude is hundreds of millions at a time. How do you do that? With a TV series. And that's why when I walked in, it's like, where's the TV? Where's the TV? Because I was going to show you a clip, a 2-minute clip.
We have it tomorrow. We have TV tomorrow.
Okay, we'll have TV tomorrow because I really want you to see the first teaser, the 2-minute teaser. Did we get the cue? Oh, okay, good. If you're on the MAHA group chat, then you have a quick response code for the 2-minute teaser. And please watch because the message, again, the correct order of magnitude is hundreds of millions. We've signed on with EarthX. We're looking at a few other channels. That means we've captured 100 million households in America so far, right? So we're taking the regenerative agriculture message, and just in a nutshell. In fact, again, participation. Who knows what regenerative agriculture is at the basic level? I haven't. Okay, good. I'm glad. None of it. Okay, good. So in a nutshell, because obviously there's a lot to it, but revitalizing the soil means a healthier plant, a healthier animal, a healthier human, right? A healthier planet. Regenerative agriculture handles carbon cycles, nutrient cycles, water cycles. I'm going to keep this super simple. So trust me, we're not going to go into the little bits and details, but regenerative agriculture handles all those cycles. It's a systematic approach to nature, right? How does nature do it? It's a holistic approach as opposed to reductionist theory. There's a weed, let's kill it. What eats that weed? What would flourish on that weed? How do we integrate pests and livestock? How do we integrate, right? A systematic approach. So that's what regenerative agriculture is. So please watch the 2-minute trailer. You're going to get the quick response code. And let me check my notes. How, revitalization of soil, yes, yes, yes. Correct order of magnitude. So again, for my pitch, make America healthy again. Let's make American soil healthy again. Thank you.
Thanks for setting the stage. My name is Eric Mathis. I am a good or a PhD doer. As of a couple of months ago, I just completed my PhD in philosophy. As a background, I am working with the Obama administration for about 6 years. When I was in 4, not with, was not paid by the Obama administration. But I worked in Central Appalachia, one of the most unhealthy regions in the country. And we launched what was called Sustainable Williams, which later became a nationally acclaimed project. Why it was nationally acclaimed is we built a pretty complex ecosystem that we figured out how to scale throughout pretty much any urban environment throughout the United States. And we were looking for folks to figure out how to get that regenerative agriculture into the guts. We figured it out. Not just in concept, but literally built it from point A to point Z. So what we did in Central Appalachia is we launched all this from scratch. Was a federally qualified health center, which was a strategy that this present administration could leverage through HRSA to replicate this strategy all over the United States. And we linked that to a farmer's market, community health workers that were actually going into the households, assessing like soft and hard barriers to accessing healthy food. We work with veterans, training them to grow food, landing that food in restaurants. Our FQHC was writing prescription vegetables that included those restaurants. So we figured out how to basically embed a strategy within a small town in West Virginia that is now being replicated throughout Central Appalachia. So I have a TED talk. You can look it up there. It's TED talk, architecture. It explains that component. And that was kind of the social determinants of health approach. After I got kicked out of there by the left me in 2020. So I've ran into a lot of frictions of working with various Democratic, very corrupt political machines that have kicked me out over the years. So I wear that badge proudly. So I'm hoping to plug into this machine via RFK and hopefully develop something that will stick as opposed to being kind of shut down. So I moved to Winston-Salem, where I worked at Cross-Door School and Children's Home. And that's when I got introduced to the science of trauma resiliency and regenerative agriculture, specifically what's called bionutrient food. It's the biggest takeaway kind of adds to the regenerative agriculture component. All those little geeky, sciencey details and everything, one of my good friends, Dave Keechurch at the Bionutrient Institute, they've figured out that there's a correlation between basically infusing soils with missing trace minerals that have been depleted over the years. Tons of studies to support that data. And a direct correlation to, for example, some of the carrots I'm going to be growing with tons of K through 12 students in Catholic schools back in Louisville, where I'm from. They're going to be growing carrots and measuring the nutrient density of that, where that carrot has 100% increase in B12s, phytonutrients, polyphenols, you name it. And that gets all the other epigenetics, even at the quantum level, but I'm not going to go into that. So what we developed in Winston-Salem was a comprehensive strategy called food innovation. So up in coal country, the culmination of that was a health innovation hub. You can look it up, Sustainable Williamson Health Innovation Hub. It will explain what that is. It's basically leveraging entrepreneurship, which is an existing strategy within the White House that we've leveraged in the past work that this administration leveraged through the EDA and all that kind of stuff. And then in Winston-Salem, we launched a food innovation district. So this is a trend from industry parks to innovation districts. It's basically industry parks with schools, restaurants, apartments, where you get spillover effects. You and I are talking about innovations. You and I are talking about innovation, so we create a company. That's where the entrepreneurial ecosystem kind of emerges around that. So what I'm proposing, and you can go to policies for the people, the title is Health Innovation Working Group, and an accelerated approach to MAHA. So what I proposed on that is not a policy strategy, but an interagency platform that can literally be implemented tomorrow. We would meet with a bunch of agencies. I've done this before in the past. We can do it again. And basically it would leverage one of the predominant trends that have been used by both the Trump administration as well as the Obama administration called challenge grants. These are typically being run through the EDA and all of those. Basically, it brings together various agencies such as USDA, EDA, HRSA, all that kind of stuff. And already already established congressionally approved funding. That funding can basically be released into a challenge grant. And the idea is like 7 to 8 cities from across the country would develop these health accelerators that we could literally replicate what we've done in coal country. So thank you so much.
Testing, test. Okay, good. So I recently, just 5 minutes ago, looked up a word I had a misunderstanding about, reform. I thought reform was just change, right? The Latin word for reform means bring back to the original form. It's like, oh, I think that's interesting because making America healthy again, right? So I talked to my father, who's 87, and he showed me a picture of what his 5th grade class looked like in 1948. A little different than it looks right now to these kids coming out. So like there's not one overweight child in there. They look pretty rugged, healthy kids. So I did a whole interview to find out like, what did people eat back then? Did they have, what's the grocery store look like? When you walk through the grocery store, did you have Fruit Loops? Did you have this ultra processed foods? No, they didn't have any of that. Did they snack? No. The only thing they snacked on, my father said, was a carrot, a cucumber out of the garden. So now we have an entire new category of snack foods, right? Like this, it's just completely out of control. So as I was looking at this problem in a nutshell, really you have big food over here, you have big pharma over here, and right in the center you have the medical profession, which is basically treating with big pharma the symptoms of big food, generally speaking. So that's really what it's all about. But on top of that, what really ticks me off is that you as a taxpayer are funding the raw materials through subsidies for the junk food and funding a lot of the research through NIH for the drugs. Like, wait a second, how did we ever, I never, signed up for that. So there's so much corruption going on in this racket going on. So one of the biggest things that's missing that I see is just this really elephant in the room, this missing piece is like eating real food. Like doctors don't bring it up. We don't talk about it. Like they don't factor in food, actual real food in the equation of their diagnosis. So if you miss that one little point, the whole racket just keeps going on and on. So it falls apart when you introduce real food. So one of the things that I'm really interested in doing is to help support this new movement to shine a big light on the areas that hidden connections, the corruption, these basic things to start getting people to shift over. But I think just by removing all the suppression this whole thing is being held down so hard, things are just gonna like effortlessly just go through. But the whole thing is rigged. It's all fake. So welcome to America.
Thank you, everybody. Let's give the stage to the next round, unless there's any questions, from the attendees, audience, for anybody? How are you all working together
Initial.
Components to bring it together.
We'll figure that out right after this.
One reason why we're doing this today
Repeat the question.
is exactly that. Is that's why we're coming together so we can work together. That's why MAGA, crypto. So we're all under the umbrella of let's get together and work together, forge bonds.
Yes.
New era, unity to create the blueprint for a new America and a new world. And that's why we're here together. It's also why I built the solution I did. Because we need to scale that as soon as possible because we have too much suffering in the world.
Yes.
So that's why we're here.
And that was what the little group that we had brought us in. This is just a launch. If it would have gone the other way, we wouldn't be here. I would have been somewhere else, but not here. I lost Cuba 65 years ago. So yeah, we're creating the MAGA-MAHA Crypto Movement USA. So you guys are, all of your talents, I want them there. This is the board right now. This is the brain trust. Remember I told you when I started? It's not people, it's the right people. And the right people are in this room. Everybody's gonna make money because I believe in capitalismo. But
Yes.
we're gonna do good things. Let me shut up. Mr. Avila, I love you. Thank you for being here. Speaking of superstar, we'll talk later.
We have one more question.
There's some questions over there.
Go ahead.
I have a question about how you think this is gonna move forward. What's your vision? How does the government change? Because we can do it on this level, but obviously the reason we're here is because we elected officials that we want at the top to for lack of a better word, just completely destroy it and turn it inside out, make it, good again. Again, it is so inherently, there's so many toxic veins that it has to be destroyed in order, dismantled in order to back together. Shock. So how do you all see this coming together? What would you like to see in the immediate? How do you see it medium term? Because really, in my view, we only have 2 years to start making changes and convincing people that we're not what the like to call us there is right, that we really out here because we care. So how do you see it in the next 2 years? How do you see it in the next 4 years and long term?
If I can talk to this for just a second, you listen to my equation, right? There's a standard process for everything. If we're going to break things down from an engineering perspective, there's just raw real, okay? And the raw real means that we need to, number one, decide what do we want. I'm going to ask you a question. What do you want? We probably heard a lot of things about what I don't want. And that energy, listen, that energy has momentum. What don't I want? What don't I like? What don't I do? Or who am I to change the world? Who am I to change the world, right? Okay, so there's a raw material called manifestation, creation. It happens at an intelligent level that is connected to the quantum field. God, the universal principle, universal law, whatever you want to call it, there's a very distinct formula. So I say, and I do, create what I do want. Make it clear, not just in your voice, in the way you speak, but the way you live. How do you live? Understand? Every moment is an expression to the world, and you, as an individual, amplify whatever you're being, not anything else. You amplify that. So if we're all going to create a system, we're amplifying each other in this very moment, whether we know each other or not. We just stay on our path of what we do want and let go of what we don't want. Stop engaging in that. You'll find that your life starts to multiply in ways that you least expect, because that's what you're supposed to do. Okay? I mean, that's just a simple equation.
I love that question, Elsie. So just very quickly, just bridging off of what this gentleman said, what's the ideal scene right? Because all of us know what the existing scene is. We can open our eyes and see what's happening before us and what you described beautifully. But what's the ideal scene? So that's what Farm Hero is trying to do. For those of you just into the room, Farm Hero, Regenerative Ag, we're showing what's being done correctly. We're giving role models at scale because it's a TV series. So people can see and decide for themselves what they want to manifest. But how do you know what you want to manifest if you don't even know what the ideal scene is, right? So that's what we're doing. Our small role in this is to show the ideal scene of agriculture and how it affects plants, animals, bodies, and the planet.
Ooh, yes.
So specifically the nuts and bolts of that, I want to refer everybody back to, I do have a TED Talk, Living Architecture. It basically explains the step-by-step process related to our policy strategy. It was also a mini documentary that we developed with my mentor, Van Jones. It's called Review for Sight, that explains additional step-by-step process of how to get regenerative agriculture immediately within cities within a 2-year period. But along with the policies for the people, the MAHA accelerated strategy, we are launching Victory Gardens initiative across the United States. So right now we've got about 15 states already committed to. And basically we're just asking everybody in this room, if you want to sign up, all you do is just plant the food. We're going to have videos, we're going to have teaser videos, all that kind of stuff. We have our whole team to launch this movement. So whether or not the White House decides to jump on board with us, we're going to be doing it anyway.
Love it. Love it.
I just wanted to add, whether, the White House jumps on it or not, we're still gonna do the same thing, grassroots. I think, RFK is pretty smart guy. He's developing a strategy. He's gonna be aligning everyone's resources. I know what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be kind of gathering the troops on social media and the influencers so we can give out very specific messages about re-educating people on things. And, but some of the high level strategy of getting rid of the corruption is not going to be public. You're not going to know about it. It's going to happen because you got to realize what we're up against, right? I mean, massive opposition. So it's going to be done quietly.
What about medical?
Okay, so you had to bring that up. I think out of all the organizations, it's the hardest to teach someone who already knows it all, and it's like you're up against a lot of know best, and so I think it's going to be a little bit of a bypass. It's a disruptive thing where patients are like going more to natural remedies, and I mean, just for example, if you have a natural remedy that makes a claim that even gets close to preventing a disease, it becomes a drug. So now you practice medicine for a license, so that needs to change. So there's a lot of cool things happening with kind of allowing people to use natural remedies without being attacked and without, so I think, people are going to people who have natural solutions more and more, and they're not really buying into the whole doctor knows best anymore. So I think either they're going to change or they're going to be dinosaurs and be left in the dust because it doesn't work. Look at the product of a healthy body, $4.5 trillion. They're not producing it. So unfortunately, the schooling, the training doesn't cover natural things or food. They don't bring that in. So it's gonna take an all hands on board to do that. But they're not gonna. I know they're not going to be open to change. So we're just going to bypass.
Might be a little provocative, but I do believe that we have the administration now that we deserve because we worked for it. And I think moving forward, it's going to get better from here.
Yes.
It's okay?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I got you, girl. You're good. Not as good as her, but it looks good. Wait, hair.
Great, clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so be the light of Christ and become the saint you are called to be. Yes.
So, real quick with the group, let's go. Let's go, wait, guys, real quick. Organize. Oh, organize. Turn around, guys. We all want to sign out. Let's go, guys, hurry up. Yes. Let's go.
Joy Bill Nutt. I'm gonna be speaking to you.
Oh, sorry, one second. Okay, we just need an aha moment real quick. Hey! Awesome.
I'll tell you what, we have a revolution. We have a revolution in healthcare happening right now.
Yeah, we have.
We've been at a. Okay, we have been at a. We've been at a monetary revolution for quite a while. The man who coined the phrase, the monetary revolution, is here. He's worked on 5 presidential campaigns. One very notable being Ron Paul, the great Ron Paul, as well as Rand Paul, his campaign manager for Rand Paul. He's right here. Nick Spanos, please welcome to the stage. The great Nick Spanos. If you don't know him, you're gonna know him now. And look, you get 10 minutes, no hour. Okay, I put this guy on stage before. He even entertained people.
Thank you, Bruce. So, yeah, I worked on a bunch of campaigns in the past. I'm a technologist. I'm a technologist. I built a computer in 1978 with a soldering iron. Then I discovered girls and cars, and Bill Gates did it. So one of my products, I had a video tape software. I sold political data early on. When I had computers, I put it out on adhesive paper and sold the labels. Usually around 10 cents a demographic. There was one demographic I charged $1 for because I didn't really agree in it. Oh, the baby killer, $1 each, no on board. So, yeah, I worked on many presidential campaigns. In the 80s, I made a lot of money, and then the stock market crashed. And what happened was, I was watching TV. Oh, the stock market crashed. I had an incredible real estate business and technology business, and I lost everything. I became a commercial fisherman. Nice. I lost everything. I was up a couple of cents limitations on that. $1 million in the mid '80s when I was a young type, and then I lost everything. Went back to my mother's couch, and my friend came over, and then I became a commercial fisherman. And then one day I'm watching TV, and they said, "Oh, if Greenspan's briefcase was wider, we might not have had the crash." If briefcase. I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I go, "That's my, I thought it was gold." I don't know if you guys old enough, but we would let them believe, Fort Knox and all this crap. I go, "Who the hell is this guy? This briefcase was louder, wider, and he had more papers in there. He wouldn't have changed the rate, or would have changed the rate, and then maybe it wouldn't have been in the crack, and maybe I wouldn't be a commercial fisherman right now." I used to have a Cadillac with a cell phone back then. It was Eldorado convertible. Now they smelled me 2 blocks away. I was like, that, I can't even curse. That effer is my owner. That guy owns me. He made me a fisherman. And then I went to the library to figure out what the heck money is. And I learned about the Federal Reserve. And I was like, holy shit, it's a big scam. The whole thing's a big scam. I'm sitting there busting my ass for voodoo money, dead people on combo cotton paper. And they're all dead, and they have value because This guy Greenspan's the voodoo doctor, and he's making everyone believe that this voodoo stuff is worth something, and you're gonna store your life's work across time in a piece of paper with a dead guy on it. I go, what the hell is going on here? I couldn't believe it. Then I go out on the boat that night. I couldn't believe it. I read all these books on the Federal Reserve. Then I go out on the boat. I get hit by a wave. And I swear I saw a big octopus in my brain. It was like a hallucination. There was a cold wave. I think I hit my head or something. I saw this big octopus under the Federal Reserve building. And the tentacles went up into the news buildings on the paragraph, CNN, ABC, CBS. And the tentacles went inside and they were typing on the newscaster's teleprompter. And this big black octopus with a red eye underneath the Federal Reserve was typing on the newscaster's teleprompter, and they're all reading what the octopus is typing. That's what I saw. I said, holy shit, I gotta get off this boat. I gotta go in back into society and destroy the Federal Reserve out in 1991. I've been working on it ever since. Oh shit, I'm crump. Fuck. So ever since I've been working on destroying the Federal Reserve.
Yes.
Helped Ron Paul. We ordered the Fed. We pushed it through the House. Then Bernie fucked us. He said he was going to vote for it. Voted against it with his buddy. And then he put out a bill, wanted the Fed in the Senate without any teeth. And they passed that one. But we passed it in the Congress to organize tens of thousands of students to chase after their elected official with a camera and put on YouTube and Facebook and ask them why you wouldn't want to audit the Federal Reserve. And we chased them all. Then, this was in 2009, 2010. We got Rand elected. And then, it was Ron's second run. We were doing incredible. We were winning in Iowa. We were winning all over. And then the media came out and said that Ron's a racist. Over and over and over and over and over. And, we came in like third or something. So I said to us, I'm walking after Ron's campaign, after the RNC. I'm like, hell, I threw my fucking life away. I go, what the hell's going on here? I've been backing these anti-Fed candidates for years because I believe what I'm doing. And I threw my life, I chased away everybody that ever cared about me. Never got married, I'm 60 years old. I threw my life away. These past 30 years since that wave hit me, I've been walking around, yelling at buildings like, what the heck's that book with the windmills? What's the name? Yeah, Don Quixote. I'm yelling at buildings. I got thousands of people to yell at a building. I'm like, wow, you really did something. And then I go to this, you know what? These guys are killing my candidates right before election, 2 weeks before, 3 weeks. I go, I'm just going to make Bitcoin my candidate.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to make Bitcoin. There is no election day. They can't focus their powers.
Yeah.
So I went downtown. I went to the stock market. I said, I want to rent a booth in the New York Stock Exchange. I look at this guy. They just laughed me out. They go, what's Bitcoin? That's for like playing games on the internet. I said, so what? I said, you know what? Screw them. I went right next door, 100 feet, and I found a place big, like 4 times bigger than this place, on the ground floor, and I opened my own exchange. I said, I'm going to open my own exchange. This is 2013. And I'm going to show them what the fuck Bitcoin. I can't curse.
No, you're not supposed to curse.
I'm going to show them what it is. I'm going to show them what it is. I'm just going to do it right in front of them. So I went down there to flip the money changers tables.
Yeah.
With my friend. And we stood there. This gentleman was there. Many over here, I see many faces. Brock was there. And we stood there like Davids in front of the modern day Goliaths, fighting for liberty.
Yeah.
People came to screw us. Can I say that?
Yes.
Every agency. I had lawyers at the door just to like frisk them mentally before they came in. And they're like, oh, you're facilitating exchange, right? It was the first cryptocurrency exchange. I go, no, not. He goes, oh, where are the databases? I go, on the blockchain. I go, what do you mean blockchain? They're on the blockchain. Well, where are the servers? I go, they're all over the place, probably under some kid's bed in Venezuela. Like, what? I said, it's the blockchain, it's decentralized. It has nothing to do with anything. These guys are trading. As a matter of fact, I paid the rent, I paid the salaries, I paid everything. I didn't charge a commission. I even paid for the booze and the food. And I said, this is a monetary revolution. Thank you. And there's a movie banking on Bitcoin. So we had Steve Stockman, Congressman Steve Stockman was there the first day. And he's a friend of mine, and he pushed crypto in the House. They sort of arrested him later and put him in jail. He got out, got a commuted sentence. Maybe we could convert that into a pardon now. And so, you know, we had a couple of meetings here in the Capitol years ago. Ray Paul got us a room, and we had a bunch of senators and congressmen there, a bunch of exchange owners. And it was a little too early. I mean, right now, what's happening, you got to pinch me because I really don't believe what's happening. I think I'm still sleeping. But I don't want to get my hopes up because who knows, maybe the feds are waiting for me outside. As usual. And, and it sounds like it's incredible. We're going to have an incredible, inevitable future. I didn't think of it the way it was just thought of, but yes, the meme coin. Trump pumps out a meme coin.
I know.
And I think that's just, you know, is inviting everybody. I've said it before for over a decade that everyone's going to have their own coin. And then if someone wants your hours, they have to buy your coin for your hours. Because why would you want your hours stored in a dead president's voodoo paper?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
So rise! That's the reality. The reality is we're in a place right now that I thought would come maybe in 40 years or something. I didn't know it was going to be like that, like this. It's a little incredible. It's hard to believe, frankly. And I'm glad I had a little small part in it. How many minutes do I have there?
You should cut it, yeah.
I can cut it now.
Yeah, you can cut it.
I'm glad I had a small part in this. I commend everyone who's here. You're here in the beginning, so don't think that you're late. You're early. Most everyone out there is oblivious to this. Learn about self-custody because, you know, if it's not self-custody, it's not much. It's someone else is still holding it, you know? I mean, that's not why we did this. We want title to our value, right? You want a loyal title to your value. You don't want other entities having control of your stored work across time. Because if other entities have control over your stored work across time, they're going to be hypothecated, they're going to take it from you, they're going to sue you for it, they're going to fine you for it. If they know it exists, they're going to come after it. The more people think you got, the more people are going to come after you and try to get it. Take it from me, I know about it. So I commend everybody. This is our time. My father was a very brilliant man. He told me, "Firio de Guinese and Firio de Tros." That means a beast. You'll never become a beast unless you eat beasts. You have to eat beasts to become a beast. These, I can't curse, these people that have controlled us over the centuries, decades, centuries, millennia, these groups, whatever, bankers, central bankers, not even bankers, central bankers, have stolen our work. They've worked our ancestors into the ground.
Yeah.
And we have this small window of opportunity to protect humanity. And it's up to each and every one of you to rise up to this occasion right now. You're not going to have another chance. If we blow it, it's over. They're going to come out with a central bank digital currency. Oh, you're in this room, you're not going to be able to eat for a month? You're talking to me, you're really screwed. You're going to have to do AI deprogramming, re-education on your smartphone. Look at your micro expressions, make sure that They believe that you believe that they're fine. You're not gonna be able to drive your car because you got too much carbon credit. There's central bank digital currencies that are probably gonna show up. They're gonna show up in other countries. Trump said he's not gonna do it. But you know what? There's a time limit to Trump too, you know? He's not a spring chicken anymore. So it's up to each and every one of us to fight and stand tall. We were always right. I knew I was right. When my peers back in the day said, "What the heck are you doing? What are you doing? It's Bitcoin. You crazy? That's for drug dealers." That's what I go, "Listen, you don't know what the heck it is. You go study it for a month. You figure it out. You come back here and talk to me, because right now you don't know what you're talking about. You just have some kind of feeling that was given to you by repetition from some stupid news sites that the octopus is typing on the teleprompter. You ever see that video with all the reporters saying the same thing at the same time? The Federal Reserve probably is typing that out. I don't know. I saw this thing and it sent me off. And I thought I threw my life away, but apparently I didn't. Thank you very much, folks.
Great, Nick Bello.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
My dear.
The great Nick Spanos right there. I'll tell you what, I can't stress enough. We're gonna hit the batteries on this, guys. I can't stress enough what a major significant move it was for Trump to drop that meme coin last night. He basically just licensed everyone to do it. I mean, he just went on his Twitter and dropped it. It's absolutely amazing. So we're gonna keep this this going. I have the Digital Chamber of Commerce. How many people have heard of the Digital Chamber of Commerce? Right? Digital Chamber of Commerce. Carrie Employee done an amazing job. Right? He's done an amazing job. Digital Chamber of Commerce. We reached out to the Digital Chamber, and they were very nice to us, and they helped us out. We're extremely grateful and proud to put that together. So I have a panel here. It's going to be led by Marist, who is Marist Badcock, who is with the Digital Chamber. Please welcome to the stage Marist Badcock. Kenny Lee. Where's Kenny Lee? Kenny Lee, there he is. Kenny Lee with Manta. I don't know if you guys, the Manta Labs. I don't know if you guys look at that thing. That thing's going. That thing is going. We have Nick Spanos back to the stage. I told him not to go far. He's talking to other Greeks. He's just talking to the Greeks, so I get it. Anton Glatzer, who's with Del Norte. And I also, is my friend in here, Andre? Is Andre in here?
Yeah, Andre's outside. You want to go get him?
Tell Andre to get his butt out here.
Right here.
Andre. This is Andre Soriano. Something like that. So, and just so you know, this is Melania's personal fashion advisor.
Designer.
Streaming.
Yeah. Greg? Greg Chu. Yes. All right. You're on there. Yeah, you're on. Okay. All right. Maris, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I'm Maris. I work at the Digital Chamber. The Digital Chamber, if you guys don't know, we are the largest and oldest digital asset trade association here in Washington, DC. We've been working for over a decade to represent crypto, digital asset focused companies on Capitol Hill. So we've got our work cut out for us this coming year. I don't think my team is going to be sleeping, but we're very excited to be celebrating this monumentous occasion with all of you. Do you guys, I think everyone, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves to everybody. I'm going to pass the mic now.
And just real quick. I forgot to give what the panel discussion was, right? Panel discussion on the future of work, technology, blockchain, and innovation.
Thank you, Bruce.
Hey everyone, I'm Kenny. I'm a co-founder of Manta Network, which is one of the largest scaling solutions existing on Ethereum today. Really excited to be here because I have a lot of friends who are builders, who are founders, and a lot of which are building many of the projects that you guys know and hopefully love today. And it's really great to be helping them represent a transition back to the US, because over the past 4 years, right? Like there's been a migration of talent, a migration of innovation, leaving the borders. But now we're starting to see this transition back over to the States, especially with the new leadership. And so really excited to be here. Fun, controversial fact about myself that may or may not fly in this room is that when Gary Gensler was a professor at MIT prior to becoming the chairman of the SEC, I was his teaching assistant for all of his crypto courses.
I think you heard my story. I remember with Digital Chamber, Fury did her first training session at my Bitcoin Center. Back in it's 2014, right? 10 years ago, 15. And trained all the lawyers and stuff. But that was fun. Yeah, I think you heard my whole story there. I'm the official.
Hi, my name is Anton Watson. I'm CEO and founder of the Monster. And what we do is we digitize and tokenize governments. Okay. When I turned 14, my father was assassinated, and his brother forged all the deeds to all the properties that we owned, and it took us years to get everything back. Unfortunately, not everybody is as lucky as we are. My wife's grandfather used to be one of the largest landowners in Honduras, and over the years, due to natural disasters and old-fashioned property theft, he lost over half his properties. I built my company, Del Norte, on the notion of creating wealth and security for the people. We have worked with multiple governments in Latin America to create pilot programs to show how you can take documents like deeds, titles, IDs, convert into NFTs, and provide the same security of the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other networks, which have never been hacked, to your own personal data. Now, I'm proud to announce that we are expanding in El Salvador nationally, and over the course of the next 3 years, we will have the entire country tokenized.
Wow.
We're also expanding, hopefully soon, in the United States with multiple pilots across various states. And in the next couple of years, you won't need to know how to code. You'll just use AI to create tokenized communities with microeconomies. So think about the wildfire in LA. A celebrity will be able to tokenize everybody who was affected, put out on their social media signal, and then everybody who donates the money will go directly to their whitelisted wallets, and the people affected by the disaster will get the money directly to them. Yeah. Minus 10% fees. Versus today, if you donate to one of these organizations, maybe the people who are affected get 10% less. So that is what we're doing here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andre Soriano, and I'm truly grateful to be here and be part of the crypto MAGA movement. And migrated from the Philippine Islands back in 1986. I'm a proud American, and thanks to my mother Josephine, brought us here to America she's here. That's my mother Josephine. Thank you, mother. She wants us to have a great life, so I'm not be able to achieve as a fashion designer because of America. There's no place in planet Earth that is great as America. So I'm so happy that I'm surrounded with so many distinguished guests, and I'm just really proud to be here. And I guess we're gonna make America fabulous and great again.
Hi, Greg Chu, not an American, but then arguably your war of independence was actually a civil war, and my side lost, but we'll be very happy that we were to have a different settlement that made the United Kingdom part of America. So if Donald Trump's offering Canada an out, maybe he should start offering the United Kingdom one. So a little bit like Nikos was talking earlier, I'm a professional windmill jouster, Kraken wrestler. I've spent 24 years toward the objective of the economic emancipation of humanity. I have done so a little bit like Nikos with the certainty that you cannot stop a man who refuses to be put down. As long as you put one foot in front of the other, you are unbeatable. The choice, it's all choice. This is stoicism at work. It is a choice to bend down. It is a choice to take, it is a choice to be weak. It is a choice to be strong. That's the choice that you make. And now, what have we done? We've built an actual blockchain that actually works, minting real money that really works. And that's just the beginning. We've built a marketplace called Quid Pro Quo, completely disintermediated. If blockchain worked, this would have existed 15 years ago. It doesn't. That's what we built, and that's what we've done to prove it. Completely disintermediated marketplace where you will log on and transact without any logins, any passwords. It is restitution of data, of assets, and money to the individual. It is the beginning of the internet, beginning of emancipation of humanity. Because right now, the Jewish bit between money inflation and CPI and price index, that has to change. We are, as a people, we are being debased. We are enslaved. All of this has got to change. This panel is about the transition from an economy in which our work and our lives and our expertise are debased and devalued into one in which they have value. And where those of us who don't have all of the assets that the transmission of money supply has allowed to escape that problem, our time, our expertise can become worth something. Our creativity, it becomes the value. I mean, right now in the economic system we have, not only do we have the taxation of money supply, we also have the taxation that we have a fragmented economy, and the control factors between those fragments and the controlling in those fragments makes all the money. They socialize the risk and they privatize the profit. Our creativity, our humanity. Nobody ever got up in the morning and said, today, Matthew, I'm going to send out 50 invoices, 22 emails, and reconcile a whole ledger. That never happened. Nobody ever got up and said that. We are more than that as human beings. And this whole movement, I think, is about recognizing that and making it possible for an economic system to evolve that honors that. Nice.
Hot mic pass. All of you guys have incredible backgrounds. These are the kinds of stories that we need to take to Capitol Hill and get in front of lawmakers to help them understand this technology. Like I said earlier, we've been working for over a decade to help lawmakers understand, and it is still quite a long road. Obviously, this past election has been a very loud and effective one, but those are the stories they need to hear. They need to understand the impact of this. One of the questions I have is we all have this Christmas wish list for the incoming administration. What is the number one policy each of you would like to see changed to make your work, your jobs, your passions more effective in this space?
Yeah, that's a great question because I don't think there's any singular answer when you asked it. You know, and things probably popped up into my head. I guess taking the perspective of, thinking from the Web3 builder side, I think one of the biggest lacking pieces of innovation and regulation right now is any type of regulatory clarity. And so I think that instead of, necessarily taking back any type of regulation, compliance and laws, instead fostering new innovation through sandboxes on the state level, I think that would be tremendously helpful for burgeoning a lot of the new talents that's coming into the crypto space following this upcoming administration. I say this because a lot of my friends in the space, right, the builders here, they're in New York, they're in San Francisco, they're in California, right, state level, they're in Florida, they're in Texas, right? There are these pockets of innovation hubs, but ultimately what ends up happening is that all the innovation exits the United States because of this lack of regulatory clarity, which I believe also goes back to education. And so I think that if we can have some type of understanding, education, and thereby, more clarity around everything on the state level, that can foster a lot of innovation and bring a lot of that talent back home. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Well, yeah, we got to abolish the IRS,
Yes.
Department of Education.
Yeah.
Well,
Say it louder.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
But I think one of the big things is, the KYC rules, laws, whatever, they haven't been around for a long time, and they're making us believe that, oh, you gotta give me this, you gotta give me that, we gotta think about this, we gotta know where's you getting money, where did the person who gave you the money get it from? I've had those questions. I got thrown out of a dozen banks easy early on, and everyone was asking, and even now, I mean, throughout the world, the SWIFT system, and we have this power because we have SWIFT, and all the countries around the world don't want to get grade listed on the SWIFT network because they lose all the money. Like in Nigeria, they got grade listed money, they got blacklisted from it, and they couldn't use SWIFT, so they all adopted Bitcoin, and it happens to be the fastest growing adoption, the highest adoption rate of all time. That was a shame. So the KYC rules, I think, are really destroying everything. And they say, oh, it's because of terrorism, it's because of this. No, it's not. I mean, these banks, these central banks, the SWIFT network, and all these things that we've been led to believe, these antiquated systems we've been led to believe are put there for our safety. Like Ben Franklin, if you could trade safety for liberty, you're not going to have either. Which is that way. So what happens is, so let me give you Africa, for instance. So in Africa, the banks that send a wire intra-Africa, one country to the other, you're going to get charged 20, 25, 30% just to send money from in the banking system across a border there, right? So they're like, oh, maybe the African banking system is bad. They have old computers, old phone lines, and speed of electricity is 186,000, 2.3 miles per second. It's much slower. And but then you say to yourself, well, they came out with M-Pesa, one of the first digital currencies. That wasn't, it's not a blockchain, it was whatever. And they have it in 8 different countries, but you can't send from one country to the next M-Pesa, right? You gotta stay within your country. So, well, what's going on with that? If they have all the technology, what's going on with that? So recently, Binance, see if you got invested in the life, gave $4 billion. Because that's gonna fix everything. I don't get it. Like, get us $4 billion. And we'll only give you a month in jail. So CZ has to turn over control of Binance to the federal regulator oversight or something, an overlooking party from the US here, even though he's a Singaporean citizen. And what happens is the first thing they do is block peer-to-peer transactions intra-Africa. One country in Africa to the other on Binance cannot do peer-to-peer trades. So you gotta think about that, right? What the heck is that? That's these people, they're crazy. They're blocking, they're holding Africa down. They have all the natural resources in the world. Their kids have to export themselves to get a job. They gotta become a doctor, they gotta come over to New York and become a cab driver. So you can get somebody. They have gold under there. If they dig a little bit, they have gold coming out of the ground. But to send the wire, they gotta send it to Europe or the United States first to get it back to one of their own countries. So this thing is by design. They control the money by design. And these are the people that have forced and imposed their rules on our perspective of the world, and it kept us living under our own rock that they created with these voodoo pieces of paper that we're supposed to believe have value. And where'd you get that money? Who gave it to you? Who gave it to them? Who gave? Oh, we don't think that's right. Oh, you deposited. Biden made it $600 to report instead of $9,000. I don't know if you guys know that. So not $600, a little too much. $601, a little too much for you guys to handle, even though you can't buy a burger with it anymore.
Preach.
When I started off my project, nobody believed that this would be possible. In fact, Nick, when I told him about it back in, I think 2018, right? He laughed at it too. So no government would ever accept this. So now I think certainly with yesterday Trump announcing and launching his coin, which is I think up now 15,000%.
Oh, yeah.
How much?
Insane.
16,000.
60?
16,000.
Oh, 16, yeah. Okay, so it was 15 an hour ago. Just wanted to check. We're launching our coin, and that one is actually right there. And we're backed by governments, like multiple governments endorsed and everything like that. And we worked countless hours with attorneys, spent a stupid amount of money on this stuff to make sure it's all legal and everything. And still, you know, you make one wrong word, you make one wrong move in the United States, and you go to jail because you solicited investors and stuff like that. And it's not, all of this is designed not for the billionaires. It's designed for regular people to stay out of the system. Because if you're an accredited investor, you can invest into anything. It's assumed that you're smart enough to know the risk. And if you're not, well, then you are locked out of the system completely. Because you're too poor, too stupid, at least according to the government. Which is why all of these regulations and all of these rules, and I think what is it, 40,000 IRS agents that they hired? There's only like 2,000 billionaires in the whole world. So is it what, 20 IRS agents per billionaire? Because only like half of them live in the United States. And the six
got 60 agents on me.
he gets bulk of the IRS agents.
28. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And the $600 rule, if you do more than $600 of transactions in you get paid in like PayPal or one of these, you know, the Shopify stores or whatever, more than $600, you have to report it to the IRS. How many billionaires do you know who do under $600 of transactions a year? So yeah, it's not designed for them. It's designed for everybody else. But hopefully now, with this new administration, that will change. And projects like mine and like many others will be able to actually thrive and really create wealth for the common people. Because, you know, the only thing that's stopping us from doing this is a very small swath of individuals who are getting paid by another small group of individuals to make sure that everybody else is not able to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me buy some now. It's not traded.
BT? No.
Tell us
Yeah.
your story, baby. Come on.
One of the fabric in society is children, and I'm gonna be working with the Board of Education for our new administration for President Trump. I'm really excited. The thing that I'm talking about is about having sewing machines back in our classrooms.
Yes.
I wouldn't be the fashion designer that I am today because when I first moved from America, to America from the Philippines, I was 15 years old and I took sewing classes and I took interest in being a fashion designer. And the principal of Milpitas High School said, "Why don't we have a fashion show for these young kids?" And I'm like, out of 5 kids, I was the only boy, and I think like.
Are you stillborn?
Excuse me. So I made this dress. It's a green, crushed green velvet boat neck with a bell lace sleeve black and a little peekaboo on the belly and on the waist and then below the knee. And there's this lady. Imagine I was 15 years old. I just moved from the Philippines. They called me a foul. I'm like, what's that though? Fresh off the boat. I'm like, I took the plane here. So anyway, make the long story short, there's this lady. It's like, Andre, how much is that dress? I'm like, $50. And that from then I'm like, oh my God, I guess I can make a living out of being a designer, you know, at an early age. So I've been talking to a lot of Congresswomen Barbara, we have Senator Cyphers that just got, sworn in. And I'm so fortunate to meet a lot of, influential people for our great nation. And the thing that I'm gonna fight for and work on is, like I said, bring sewing machines back in our classrooms all across America. And because before, when I first moved there was the cooking class, there was, woodworking, how to fix your car, and now people are just like on their phone all the time. I love technology, don't get me wrong. But when there's no energy and everything collapses, there's no sense of survival. And that we need that. And, most importantly is the children, that we need to educate our children. Like I said, I would probably like just hang out with my homie smoking pot if I didn't learn how to sew. So it kind of like got me away from getting myself into trouble. So, that being said, that's the things that I'm gonna fight for and work on is bringing sewing machines back in President Trump's administration.
Okay, so I clearly have no vote at this, but I wish I did. What I'd like to see is Donald Trump really do something incredibly brave. I would like him to end fractional banking. It is one of the worst forms of monetary inflation going. And I would like him to redefine money exactly as JP Morgan did with the benefit of Satoshi's insight. The fabulous insight that he had was that it doesn't need to be gold that is mined out of the earth, that we can prove that you've extracted a finite resource at a cost of risk, etc. It can also be a cryptographic puzzle. If we can do those two things, but I'll settle for just the last actually, because it's not a commodity. Real money is not a commodity. Real money is not an asset in the context that excludes everybody else from participation. That said, I think the industry itself is far more guilty of malfeasance than regulators, and I'll explain. Layer 2s are re-centralizations of the square rules, the proof of concept. Proof of concept for smart contracts on chain was Ethereum. It will never and can never evolve. It has failed to move beyond being a proof of concept. But so much money was invested in rearranging the deck chairs on the the Titanic as to who was going to be the new Shanghai billionaires. And then they pushed this agenda that layer 2 was the solution. Let's re-centralize operations without the grace of regulation, oversight, or auditing in order to facilitate this failed proof of concept. The same thing is happening with Bitcoin. This idea that ordinals, that you can have smart contracts on Bitcoin. No, you can't. None of these things are true. They are all re-centralizations of operations. So this is where we are in the world. We have a world in which all of our economic infrastructure is just that. There is no resource there. Blockchain mimicked exactly that. And what it has sought to do with layer 2 is re-centralizations. Layer 0 is the most egregious of them all. It's okay, so we have all this fractured infrastructure. Let's now be the ones who connect it and control that market. It's all control. Everybody is frightened of doing what we've done. Building an open resource there with zero governance for the whole world to use. You talk about Binance in Africa. In my profile on QPQ, my team wrote a joke profile for me. It says, Greg is a professional windmill jouster, Kraken wrestler, never met a task he didn't think could be overcome by sheer hard work, and has driven bakkies, which is Afrikaans for a pickup truck. All the places in Africa that trust fund babies point out when they talk about banking the unbanked. I've been there. I've talked to the people there. I know what they need. They need equitable access to markets, equitable access to finance. You give them those two things, they're the most entrepreneurial people in the world, they'll burst out. Why does finance have an issue? Because it's seeking to re-centralize in order to control and profiteer from those connections. That's why. You look at the Gajumaru, it's deliberately designed to create an open core resource layer for the world that nobody owns, nobody governs, nobody controls. Even the wallets, we built them from scratch. There are no logins and no passwords. It uses grids. You log in with optical exchange of information between secure enclaves.
Wow.
Why? Because that way, anybody can trade with anybody else.
Yeah.
We built a marketplace called Quid Pro Quo. What do you do on there? Quid Pro Quo, this for that. You literally can trade in anything. We will not allow you to trade in children. There is a degree at which we have some, what's the word?
Ethics.
No, not that. They're driven by this. It's when you decide that certain things can't list. Editing of some description. Forgive me, the word has escaped me. But we don't actually act as an intermediary. We don't sit there saying, oh, well, we sit in the middle of every transaction. No, that doesn't happen. It is between people. This is a marketplace for goods and services for people anywhere in the world to transact with one another. You know, you're talking about kids going back to sewing. I'm talking about an economy in which everybody is actually valued for the work that they do, that they benefit from the work they do. So where can you do that? You can sell your design on quid pro quo, and 99.99% of the money is yours. The transmission costs are so small that that's the reality. That's the way it should be. That's what blockchain was meant to be about, not this re-centralization, not rearranging the deck chairs on the fucking Titanic. Forgive me, but this has made me so angry that I have tortured my family following this through. There are no investors that will ever invest in a thing where you say, no, we will control nothing. Why? Because we want the world to move to a whole different era where your work, your endeavor, your risk are yours, not taxed by all the people that deliberately fragmented infrastructure. All of that infrastructure is stopping us from actually benefit from.
Getting fired up over here.
10 years. Sorry about swearing. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
So I think we have to wrap it up quickly, but I want to ask one last question, and then of course, we're all gonna be here. You guys, please, like, find each other and chat, but 10 years from now, we won't have the current administration that we have. A lot can change in 10 years. What is your, ideal utopia scenario? What do you see the world looking like?
Let's go. Do I have to take this one again first? Go for it. There's a mic right there.
You're first.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, so, I think being in the whole blockchain space for over a decade now, you see that you can't really figure out what it's going to look like 10 years from now, let alone 3 months from now, because things are shifting so quickly. But I guess one of the reasons why I got into this space in general is because, my personal view is there is a time and a place for borders. There is a time and a place for governments, regulators, but we are quickly transitioning beyond, our natural borders that we've had for most civilized humanity. And transitions like this have come as a result even before blockchain, even before Bitcoin, right? With the age and introduction of the internet and bringing the internet to, massive adoption for the entire world. I think that government itself is not necessary in all aspects of everyday activity anymore. And so as a result, right, like what I would like to see 10 years from now is a world where, yes, government still has to, do good for the greater benefit of society, but on the individual level, we're able to transact, we're able to interact with much more individual freedom. And I think that freedom comes in the form of this type of self custody of assets, self custody of identity, and that all happens on chain.
So I usually give the dystopian side, so I think it could become this, or if each and every one of you don't do what you're supposed to do, like I said before, what's gonna happen is, hopefully we make it to the inauguration and he makes it, and we make it. It was very, I can't believe that, It's hard for me, I'm a polarity mismatcher. I take everything, I look at everything the other way around first for a while and argue with everyone for a long time before I can agree with anything. So, and I can't agree with reality that is either. So what's gonna happen? If we make it past here, we're gonna have, and we have 4 years, and an incredible 4 years, and everything gets decentralized and blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think something bad's gonna happen maybe, and then we're gonna lose where we're at because these people don't wanna lose their power. They have a lot of power all over the world. Many generations, they don't wanna lose that. They have their foothold and everything, so they're gonna probably pump out some other virus. Someone's gonna take that shot. Then, I don't know, maybe everyone's gonna take that, get that, neural link later, because if you have a neural link, you're gonna make 10 times more money, so we're gonna borrow money to get the neural link. Then the neural link, someone's gonna hack the neural link or something, and then they're gonna make us into like zombies. The people who have the neural link, and if they see someone that's a crypto person, they're gonna chase after you, try to kill you. And that's how they get their excitement, because they can do anything to connect the endorphins properly. And we'll be running in the woods somewhere, hiding. I mean, all that can happen. Or you can bust your ass and promote this thing and stand tall like we're supposed to, because we've always been right. I've known it. I don't care what anyone else said. I knew it as a computer scientist and cryptographer. I've known it. And, we've been blessed with this little window of opportunity, but it's up to us. It's up to each and every one of you to help perpetuate an inevitable, incredible future. Or Walking Dead. You're gonna be chasing after you. It's not yours. Either you're gonna go with the carrot or the stick. I'll give you both. That's what's gonna happen. They'll both happen. Just focus on the good one.
Historically, every fiat currency has gone down to nothing.
Yeah.
If you look at Dow Jones from just 50 years ago, I think only one company is still there. It's all new companies now. So the reality is, I'm not as doom and gloom as Nick is. We vote with whatever currency we use every day. It's not just casting a ballot for Trump or whoever once every 4 years. Every time you go shopping, you vote. Every time you buy something, you're paying this or you're paying that. You don't like Facebook? Don't use their products. You don't like Google? Don't use their products. There is a lot of alternatives, and now it's easier than ever, especially with AI. They can just literally just talk and their code will be for you. So I do think the future is a lot brighter than you think. I've seen it, I'm building it. And I do think people eventually, like in the UK, will be comfortable enough to make that switch in places that are not as free as our country. They will be uncomfortable enough to make that switch. And even in places like North Korea, they still get pockets of the internet. So information is still very accessible everywhere. You might have to search for it a little bit harder in some places, but it's very doable and it's not that difficult anymore. And with cryptocurrencies, I mean, all you need is smartphone, which I think that's 95% penetration around the world at this point. So yeah, whoever builds a better mousetrap, that's who's gonna win the race.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, America is the greatest country in planet Earth, and the future is brighter than ever. It's so amazing that the global community is so excited for President Trump to be our leader, because without America, we are the greatest example of the global community. Commerce. We have Elon Musk. He's so fascinating. If I have a chance, I'll ask him, can we have the first fashion show in Morse, please? So anyway, that being said, it's really exciting. 10 years from now, our country is healing. We are all Americans, and it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I think they tried to kill President Trump so many times, and like I said, we're a country under God. You can even see that on the dollar bill. It says, "In God we trust." So we're all in God's hands now. So everything is so exciting, and the future is brighter than ever. So I'm just like I said, I am so proud to be an American. and God bless America.
So ashamed of being English and Irish. 10 years from now, I hope J.D. Vance, who I believe to be a very good man, is in power. I think Trump has the ability to be the vanguard, if you forgive the use of the word, because I know it comes with lots of negative connotations as well, but the person who takes all the daggers that allows him to build a better world for all of us thereafter and lead that. America leads it. So the EU SSR should by then have dissolved, and hopefully people begin to value liberty in places other than the Anglosphere. The Civil War in Britain will be finished, and it will be now making up the 52nd, 53rd, and 54th states of America. Wish list can keep going, but I think that'll do.
I thank you guys so much for joining me today. I really appreciate your thoughtful insight. All of you here have a voice. If you don't know where to start, if you don't know how to get in front of your lawmaker or your regulator, please come talk to me or Chris from my team. This is what we do. But I wanted to give a big round of applause for all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Let me tell you what those 25 days putting this together. Like Bruce and Kevin and Perry Ann, when we got together with the president and this young lady, they trusted us. We're not the multi-billionaires, we're us. And someone asked the question, how's this gonna get done? By us.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Look, this guy wasn't supposed to be elected. Shot a couple times. Popular vote.
That's right. Right.
Everybody, Hispano, Blanco, everybody.
Yeah.
That's the message. If I lost Cuba, I told you 65 years ago, I haven't been to Cuba. It's our job. Look at this beautiful room. Yesterday she went, Joy Villa, went to a beautiful crypto conference. I got crypto ball. I bought crypto inaugural ball 10 months ago. They bought it December 27th. What could I have done? Cease and desist? No. It's about bringing it together. But what we're having here, let me tell you, experiencia religiosa. This is spiritual. Happening. And that's what we're all about.
That's right.
Body, mind, and soul. The only thing that transcends is the spirit.
That's right.
So here, we're all inspired. It comes from in spirit. But I want to thank you and your team as the Miami Greco Chamber of Commerce president, founder, and servant for having trust in us, because most people don't do that. So trust, respect, communication, admiration.
That's right.
I have that towards you. What are you gonna do? Get it done.
That's right.
We haven't gone to the bathroom. We haven't eaten. No one's complained. Why? Because we got food for the soul.
Oh.
Seguimos. Picture, where's that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna have you say something.
Yes, let's go.
Okay, everybody, a quick picture there.
Don't leave, because I want everything's podcast also what you're living.
Good. You got it. Look at here 1 second. Ready? Let's look at here 1 second. Everybody. All right. And now with the organizers.
Ooh la la, that's very Floriano.
You like fashion? Everybody, well, you got seats. Let's go. You might grab a bottle of coffee. Let's go. Steph, where's?
Ready?
Can you get up?
Okay, guys, let's go.
Ready? Stay there. 1, 2. Ready?
Ready, guys?
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The crazy one. And stay there. Stay there. 1 second. I have an idea.
Hey, Sophie, you're not gonna get in there?
Settings. 1 second. So what I want to do is everybody that is here, I'm gonna go like this, like it's going to be crazy, and I want everybody to scream at the count of 3, like
MAGA-MAHA! And everybody start there and see, okay? Like, but we need to make it look like it's incredible, okay? So, we need to make it like it's like the stadium, Madison Square Garden, we're showing.
Let's go, guys.
Awesome, guys. What are we, we have a mic going on. Is our mic working here, right? I know. Hey, supply, we got supply here. Okay, amazing. I have a very special guest actually in the room. And then we're going to go on to the next panel, which is also a very amazing panel. But at events like this, you bring people from all over the world together, and it's just a basic thing. Oh, I also wanted to tell everybody, while they're up here taking photos, you can hit the QR code if you see these things laying around and join the WhatsApp group. Okay, we have a WhatsApp group. Please join that.
Yeah, that's important.
It is. You guys can hop in the WhatsApp group. As well, the ball is tomorrow night. Meet us at the ball. It will be absolutely amazing. You can ask if you need any information on that. Ask me. Find Sophia, Eric. Ask the big guy here.
DC
My brother David. DCinaugural.com. We have a couple to our amazing panels. Can I hop in there too? Yeah, get in there. Let's go.
So, George, cuéntame tu experiencia hacer este evento en DC.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Bang, you got it. We have quite a few people from that are here, and all the way from the former always in the UK, former UK MP for 10 years. She is the chair of the UK US Crypto Alliance. Set up the first crypto group in the UK. We're gonna give her a few minutes. Have some words with us. Please welcome to the stage, Lisa Cameron. Woo!
Thank you so much, and how wonderful to be with you on this stage. Well, what to say, it's amazing to be here with you all, making America great again. It's something that gives us great optimism. I was the first, in 2015, I was the first psychologist to be elected to the UK Parliament. And goodness knows we need more of those now in the UK Parliament. Don't we all agree? And during that time, I think they thought I had gone a bit crazy because I said, we're going to start a cryptocurrency group in the Parliament. We have many interest groups. Looking at all different subjects and area specialities, but there was no crypto group. And I said, we're going to start this crypto group and we're going to educate the members of Parliament about this new emerging technology that combines blockchain, cryptography, that looks at AI convergence and Web3 and the metaverse and brings it all together, because this is so vital for our Parliament, because this is going to be about the jobs of the future for our children, for next generations. They said, oh, no, we're not doing any of this in the Parliament. This is all a scam. And I said, well, we'll start to look at, that we're not doing it. Went away and did the research, came back and said to the same members of Parliament who said we're not doing it in the UK, well, actually, already 4 million people in the UK are doing it. So how can you say we're not doing it? Now it's 7 million people. By the next election, it will be 10 million. And this will be a massive voter group in the UK. So this cannot be ignored by politicians any longer there. Over 3 years, we brought industry into Parliament to learn about the technology, to learn about what we needed to put in place to try to make us competitive.
Sometimes it was really like hitting my head off a brick wall. It was definitely one step forward, two steps back a lot of the time. And this is what gives me great optimism now, because things are changing in our United States. And when things change in this amazing country, then things change elsewhere. And we're continuing our work, and we're going to build on the work that President Trump and the administration are going to be progressing here. And I'm going to be chairing the new UK-US Crypto Alliance to make sure that we continue to support that work and that we bring the UK towards the future that is digital, is digitalization. Before I only have a few minutes, they said, so before I finish, I want to tell you something that was very poignant for me in the Parliament, because whilst all the people who are so learned, who are there with great expertise, had said, well, we're not doing this. One of the most poignant things was when we brought the Children's Parliament. We have a Children's Parliament in the UK, children who represent their area to the House of Commons. They came in to speak to us. And we had in the room, we had the children aged 7 up to about 14. We had the members of Parliament. We had members of the House of Lords who had been there for a long time, many of them. And the first question that was put to the room was, who understands the metaverse and the blockchain technology? All the children's hands up in the air. Wow. Hardly any MPs had their hands in the air. No members of the House of Lords had their hands in the air. And that's when I realized that we have a digital generation. They're digitally native. And what we've done, what you have done in this election outcome, in the progress that's being made, is that we are able to make sure that these future generations are part of this progress being made, and we're doing it for them. And those children said to us, this is important to us, it can change our education. With some of the technology, we could be immersed at the edge of a volcano. We could be back in Henry VIII's time in his court. We could be there, in an immersive world. But you have to also, as MPs, you have to make it safe for us. And you have to also think about our mental welfare and mental well-being and make sure it's balanced. So as MPs, we have a great opportunity to help children to create the innovation and the future and to build on the work that President Trump will be doing and make sure that the UK and the EU and other areas of the world will be part of that journey in a positive way. And I think that that is something that we need to continue to educate our parliamentarians on. They're not all with us yet on this journey, but we have to keep working to make sure that they are. And certainly I know I have friends in the room here today, and I feel, for all of my journey and for everyone thinking I was crazy at the start, I feel great optimism that we can see how vital this is. The children can see it, and President Trump can see it. So we're working together to make this happen, to make America great again, but also to make the world great again. Thank you very much.
First, Joyce, just a couple of words, real quick. Tell us a little bit about.
She's on the next panel.
I'm on the next panel.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's like,
I don't know, Brad.
The great Joy. I was like, I have to be on this panel, guys. Joy's on it. She's cool. Okay, the next panel here is the panel discussion, the MAGA effect on crypto. How high are we going to go? I'll tell you what, Solana is pumping pretty hard right now because, of course, Trump's meme coin is on there. Please welcome to the stage Gerald Gallagher. Give him a hand, folks. Gerald Gallagher. Gennaro Di Urso. Myself, I'm going to just be part of the panel.
Yeah.
And this panel is going to be led by Christopher Plank, also with the Digital Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Don't mind the next one. It's fine. I'll.
On this panel.
Okay, perfect.
Well, thank you guys for being here. I think very briefly, why don't we give like a 15-second background for each of you so that people know where we're coming from when we're speaking. I am from the Chamber of Digital Commerce. I did our national security policy work as well as our Bitcoin and energy working groups.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gennaro Durso. I'm a scientist. I'm a professor, an entrepreneur, and I've worked on medical treatments for folks for many years. And I'm here sort of representing the vision that we all, I think, share for MAHA and how we can make America healthy again.
Awesome. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon. What an amazing time to be alive. This is wild. So my name's Joy Villa. I am a singer, an influencer. I am a film producer and actress. Wearer of dresses by Andre Soriano created this amazing gown. And I'm very known for, kind of starting conversations in very controversial spaces. So I worked on the president's campaign in 2017, 2018, 2019. And I'm just so happy to be here, part of this illustrious panel. I'm an investor, I'm into crypto. So it's very exciting for me. I've been into crypto since 2016. So this is awesome that the crazy people are starting to get seen as valid, right? So, yeah. Nice. Very good. Woo, woo.
Hey everyone.
No, it's not working. All right. I guess we.
Thanks. Hey everybody, I'm Gerald Gallagher. I'm counsel at State Labs. We're a layer one blockchain. We do parallelization of the EVMs, so not one of those centralized layer twos. So we were talking about on the earlier channel. Background. So I was prior to this, prior to jumping into crypto, back in 2021 full time. I kind of dabbled around, but I was a VC in sort of fintech and healthcare, healthy regulated industries. I'm really excited about what's happening in space.
Amazing. It was mine.
Thanks.
Bruce Porter Jr., we've been at it for quite a while. Amazing to put an event like this together and short notice. Hats off to everybody involved in the team and everybody who came and put it all together. I got into Bitcoin a very long time ago. Bitcoin was $70.
Oh my gosh, what?
It has been a heck of a ride. We've been around the world a number of times. My brother right here, my trusted brother, has been around the world with me a number of times. We'll head to Hong Kong next month. We don't travel quite as much as we used to, but that could change. We'll see. And super excited, as a lot of people have talked about, Trump dropping this meme coin. That is like, it just took the chains off. Like, what are you going to do? Charge the president with dropping a security gun, So there you go, guys. It's the wild west.
West.
Yeah, thank you. Is this working? Great. So I think to set the stage, I mean, that's sort of a great indicator of where things may be headed from a couple of perspectives, but really to set the stage, when I've been talking with folks about what is going on, how things are morphing and changing, even just over the last 2 months before the Trump administration has come into office, I've described it to folks as being 179 degrees different than it was. And it's to set the stage, every position of consequence in the administration so far, Treasury Secretary, Commerce Secretary, SEC chair, the folks that are being talked about for the CFTC chair, and several others at least, they all have a pro-blockchain, pro-crypto bend interest background. And so that sets the stage for the discussion we're having now. And I say 179 degrees different because there were a couple of glimmers in the last administration and a few folks that we knew in particular that were working not seemingly cross purposes with the industry in general. And so I've described to folks when people have asked me, it almost feels surreal, the situation we're in now compared to what it was 2 months ago, a year ago. And so given that there are a lot of parameters around where things could go over the next year, 2 years, and potentially beyond that, depending on how elections shake up. But I'm curious, we have some kind of very broad factors that other folks have talked about, the market structure bill that will give potentially clarity around what is a security, what's a commodity. The strategic Bitcoin reserve possibility. I'm curious what you guys think, if you have any insight into that, the possibility of that. In my mind, that can be might be the largest driver and maybe the largest wild card in where things could go. Gerald, I know you have some interesting opinions, please.
Yeah, I think, no, it's a really interesting place to start. I think, yeah, on the heels of this meme coin, we're kind of just in like uncharted waters here, in a lot of ways, which is very exciting. And a little scary in some other ways. I think like the sort of the thing that the industry has been dealing with, and I'm based here in DC, for the last 2 years is just like loss after loss after loss after loss. Like we're just getting like beaten down. And the election and I think kind of not only at the presidential level, but like all across, the Senate, the House, like, a lot of wins. And right now we're in this position of like the dog has caught the card, right? Like, so there's a big, like vibes are extremely high, like extremely high. And now we have to figure out as an industry how to capture all this energy and like point it in the right direction. And so someone, sort of gave like a doomsday scenario earlier in the day, and I don't necessarily think that. I think for the industry specifically, not for like broader humanity, there are a lot of different ways that this could go wrong. And so I think what we really want to focus on over the next few months is, we have an administration who is clearly open to working with us. I think that's fantastic. We have treatment of assets that's going to change. We have precedents being set at the highest levels, right? What does it mean that the president just launched a meme coin? I don't know. And so, the fact that, family members are invested in a DeFi enterprise, right? Like I've been using a bad joke from a regulatory perspective. And by the way, none of this is financial advice. All my views are my own. But, the joke is that, okay, well, if World Liberty is doing it, then that's a good kind of guidepost to follow, just in terms of the rest of the industry trying to figure out what we're going to do. And then I'll just say on like the sort of like how high, I think last time I checked, there's a little funky math in terms of like how you actually value a meme coin, but it was something like $20 billion, like, fully diluted market cap for a meme coin. That's absurd. That's like a very large company. And the point of a meme coin is that there actually is no company. Like that's the underlying principle of this term meme coin, is that there is no business plan. There is no underlying sort of objective. And so the fact that, we have a market that's valuing that at $20 billion is a very interesting indicator of like where we're going to go. So from my kind of like traditional finance background, you look at things like cash flows and pro forma financial statements, and like, I've seen people on crypto Twitter and things like that say, okay, to get Bitcoin to $200,000, you have to add $1 trillion in market cap, and where does $1 trillion come from and all that stuff. And I think what we can like safely say is that all of that math is just like out the window. Like I don't, and it's what that's going to mean is that there's a lot more volatility. Like I think you should check back in Wednesday on where that coin is trading. But I think it's a really interesting time. Sort of the cap has been kind of taken on, but I think we're also going to see a lot of volatility.
So it's really interesting. So one of the reasons I'm here is because I met Bruce some time ago at Consensus, and Michael Casey invited me to talk within 2 days of meeting me. And I think listening to everyone, it's really interesting, always been interesting to me, is how Bitcoin or crypto or blockchain ties in with health. Because I'm a scientist. I've been a scientist for many, many years. I don't want to say how long. I know my real age. But the reality is that I was driven to help people during COVID. That was one of the things I did. But at the end of the day, it's a bigger picture than that. So looking at the health crisis, we know it's broken. That's obvious. Everyone knows that. How do you fix that problem?
This is important.
So basically, the way we approached it at the time was to say, how do we couple decentralized systems with actually finding treatments that people need. So how do we make those bridges occur? And it was obvious to me that Bitcoin, regardless of the value of the coin, which I did not care about, it was about the value of Bitcoin and how that could be used for a generation of an infrastructure that would work. And this was really under the principles of somebody I really admire, which is Alexander Hamilton, who built our country with the same idea and built a treasury to support it. So Bitcoin has an opportunity, or crypto, to build the infrastructure for new ways of governing. Within the context of a good government, hopefully, we have one now that could do that. So for me, it becomes very exciting. I think we have to all be afraid of dopamine crashes. But bottom line is we keep ourselves level-headed and we really think about the purpose of these systems and how they can do good in the world. So yes, it's great to build a statue. That's great. But can we build a reservoir for clinical trials for people that need treatment so that we can get these things tested, as Bobby Kennedy wants to do, with real science evidence to support it, so that we can improve the lives of many people around the world. And also, of course, in this country where we care the most. But everybody's affected. If we do something, we need to come back to being the innovative country that we've always been. We have to take the lead, as Bobby has said in many of his books. We have to show the world the way to do this. And we all can do that by using our brains collectively and building bridges. So that's what I'm hoping to participate in.
Love that.
This is so awesome to hear what you said, both of you gentlemen, because, so I'm creative and I'm also in fitness and health. So I launched Joyville Fitness, and it's a health and nutrition company. I have 2 of my clients here today, which is awesome. And the purpose of the intersection of, you say, health and crypto, and people might go, what does that have to do with each other, right? But it's about freedom. Everyone in this room, each and every person in this room has a responsibility to invest in their own freedom. And I purposely run my life by the 5 pillars of joy. I'm writing this book too. This is how I run my life: faith, freedom, finance, fitness, and family. And so if you have all of those aligned, you're free. You have joy, right? And really, when you're happy, what does that mean? You're free. No one can tell you, like if you have a 9 to 5 and you're stuck and all your money is invested in the banks and you have to go to work, you have to pay that bill, or your family's not going to eat, is that freedom? No, it's not freedom. But if you can work from anywhere, if you can grab your laptop, if you can do investment strategies, if you can, call your friends and still be making money, kind of sounds like freedom, doesn't it? And now I don't think that Bitcoin and crypto is this quick get rich quick scam. Some people think that. It's not. Bitcoin came on the market 15 years ago. So it's 15 years of trusted rising in the markets, right? And people will be so quick to buy property, but look what happened in Los Angeles. They burned those properties down. So property can be taken away. Items can be taken away from you. I'm not saying don't invest in there. I'm not an investment, professional, but I'm saying if you don't know about cryptocurrency, like I'm creative, right? So I'm not involved in the back end, but I sure as hell am involved in the front end because I get paid through streaming services. So when I hit #1 on Billboard, iTunes, and Amazon in 2017, streaming services took a huge chunk out of my money. If I would have been like some of the other artists back then, I would have used a decentralized platform. I would have been able to get paid quicker and it would have been all my money. So I already cut out the middleman of a recording, company, because I'm self-funded, self-published, right? Self-produced. But what if I could be actually self-funded as in my money doesn't come from the big banks, right? So for any creatives out there, or people are like, this is over my head, it doesn't have anything to do with me, I'll leave it up to Trump, I'll leave it up to the people on stage. This has everything to do with you, right? This has everything to do with the spirit of freedom. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Who reads the Bible here? Amen. So if you don't study this, and it can be overwhelming at first, but I am encouraging you as artists up here to study it. If you're a mom, if you're a dad, if you're a kid, if you're a kid, you probably already know about it, but the next generation is getting smarter. Don't be afraid to be dumb. Don't be afraid to feel dumb, because your greatest gain in this life is knowledge. So knowledge is key. Don't be afraid to learn. What is this? What does this mean? All these terms up here. I mean, a lot of you guys are smart. You probably already know, but I always assume everybody doesn't know, because I'm probably the dumbest person on a lot of things I study. But I'm scrappy. I've got grit, and I say I want to learn it. I don't mind being the dumbest person in the room. In fact, I prefer it, because I want to learn and want to get better. So this is about freedom, and each and every one of you has the power to tap into this freedom.
There you go. And, I'll follow that mic drop. You said a lot of really important things right there. It is about freedom. You heard Nick Stanos talk about it. You hear me talk about it. We've been talking about it around the world for over 10 years now, the monetary revolution. And that was the other part that was so important about Trump dropping the meme yesterday. It wasn't just this or that. It was, boom, mic drop. Hey, Federal Reserve, banking cartel. Guys, the gig is up.
That's right. That's right.
The gig is up.
Woo!
It's never going to be the same again.
That's right.
It will never be the same again. And that's where we're at. And it's such a historic moment. And, you know, Trump, sometimes he'll drive me nuts. I got to be honest. I mean, I've always been a supporter, but he'll drive me nuts sometimes. He probably drives me nuts sometimes too. But man, you know, that was huge. That was massive. Because the banking cartel, it's a shadowy cartel that really controls the country, because they have complete and total control over the monetary policy. You know why Bitcoin went up so high over the last bit? Because they printed up a bunch of money and they bought it all. And they had the power to do it. And that's what we're breaking. And it's not going to be overnight, but we're doing it.
That's right.
I'm gonna pick up a couple of threads that you guys all touched on, and one, this meme coin is a great example. And Jared, what you said, you know, it almost feels like we're entering another Wild West phase of the market where we don't know. Well, right now it seems like there's not a lot that's off limits, to kind of put it generally broadly. And Jared, kind of touching what you said. In general, we need to use our brains, and I'm a little bit concerned that we may that the greedier, more criminal side of humanity will rear its head again in this sort of Wild West stage that we're entering into. And so I see some danger there. I mean, it's just like you said from last night. This coin went from nowhere to whatever it is, 16x. Basically overnight, instantly.
The FTX will happen again. It will happen again.
There'll be winners and losers, and people that are just stepping into it may be harmed, you know, materially. And so that's one thing I'm concerned with. And I think we, as the people that know some of the industry or are helping to onboard people into it and educate lawmakers and constituents in general, that we need the folks to be aware of that, because we have great hope and interest financially, personally, otherwise, but the other side of humanity takes advantage of people whenever they can, and there will be a lot of vulnerable people that see these run-ups and see, hey, Trump, I'm gonna get some of that coin, and you know, the next day it's down 50% or 90%, and they, you know, their hopes and dreams are dashed. And then for the folks who, you know, we talk about the poor and freedom, but they don't have access to some opportunities that registered investors do. They also can least afford to lose $1,000 that they think might turn into 10,000 or 100,000, because any little blip in their income or their savings can really destroy the trajectory of their family. So I'm curious, what you guys think, like in this sort of interim period where some of these regulations and laws and policies are actually being formulated and passed through Congress, or rules made through some of the, or remade through some of the SEC and CFTC, for example. How can we sort of protect the industry and protect new users in this interim?
Yeah, I think it's a super interesting question. I guess the blessing of this industry that we've had over the last few years. And so if you take like traditional tech and everything that's happening in crypto, it's just dramatically compressed from a time scale, right? Like, and so the blessing that this industry has had is that we've had enough money to try pretty much every idea, right? And there's some real reinvention that happens. Like there's a lot of interesting things that happen. Because the flip side of that is the curse is that we've had enough money to try every single idea. And so I think what you said about getting educated and not being afraid to dive into things, the information has never been more accessible than it is in crypto, right? You go back and read the white paper, it's there. You're interested in DAOs, you go read a governance proposal, it's there, it's all laid out. This is all incredibly transparent. And I'll say like also just the boom and bust, crypto is just kind of the next frontier here, right? There's nothing that, you go back, I'll plug a book if you ever, the Devil Take the Hindmost. It's a history of financial speculation. Goes all the way back, like not Dutch tulips, like way further back than that, joint stock companies. They talk about railroads in the 1800s, right? There's wild speculation whenever you have rapid wealth creation. That just happens. And it attracts nefarious characters and that kind of stuff. But the fact that a lot of railroad companies went bust in the mid 1800s doesn't mean that we didn't need railroads, right? And so I think you have to not overly focus on the financialization of everything. You made a really interesting point. I wasn't sure how much we were going to talk about the MAHA component of this, given the panel topic, but SAY is very interested in decentralized science, DeSci. We've got some interesting announcements coming out soon. Very, very bullish on, some of the initiatives that actually could take place. I'll say, like, as someone who was in healthcare, I got very disenchanted with this idea that we're spending more money every single year and our outcomes are getting worse every single year, right? Like, how does that happen? And so, I'll just say, like, the information's there. Even going back to the meme coin, right? You can see in a Phantom wallet that the top 10 holders of that coin own 86% of the supply. That's not an opinion, that's just math, right? So like, what is the outcome of that? Whereas if I go to a decentralized science project where I have an innovative funding model, funding clinical research, I will say we're still bridging the gap between like the FDA clearance timeline and the liquidity expectations of the crypto community. We're still figuring that out. They don't really like to know how long a stage 3 clinical trial is going to take before they get their token. But no, I think that just the underlying thing is there's going to be so much happening, right? I think even prior to the inauguration, people in DC are already talking about, that we're back on Trump time. And so the site, it's going to happen quick, but like, I think it's a great point. Do your research because the information is there. That's the nature of this industry, is it is transparent. And so dig in, find what interests you and go wherever that leads you.
Yes.
So something that comes to mind is what's trust is very important and purpose. And if you're doing this for money, God bless you. It's fine if everybody's free to do what they want. But I keep trying to push the idea of purpose versus, and also the trust system is very important. So imagine the concept that you put money into a pie every year and use that for healthcare for all people around the world or in our country. That's called the treasury. And there's trillions of dollars coming out of the treasury every year for people to get well, theoretically. It's not really working. And so maybe there's better ways to do that. And it's not just about making money. It's about the fact that you're providing money and you're not getting money back. It's not an investment. It's what you have to pay for once you go to jail. So maybe in the crypto world, you don't have to go to jail if you go back into it. But maybe there's a way to get people to incentivize themselves to do something small in mass numbers.
stab at a range?
Well, I think that, you can't get away from this strategic Bitcoin reserve. You know, I mean, if Trump makes a move and starts buying Bitcoin with dollars that they print up for a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I mean, you know, we could go to $1 billion real quick. So we could 10x real quick. And now, if Bitcoin 10x's, then the alts are going to bleed for a bit, but then they're going to 20x more than likely. Okay, it'll take a little bit, but they'll really go. So that's the big factor. Now, it's very hard to hit the mark. I mean, I've been in the business for so long, and it's very hard. You always either go under or over. I mean, I'm always surprised how low it goes, and I'm also surprised how high it goes. I mean, it never fails. So, I mean, realistically, you know, $250,000. I mean, that just seems like a realistic. Even 170. You know, I mean, it's a lot higher from now. I mean, it's hard to even look at Bitcoin being this high. You're totally honest. But you know, those are the factors, and then you just go down the list. You know, Solana $1,000, Litecoin should have been $1,000 a long time ago. And that's so much Litecoin. What the heck, man? Come on, do something. No, I mean, I love Litecoin. But, yeah, XRP could go to $10. I know some of my friends in the room bought a lot of XRP. They're pretty happy right now. So yeah, that's $1 million. I think high end. You know, 170 on the low end. That's what I think.
I think that's interesting, makes sense. I'm not gonna try to put a number on it, I've given up on that. I will talk about some of the factors though, and I think that the FTX will happen again, that's like something that I think, especially if you're in the legal community at all, you're just always like, you know, it's kind of over your shoulder. I think what will be interesting is to see how broad the exposure becomes. One of the factors that will determine a lot here, when you're talking about an SBR or across any asset, what you're actually talking about is concentration and like long hold periods of the asset, right? Like that's good for price, that's just math. And so what happens when you have an FTX situation is it actually wasn't really FTX, like they had a lot of mistakes on the bookkeeping and that kind of stuff. But what actually happened is the industry had cross-collateralized itself. So we had $3 trillion of market cap, where probably $2 trillion of that was somehow locked in to some kind of an obligation, whether it was Three Arrows Capital, or you know what Alameda was doing, or you know like there's so many that basically, or Gemini, Genesis, like all these things. And I know that because we went and looked at the company I was at in 2021. We looked at offering a yield product, and what you have to understand is yield is essentially debt. Like, and so you're taking an asset and you're basically pledging to keep it somewhere for a period of time. Now, legally, yield is not debt. I'll say that on this panel, but but it has the characteristics. So one of the important factors here will be if you look at like the MicroStrategy and what they're doing, or if you look at more companies deciding to keep an asset like Bitcoin on their balance sheets, I think you're going to see that could be good if it's very widespread. You know, sovereigns holding Bitcoin could be good if it's properly distributed so that there's no single point of failure. But that's, I think, what's going to keep a lot of people in my world up at night as we go through this next cycle is like, I mentioned 86% of holders, right? Or 86% of tokens for like one wallet has to sell and that thing is going to get nuked. And so that's to me, and then on the upside is if you actually do reach this kind of distributed equilibrium where we do get mass adoption and we start having real use cases that aren't about the over-financialization of assets, then we probably see a lot of movement. And I think either way, there's a lot of room to run. Like I said, when we kicked it off, finding that additional trillion in market cap, I think is much more accessible than it was maybe 6 months ago. Yeah.
I love what everybody said up here. I think it's gonna come down to mass utilization. Like, is it gonna be easier for the normal guy to buy cryptocurrency, right? Because once it becomes like, we have commercials on, and Betty Sue just bought some XRP and Dogecoin. Once it starts becoming regular office talk, and it's easy for people to just go in and buy it. Right now, the barrier to entry is a little bit difficult for a normal person. You can learn it, but it's not as easy as other investments, right? Because also people get very overwhelmed. I talk to people all the time, like, well, why should I invest in that? Well, people who already have investments, who have money in property or money in the stock market, they think, well, I already have money and this works for me. Why should I do something so volatile like crypto, right? So they're not gonna really spend time or money in publicizing it. And then you have the layman, the normal person who's like, well, I don't have money to put into something that's, I could lose tomorrow, right? Because you also have like the crypto bros thing. It's like fitness. You have the gym bros who make fitness look hard, overcomplicated. You gotta take steroids, or you gotta look like this, you gotta have the huge butt. And then you have the people who are like, no, health doesn't have to be this complicated. You can just go to the gym regularly and eat well. So I think once we mass adapt easier ways for the normal person to use it, and honestly, Trump is doing that just by being who he is, and having this meme coin, like this is massive. I was asleep at that time, and I don't have any Trump coin, and I'm so pissed.
I kept trying to buy it, it was going up so fast.
I know, it's insane. And so, you know, that is something that is now everybody who loves Trump, which we have a lot of farmers, we have a lot of blue collar workers, right? They're gonna be like, wait, Trump has a meme coin. Maybe I should start researching meme coins. And that, once that mass adaptation starts happening, Bitcoin's gonna go up because Bitcoin is the gold standard, right? It will always go up, I believe. And I do believe that once we get mass adaptation, the PR and marketing of it, it's just like when people get used to something, they get comfortable, it's trust, it's consumer trust. Once that happens, I think it can go up to probably, I would say 300,000 this year, I think.
Can I add, you said something really interesting about mass adoption that made me think about something that, and it is purely the Trump effect, is if probably wrong room to bring this up, but in 2016, 17, a lot of average citizens started becoming sort of constitutional law experts about things like foreign interference and things like that. It was literally just because that was what was being discussed.
Yeah.
And so I think to your point, there are a lot of people who are in more of, because I do think crypto, like we do live in a bubble a lot of the time, right? And it's hard to recognize that. But if you do have, I think someone tweeted this morning, it's like the top 4 apps in the App Store are basically like how to get started in crypto.
That's
right,
awesome.
Like the Phantom Wallet is like skyrocketing. There's all these, so like, it is going to be really interesting to see what the average consumer, just because he's making it part of the conversation.
Yes.
There's a lot of people who don't have opinions on this topic yet, who are gonna figure it out, gonna have to figure it out, just because they see it in their daily lives and in the things they care about. So I'm very interested to see how that affects mass adoption.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody research it. Everyone in this room should be researching. Like you said, the white papers are there. The internet is free, and I do believe Bitcoin, it's crypto is doubling at the faster speed than the internet. That's what I heard. And I do believe we're on like the .com boom with crypto. I think it's not too late to invest. I do think that it's going to explode, and the world will never be the same. Like already from yesterday, crypto world will never be the same. That means the rest of the world. I got my friend started on Bitcoin today. I was like, we have to get you a wallet. We got to download it, and it was hard to do because you have to show your your ID, and the barrier to entry is still not as easy as fiat, but it's worth it. It is worth it.
I'm not gonna make any prediction about the price of Bitcoin. But I will say, again, purpose. Because at the end of the day, this is emotional. This is too loose. At the end of the day, it's happened before. It happened when we first started the country. It's always gonna be volatile. It's always gonna have to stabilize at some point. It might be 1,000 years from now, we don't know. Hopefully we'll be here. But if we don't have a purpose that ties to these currencies, to a purpose, we will not get it anywhere. That's my opinion. So people, think about purpose, think about business, think about building your passion.
Absolutely.
Don't worry about the price of Bitcoin. Think about what you can do as a human being to make the world a better place.
100%. Absolutely.
And if Bitcoin is the way we do it, great.
Yeah, I'll say, I spoke at a conference in October of 2023, and this subject came up, And what I said was, at the time was, I thought that institutional adoption would fuel this next kind of building run in the market. And that seems to have proven true. And I'm gonna get the numbers wrong, but directionally this is correct. Something like more capital flowed into Bitcoin ETFs in the first 6 months of their existence than I think in 10 years of the gold ETFs, which were the most successful ETFs up until that point. And so I think that those funds seem to be actually accelerating. That has not slowed over the course of last year. It's been almost exactly 1 year since ETFs were introduced. The funds seem to be accelerating into those ETFs. I think that continues, and other institutions and corporations are going to continue to bring it onto their balance sheet. I think just under that scenario, we're probably going to go to 150 to 175. The wild card is the sovereign adoption. The U.S., obviously the largest economy in the world, but there are indications that some nations have already begun adopting it and are. There's an indication that maybe a huge sovereign wealth fund has been buying massively over the last year. If that kicks off in earnest with any number of medium-sized countries, let alone the U.S., then the sky's the limit, and who knows, it gets crazy. But thank you guys for your contribution, your thoughts, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'm saying 225 in 6 months.
Whoa,
Oh, there you
I
go.
like that. I like how bullish you are.
Let's go picture.
You just have to do each camera. That's right, that's how we do it at the Grammys, that's right.
Got it? Okay, everybody over here. 1,
There
2,
you go.
3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, we'll say Trump coin. 1, 2, 3, Trump coin!
Come on.
Oh, I got it. You got it. Oh, Angela. I love you.
Where are you guys? Steph. Let's go, Steph. Hey, get up here. Let's go. Hurry up. Get up here. Go. Vamos.
Hey.
Okay, you know what? That's right.
We're gonna have Angela. Angela Stanton King. Get on here.
Here she
Come
is.
here.
Get over here.
This is just in time. I know. Let's do this.
Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3.
Girl.
1, 2, 3, and one more time. And
Yay!
Awesome. Amazing. Thank you.
I'm a little tight on it. Let me see. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, guys. Next up. Next up. Okay. Yes. All right, next panel we have is the future of policy government freedom in the Trump era. This discussion is going to be led by our own George Fajardo. Fajardo.
Hey, let me get people in the room. That's right.
Please welcome to the stage Victoria Colvin. Mrs. King. Yeah, that's right. You're on. Diane Sayre. Jim Carlin. Sophia, did I get everybody?
We're in the middle, guys. Let's go. This is the main thing here.
All right, all right, all right. How's everyone doing?
Yes.
This day has been going by quickly, huh? What about all the amazing panelists that we've had throughout the day? It's been an amazing, amazing event. And I'm looking at another amazing panel here that I'm honored and grateful to be sitting next to. For those who don't know me, my name is George Fajardo, founder and CEO of KPI Capital Partners. We're a fund specializing in real estate investments. And you know, we see a bright future ahead when it comes to real estate and the tokenization of real estate, which I'd like to talk about a little more as we go through the panel. And I'll go ahead and pass the mic on.
Hello, everybody. I am Angela Stanton King. I wasn't expecting to be on the stage until tomorrow night, but we're going to totally just freestyle it up here. So to give you guys a little info about my background and who I am, I worked very closely with Trump and his administration on criminal justice reform during the 2016 to 2020. You may have heard about a law that Trump passed. He made it illegal for them to chain women to the bed during childbirth. That was because of me and my experience. And I'll go into that a little bit more later, but my relationship with Trump eventually led me to working with Bobby, and I'm a senior advisor for RFK. So when they talk about the MAGA and MAHA joining together and us being a unity party, I don't think it gets more unified than me. So I represent both sides. Glad to be here.
Hi, my name's Victoria. I now do a YouTube channel called Girl Talks, and it's to talk about mental health and sobriety and the problems that we have with our veterans, and 22 a day is absolutely ridiculous. I am a veteran myself. I have MS. This is my dog, Charlotte. Probably wondering who's got a treat for her. But we have a real problem in this country, and we need to talk about mental health in the back door. We need to keep it quiet, keep it to yourself. And we need to bring that into innovation as well, where we're bringing it to channels, to all sorts of obvious open door policies where we can talk about our problems. My son's also a Marine, and my other son's a Marine, my husband's a Marine, my brother's a Marine, my nephew's a Marine. Yeah. I can go on, but my brother has very severe PTSD, and my son is now a federal marshal who was in the Marine Corps, and he's had 4 of his friends commit suicide. One of his federal marshal buddies from his academy committed suicide already, and we're not talking about it. We're not trying to fix the problem, and we're not being open about it. And with all the other innovations that we have, we need to make that a priority as well. We need to make it so I'm not embarrassed to say I got depression. I'm not embarrassed to say I had a problem when I found out I had MS and I stopped being able to walk. You know, today was a great day. I got to leave my cane in the car, but tomorrow I might have to use my walker. Every day is a different day for me. So we tend to make people, you have to put your happiest face on. Look at social media, look at influencers. It's all lies. It's all bananas. It's not true. They're not telling the truth. They're renting jets so that they can look like they flew somewhere. It's not true. So we need to bring truth to the forefront, and we need to start talking about things in an honest and true manner, and stop telling people they have to talk about that in the back door.
So I am Diane Sayre. I ran for U.S. Senate in the state of New York twice. I have the unfortunate distinction of being the only independent candidate to get on the ballot in New York in 2 elections, 2022 and 2024, as the LaRouche party. New York tripled the signature requirement, as people may be aware, and this election season, New York had the distinction of being the only state in the union that only had 2 presidential choices on the ballot. That is how far they have gone to stifle debate. I appreciate your comments very much. My sister was brigade surgeon in a combat unit in Iraq during the surge. We should talk very much. What I wanted to briefly just say is we are a few hours away from the implementation of the hostage release and ceasefire deal, which could have been done in May. We know Biden is taking credit for it now. It is not Biden who got this done. And we have a world, I think, General Douglas MacArthur was correct when he spoke on the battleship USS Missouri at the end of World War II, when Japan surrendered after 2 nuclear bombs were unnecessarily dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And he said that since mankind can now annihilate itself, we better come up with some way of resolving disputes that does not lead to self-annihilation. I think that's correct. How do we get there? Now, we, after the Berlin Wall collapsed, said we are the global hegemon. How do we enforce? We do it by force. We have 1,000 military bases around the world, and if we want your government to change, we will starve you to death. We will sanction you. We will bomb you. Guess what? The human spirit resists that. So what have we earned for our hegemony? Well, Russia just launched the Orezhnik missile. Did people catch that? Travels at Mach 10. Over here, we thought it was impossible. Nobody on the planet has an anti-missile system that can stop the Orezhnik. And we won't for a decade. China is going to bring back samples from the surface of Mars 4 years before we are going to do it. So while we were running around being the global hegemon through force, other people have recognized that the power of humanity is in our mind. It is in our spirit. And I think that perhaps the greatest driver, because you have a very interesting team in the incoming Trump administration, is a plan to establish a manned colony on Mars. I mean that in all seriousness. We're talking here about crypto. Where would crypto be if we hadn't gone to the moon? Would we have computers? Would we have cell phones? Would we have Velcro? What happens if we say we have to figure out how to create an atmosphere on Mars? If we have to figure out how to grow food on Mars? Is there any environmental problem that we could not then fix on Earth? The state of New York has 157 companies that are feeders to NASA. Had 2020 not been peculiarly resulted in the Biden administration, we were going to put the first woman on the moon in 2024. People might remember Project Artemis. That's now delayed. I think we have to get that back on track. NASA employed 40,000 people, and there were 400,000 private jobs feeding into NASA. So imagine the boon to the US economy, to the collaboration of human beings to get there. So I am saying that for us to have a new era of prosperity, we have to think big, we have to think bold, and I want to echo the minister. I was thinking the same African proverb, which is to get there fast, go alone, to go far, go together. And I think we have the potential to do that, but we are going to have to fight for it, because there are a lot of people who feel that human creativity is a grave threat, and they will be opposing the potential. Thanks.
Yep.
It is on, okay. My name is Jim Carlin. I served in the Iowa House and Senate. I also ran for the US Senate. I think we probably had some similar problems. One of our biggest problems was fundraising.
Yeah, and
Because
censorship.
the game's designed for corporations, and the big money people to run the show and pull the strings of the people. And I would submit to you that our greatest problem is not Russia or China. It's the institutionalized corruption that is built right into our system. And RFK's idea to have a constitutional amendment to set aside Citizens United would be a huge step in that direction, I believe. And I would like to tell you that that stranglehold that the power brokers have over legislators is just part of that. But the truth is it isn't. It goes deeper than that. And when I first started considering getting into this, I had my first grandson. And like you got, my faith is my life. I love God and I submit to his orchestration. And then I follow after it. But the first time I heard the words Papa changed my whole paradigm. Because when I heard that word, I thought to myself, what is his world going to be like in 25 years? We are in a death spiral as a country. We're in moral free fall. What am I going to do to help that kid? I'll be gone. And the reality is, we are literally fighting a tomorrow war today. We're fighting a tomorrow war today. Our kids need to know, and I wish the younger generation would take us a little more seriously. If they can force vaccinations on you, your bodies have been sold to pharma, right? If they can take over health insurance and triple your premiums and deny claims and have claims adjusters practicing medicine. They didn't do that to make it affordable, okay? They didn't do that to make it affordable. If they can invade your privacy and call it patriotic and know every single thing about you to enrich themselves, they're not representing you, they're selling you. And when I first got into the Iowa Senate, the Senate Majority Leader sat down right next to me. And I kind of created some problems in the House. There was a workman's compensation bill that I thought was immoral. And I went to other Republicans and I said, do you know what we're doing here? It was terrible. Because of time's sake, I'm not going to get into the details. But I was a freshman legislator and I got 9 people to agree with me and we stopped the bill. I got called in and I said, do you have any idea what you're doing? What do you mean? You're making some very powerful people very angry. And you need to know that. Because we have long memories. And the governor is very upset with you. And they don't like your little freshman ringleader circus going on. Okay? That's like a reality you need to know. So the following year I get in the Senate and the Senate Majority Leader sits down next to me, pats me on the thigh and he says, hey, Jim, I don't know what they did in the House, but let me tell you how it works here. You want something, you go along. You want something, you go along. And I looked at him and I said, Bill, I appreciate your candor. You've given me something to think about. And he said that right when a vote was on the floor that I didn't want to vote for, and he knew it. And I thought about it and I thought about it and I'm like, no, you can't make deals with people's lives and interests and keep your conscience. You can't. You can't. I walked over to him and I told him I was a no. And you guys need to know what I'm about to tell you because this is where it gets real. This is where my appeal to you in this room is I want you guys to consider running. When I said no to him, I said no to chairmanships. I said no to my bills getting on the floor, getting into the full committee. I said no to campaign money because they cut everything when you say no. If you don't conform to what they want, they cut your legs out from underneath you. That's how it works. And when I ran against Senator Grassley, I primaried Chuck Grassley. People say, why would you ever primary Chuck Grassley? Here's a little known fact. His grandson is the Speaker of the House in Iowa. Did you guys know that? Did you know he donated $1 million to House Republicans the year that happened? One family controls that kind of power. Okay. So when you get on the other side of that, they make things hard for you. They play really dirty, right? Yep. They play dirty. Well, so my response, and when I got to the other side of losing a U.S. Senate primary, I'm like, what can I do with this capital I've got here? I've got some capital. I've met a lot of people. You know what I did? I started a thing called the Iowa Liberty Network. Our premise is very simple. We recruit people with a spine and with a conscience. We train them. We have a candidate school. We mentor them. We help them get elected. And when they're there, they have a bunch of like-minded colleagues with them. They're not alone. We have 22 people, 11 in the House and 11 in the Senate that work with us. So they're not alone in that whole isolation, freeze-out game they play with you. It didn't work. And we're just part of another 4 getting elected. And the State House is one of the last boundaries of our sovereignty. It needs to be seriously looked at. So here's what I would challenge each of you, because we had a pharmacist run, a mom run, a cleaning lady a couple years ago ran. She's fantastic, articulate on the floor. She's amazing. But what about you? What about you? Because we're not part of the club. And we better figure out a way to network and help each other get elected, or at the end of this wonderful 4 years we're going to enjoy, we're going to be right back to square one. And none of us wants that. So thank you.
Louder. You gotta be loud in that one.
Okay. So, to this amazing point, I think when Avelio and I sat down and we started sharing our vision for this event was to essentially create our own coalition, our own pack, where we're creating a movement that's going to go beyond just what we're seeing here today for the next, today and tomorrow for this weekend, but for the foreseeable future, where in numbers there's strength. And with like-minded individuals like ourselves in this room, I think we can make an impact. So, let's talk policy for a second. Now, at KPI Capital Partners, one of the things that we're very excited about is the implementation of some of these proposed pro-growth policies that will promote investment, will promote infrastructure, will eliminate some of this, red tape and hopefully the bureaucracy when it comes to the development side, which is obviously the sector that we're involved in. And so my question to each of the panelists here is, what, in your opinion, in your view, would be some of the prioritized policies that the administration should start looking into that are going to shape not only the next 4 years, but moving forward to the foreseeable future?
I'll go ahead and shoot first. And this is something that's dear to me. You guys know we have a whole wide range of things that we need to find solutions for, but I'll just talk about one. Our country right now is experiencing a maternal health crisis. Are you all aware of that? Yeah. And the state of Georgia that I am in is #1 for the infant mortality rate. In New York and New Jersey, there are more Black babies being aborted than there are being born. And so I kind of got into this, and it was a little sticky, but Alveda King is my godmom, so I've been pro-life for probably about 20 years. And we started Auntie Angie's House, which is a pregnancy home that we place strategically across from Planned Parenthood, and we plan to spread across the nation, because one of the things that I learned is that you're not really giving them a choice if Planned Parenthood is the only thing that is the only place that they have to go. And if some people in here are pro-choice, just helping them understand that choosing to keep the baby is a choice that deserves support. And one of my most challenging things from working with Trump to working with Bobby is that Bobby's pro-choice. And Bobby came by Auntie Angie's house and he sat down and he held our babies. And I helped him understand that this is something we can all come together on when we're talking about just switching the atmosphere, right? Because whatever is at the head, it trickles down to the bottom. How can we implement policy? What can we do to change the narrative in regards to the maternal health crisis and the infant mortality rate? I'm sure it's a lot of doctors in this room, and I've been honored to be able to work with some of the best, America's frontline doctors, Bobby, Robert Malone, Peter McCullough, and all of this. And what we realize is that every abortion is a tragedy, and no one should have an abortion because of poverty. Can we agree there? Right? We shouldn't be having abortions for poverty. What can we do to fix the maternal health crisis? Well, what can we do to increase the birth rate? We can get back to normal methods of giving birth, right? How many people in this room know that birth is natural, right? So, I mean, if you're going to the hospital and they're cutting you in half, right, to have a baby, the chances are you could bleed out, right? They can stop. I'm not a doctor, but I'm sure there are doctors in here. But every species on this earth gives birth, right? Humans, for some reason, we're the only ones getting cut in half, okay? Every species on this planet, they feed their baby from where? Their breast. Us, for some reason, we want soy milk, we want powder milk, we don't want, so we're focusing on getting back to the natural origin of everything. But here's the issue. When we have more choices, we have more life. And so I was able, as a pro-life person, to work with a bunch of people that were pro-choice, where we came to the middle and we said, what's the solution? Well, what the solution is to provide resources. So one of the main initiatives that I'm going to be working on the next 4 years, along with Trump and Bobby, is the maternal health crisis and bringing the birth rate in America back up. And what we're fighting to do is making sure that women have the resources that they need, right, in order to properly care for their children. The argument when it came to the pro-life and the pro-choice and Roe v. Wade, it really was never, for a lot of people, they thought that it was all about taking away a woman's choice. The argument was really about tax dollars, right? Because those of us that were pro-life, we're saying, hey, we don't want to pay for it, right? You didn't call me when you were having a good time and you made the baby. Should have called me then. Don't call me now, right? So what we're saying is the majority of Americans, most of you, I ask you in this room, your tax dollars, would you prefer that your tax dollars go to the termination of life, or would you prefer that your tax dollars go to help the mother that chose life? So those are some of the initiatives that I think that are very important, because I couldn't understand how Kamala Harris ran an entire campaign on abortion with open borders. There were no abortion clinics at the border, right? They didn't take the abortion Hot Wheels bus to the border, but they took it to the Chicago DNC, right? And we're performing abortions on site. So the maternal health crisis, criminal justice reform is another thing. And we all watched what happened to Trump. Trump went in and he won with 34 convictions, okay? So a lot of times people are unjustly, right, convicted by the law. We need to fix that. And that's another thing that I'm going to be working on that I think is very important. We have to heal our land. And I'm all for putting America and Americans first, right? I don't care what your skin color is. I just know I was born here. I was born here, I went to school here. My mom's buried here, my grandmother's buried here, all of my aunts, my children went to school, my businesses are here. When you look on my birth certificate says America. And what I fought to get people to see, and I'm going to pass when it comes to Trump and when it comes to Bobby, when it comes to our government, is you have to look at our government like you look at parents, right? So I'm a parent. When I get paid, my responsibility is to make sure that I take care of my home and the children that are under my roof. That doesn't mean that I won't help the people across the street or the people around the corner. That just means that as a parent, I have a responsibility to take care of the children that are in my home. This is what Make America Great Again is all about, and Make America Healthy Again all about. The government, they're the parents of America. They have a responsibility to make sure that their citizens are taken care of first. So sending billions and billions of dollars over to Ukraine and then telling American women if they want to be successful, they need to have an abortion, that's just not going to work. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, if you're pro-choice or you're pro-life. I think we all agree that we want women to feel safe and comfortable about bringing life into this world.
So when it comes to policies and what we need to do to change, I obviously am in the health side of things, but I look at it from a perspective of two different things. We need to do better policies when it comes to pharma, big pharma. They run the world. We don't. Our government doesn't. They tell them what to do. I will give you this much money, but you're gonna let these people over here pass this drug. It's just gonna pass. And, you know, we probably have cures out there that will never be used. I said I got diagnosed with MS a little over a year ago in 23, and I have refused to take a single pharmaceutical. I will not take them. I'm doing everything I can holistically. I'm working with holistic doctors. I don't want to take it. I don't want to be bogged down by some pharmaceutical that I can't ever get off of. And maybe if there ever comes a solution, your solution is taken away immediately as soon as you started taking those pharmaceuticals. I refused to get the vaccine against a lot of people's better judgments, but I felt I had a better judgment. And when it comes to our veterans and policies that are made about people when it comes to pharmaceuticals, and then when you get to the veteran side of the house, we have a really strong way of literally holding your hand from the minute the recruiter comes to the high school and talks to the kid. I will now hold your hand all the way through the recruiting process, and then when he gets through the recruiting process, he hands your hand over to the drill instructor, and then the drill instructor hands his hand over to your commander, and you go to your new unit, and you're held, and you're told what to do the entire step of the way. But when it's time for you to get out, sayonara, see ya, good luck. Hope everything works out well for you. Oh, wait, you're suicidal? There's 6 months wait for us to do anything to help you out. How about you just go out in the parking lot, and please don't shoot yourself in our parking lot. Can you at least do it somewhere else? That's the problem. We're not holding their hand after they leave because they've seen things, they've done things, they've heard things, they've experienced things. And it goes from combat zones to sexual harassment. It's everything that is involved in that probable thing that you have that might happen. You are told when to get up, where to go, where to eat, when to shower, when to shit, when to shave. And then you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Sorry, probably not supposed to say that. But you don't know what you're doing. Nobody tells you to get up and go for a run. Nobody tells you it's chow time. Nobody tells you we're going to the field today. Nobody tells you to do anything. And then you have these guys that don't know what they're doing, and they're going from heroes to zeros. They're doing greetings at Walmart to get people to go shopping, and they don't know what they're doing. If you're in a combat position in the military, you're not qualified to do any other job. And I don't know any companies out there, any of you own a company and you're like, yeah, I really want you to go and kill some people for me. You know, that's not what you hire them for. You want somebody, well, what's your experience in this? Well, I don't have any. What's your experience in this? Well, I've been to Afghanistan 4 times. Well, what does that have to do with anything? So we need to have something where they can get out of the military and they can have some education, not just the GI Bill. I'm sorry, that's not the answer, because not everybody is college material. Sometimes they need to say, come be an intern in my company. Come be something. And nowadays, I know too many of my veterans. I also own a nonprofit for veterans. And we teach different art techniques to combat PTSD and prevent suicide. And you have too many of them that I run into that say, as soon as I mention I am a veteran now, they immediately go, oh, do you have PTSD? And they're worried about the 22 a day, but they don't want to hire you. They don't want to help you because they don't want you to kill yourself on their watch. And they don't want you to maybe go, forget the old phrase was postal, now it's PTSD, now it's military. Oh my God, you might go crazy and shoot up the place, so I don't want to hire you. So this thing that, oh, you're a veteran, you get better points and you get to be hired because everybody wants a veteran, no, they don't. Because now they're afraid of you because the only thing the media talks about is in the negative manner. And that's my third policy problem that we have is the media needs to stop running our country.
Yeah.
You know, they're not in charge, we're in charge, and we're the people. And our Constitution is about we, the people. So the politicians to the media think that they own us when we're their boss. So if you're not doing your job right, you gotta vote them out, and you gotta do exactly like you said. You have to get other people involved, get people to start running for office. And it needs to not be a money scam to be elected. That's part of the bigger problem. You know, I've watched it my entire life. My parents were diplomats with the Foreign Service, and I grew up watching politics, meeting all sorts of dignitaries my entire life. From the Queen to President Reagan was my first job was in Reagan's office. And I watched it as a kid, watching their parents, and it truly was deals being made on golf courses. Because when you're 8, you eavesdrop. You know, when you're 14, you pay attention to what your parents are doing. And you go like, wait a minute. The last time I saw, you guys don't like each other. Oh no, that's just for show. Like, we're fine. You know, and it's all a big game. And we as Americans, we the people have to stand up. And when we stand up and we apparently go without guns, it's an insurrection. But when the other side of it goes and burns shit down, that's just peaceful protesting. You see, I'm wearing black today. Everybody might think it's because I was going to a funeral, and yes, that is. I am going to a funeral. Biden's president.
All right.
Well, so I think that we need to be going to Mars. The first thing is we have to actually nationalize the Federal Reserve. We don't need a private central bank run by people that no one knows what they do, who line their own pockets and make policies that kill us. We do need a policy, as Alexander Hamilton said, that can allow the direction of credit into those things that actually benefit the American people. We need about 43,000 miles of modern high-speed rail. People probably got here one way or another, and you might have noticed it was not smooth. It was the airport, sitting like this in an airplane, or it was avoiding the potholes on the roads, which are like an obstacle course, or if you take a train, we have 3 train derailments per day in the United States right now. But I'm so glad we have all this money to spend to fund all these wars. Now, besides that, we need massive continent-wide water management. There was a project, the North American Water and Power Alliance, NWAPA, supported by Robert Kennedy Sr. when he was in the Senate, which would take water from Alaska into the Rocky Mountain Trench, irrigate the entire western part of the United States. What just happened in Los Angeles is not a new weather phenomenon. The Native American population who lived there used to have a word for it, and I don't remember what it is. This is known. We are supposed to be human beings who can forecast the future and build accordingly. We used to do that. So we need continent-wide water management. Now, if we are doing these things, what do you think will happen to the educational system? Will the teachers be able to come in and say, Johnny, do you really like being a boy? don't you think you might have been born in the wrong body? We would have no time for that because the crime of all the junk going on in the schools is not merely what they are teaching the children, it's what we are not teaching children. How many languages can a 5- and 6-year-old learn? Can they play the violin? Can they play the piano? Do they have a chemistry laboratory where they might blow up their house, but they might actually learn something? So that this question of developing our nation with a mission would see the urgency of cultivating the talents of every child. And then instead of seeing children as a burden, as was being addressed, as an expense, a sinkhole, you would have the optimism that every single new life is an infinite potential and we don't know what it is. And that change can be instantaneous. We don't have to work up to it. We just need a bold mission.
I think President Trump is going to do a wonderful job addressing what you just asked us. I think he's going to deregulate a lot of things. I think he's going to take the shackles off of a lot of industries. You know, what I talked about, the whole financial corruption end. Senate Majority Leader, the Speaker of the House, historically, they've had things called toll booths where money changes hands through campaign contributions. That shouldn't be legal. The insider trading, there are literally lobbyists that want a certain candidate elected to get inside information, and they do better than the expert hedge fund managers. You want to make a nice living, follow Nancy Pelosi's trading.
54% up last year.
It's amazing. I don't think anybody else is doing that good.
How is AOC worth $14 million?
How is that even possible?
How?
So like, if Martha Stewart can go to prison for it, why are they being rewarded for it? Why are they being insulated by a different set of rules? Those same rules have to apply to the permanent political class that we have. They engage in almost soprano-like extortion to get people elected. You know, it's like they'll come back and they'll say, hey, you know that tax credit you needed? Well, might not happen this year. You guys remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yep.
Okay. Obama had meetings with Goldman Sachs and the big boys on Wall Street who all of a sudden are getting in trouble with the DOJ until the campaign checks were written to the Obama administration's re-election in 2012. And all of a sudden, the investigations end.
Crickets.
They ended, which, I mean, we really have to address the corruptive core influence of how things are being done. And until we do that, I don't think we're going to right the ship. We have to deal with institutionalized corruption. The government has to stop attacking the middle class and facilitating the breakdown of the family. And we have to put America first again.
So, you know, I completely agree with the statement you made regarding the two different set of rules. And, you know, it's one of those things that I remember a law school professor of mine mentioned that, you know, the rules are made to benefit those who make them. And, you know, obviously something has to be done about that because, you know, for the rest of us to live and abide by different sort of rules, obviously it's not an equitable system. Now, you know, I want to switch the conversation a little bit now towards bipartisanship. Obviously, you know, Trump is always branded as being polarizing and stirring division. And I would make the argument that Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s appointment to Secretary of Health is actually a huge step in, you know, trying to bring both sides of the aisle together by partisanship. And so my question to the panel here is, it's actually a twofold question, is, you know, what do you see as a path forward to continue to unite the country and both sides of the aisle? And what do you see as, as we, reflect back on this, this next term, 4 or 5 years down the line, what do you foresee as the lasting legacy from this administration?
That's a great question. I think that Bobby, just like you said, is the representation of unity. Bobby was a staunch Democrat, and he wouldn't become Republican, but he did become independent. And what Bobby did was he and Trump came together, and they kind of merged these two parties together, making MAHA and MAGA the unity party. Bobby, his supporters are mostly Democrat, libertarian, but those are the people that are like, hey, the Democrats have gone too far left. We're no longer focused on party, we're focused on people. And I think that this unity between, Kennedy supporters and Trump supporters can show America that we should be working together. I don't think any two people get along all the time, right? I can remember times me and my mom didn't get along, times I didn't get along with my friends or some of my siblings, but does that mean we hate each other? I mean, you can be a Democrat, you can be pro-choice, I can be a Republican, I can be pro-life, and then the wonderful thing about that is when we sit down to the table and we figure out what the solution is, because everybody matters, right? We're in America. There are no two people that are the same. We are in a big melting pot. We're not all going to agree, right? And if we focus on the things that we don't agree on, which is what we've been seeing in politics, just a bunch of fighting, everybody focus on what we don't agree on. But when we all come together and focus on what we do agree on, then we'll see a better country, right? We all want to be healthy, right? We all want to be healthy. We all want America first. People made it seem like it's such a bad thing, all right? But every time I've gone out of the country, I was never able to just walk into another country. I always had to show my paperwork. People are telling me all the time, oh, you're a Trump supporter, he's gonna send you back to Africa. I've never been to Africa a day in my life. I never, I don't even know anybody over there. I'm sure if I go over there, they'll kick you right out, or maybe they'll try to hold me for ransom and call Bobby and Trump. I don't know, but let's just be honest about it. We're all here. We are all Americans. No matter where you came from, if you migrated here or whatever, we're here together. Your kid's gonna go to school with my kid, right? We're gonna cross paths eventually. I think the wonderful thing about how we can carry this on is looking at how Bobby and Trump came together, and I didn't think it was gonna happen, right? That was my plan from the beginning. Like, I had a lot of Republicans mad at me. I'm like, bump that. I'm gonna work with Bobby. Bobby's my friend. Let me see how I can bring these two together. But that was a moment in history that is never gonna go away. Because I don't know how many people know that Bobby sued Trump like 3 times and won.
And they left about
And Trump is arrogant. He don't like anybody beating him. The fact that those two can say, hey, wait a minute, let's sit down and let's do what's best for this country. I think how we move forward is, I know that we have party lines, but when we understand as people that it's people over party. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I've been all three. I'm an independent now because I'm tired of the shit on both sides, right? But I'm here, and I want us to focus on people. And when we focus on people and put people over a party, you guys be surprised at what we can get done when we work together. Like, I've got people that love me on both sides now, right? We all want the same thing at the end of the day. So I think that's how we do it. We move forward. We let Bobby and Trump be an example to us all that we can set our differences aside and do what's best for our country. And we need to do that from here on out. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to add to the same thing we were just saying. As hard as it was for many of us to take the 2020 election, and whether you believe it was stolen or don't believe it was stolen, it's irrelevant. It was gone. It's done. But I also look at the old thing your grandmother probably told you, be careful what you wish for. Because they got what they wished for, and they hated it. They saw it. They lived it. They went broke over it. The homeless population has gotten out of control. And as much as I hate anything that's devastating, And as sad as it was that there was a hurricane that hit the North Carolina area and Georgia and those places, we saw how they responded. We saw how they did nothing. And then you turn around and you have the California fires. And the words coming out of their mouth, let's see if they put their money where their mouth is, but what they're saying is, we're gonna take care of you. 100%, we're gonna fund everything. We're gonna fix everything. Is their money gonna be where their mouth is? Are the people that are voting them in office in California now going to reap what they've sown? Are they going to realize we are voting these people in that allowed this to happen? It's not about what you're gonna do to rebuild, but what you did to make it happen. What you did that caused this in the first place is bad policy, bad leadership, and people getting money and putting it in their pocket. So the way I see it is, because of the 2016 election, the hatred for Trump and MAGA people were so severe. You know, we're all racist and everything else. And then you go to the 2020 where they took over and destroyed everything. And then you went to the campaign time of 2024 and you saw everyone migrating to the MAGA movement. Everyone from every different race, every different culture, LGBTQ, whether you like the A plus and all that, every single walk of life migrated towards the MAGA movement. And then you had Trump and RFK Jr. combining together, and it brought the lingering people who still weren't sure, still didn't trust, still didn't know they could believe in this, but they knew they didn't want this. So they said, I'm just gonna keep an eye on them, just gonna keep watching. And then you have, as funny as it might be, but you got influencers. And Joe Rogan is one of the biggest podcasts in the world. And you get Trump on there and they're just bullshitting for 3 hours about all sorts of stuff and policy. Golf and policy. MMA fighting and policy. And people saw him as a human being. People saw him as a person. He even brought up the fact that, well, how can you align with this guy who sued you 3 times? He's like, yeah, he sued me, he won, but we move on. You know, and it showed him with some humanity. It showed him, even though we all know he's a bit arrogant, it showed that he can also say, yeah, well, I screwed up sometimes. You know, I'm human. And then you have that person who said, I'm not going to pick a side, I'm not going to pick a side. As soon as that episode was over, he's like, I'm going for Trump. And it made all the other lingering people that were still in the weights going, if he does, and now he's aligned with him, and then Elon Musk is aligned. What am I missing here? And I think what they did is they started going back in time. They started reviewing. They started doing the research we all have been telling them to do all along. And there is no longer really the Democrat and the Republicans. It is now the Democrats, the Republicans, and the MAGA-MAHA. And we don't have to worry about, now you can't get voted in if you're independent. They can put an R and a D on your name, and now you want to know, where do you align? I don't really care what that D and that R stand for. Right. Where do you align? Are you for health care? And are you in the MAHA? Okay, I'm with you. Are you in the MAGA? Okay, I'm with you. But if you just say, no, I'm a Democrat, you're like you're kind of with your head in the sand. And we have to pull our heads out of our, you know what, and start paying attention. And I think that as hard as it was to watch the Biden presidency, it was the best thing that could have happened for us, for the future. And the fires, horrible thing, but what could it do for the change? You have to come out of the ashes. And when you come out of the ashes, you can dust yourself off and come out much cleaner. You can purge all that stuff. Mel Gibson in an interview said, it is just stuff. And I look at this as more of a purging. You know, you get to just start over. And that's what we need to do now that we have a new election. It's only 4 years with Trump. We have to continue this same momentum after he's out of office, and who are we gonna put in there the next one? We don't want another person who's just gonna do what you're told, or you're not gonna make it.
Come to that question, but I want to put it in context. There's a revolution in the world right now. And it's hard for Americans to think about it because we do think we are the global hegemon. But our insane policies have created a new dynamic, which is the end of colonialism, which is what the Russia, China, the BRICS and BRICS Plus partnership means. They didn't form because they hated the United States. They formed because we threw people out of the SWIFT system and we put sanctions. A friend of mine in Russia recently said everyone there says, "Thank you, President Biden," and they mean it. Why? Because they had to become self-sufficient, right? So this, and look at Africa, how many nations are throwing the French military out of their countries and throwing Barrick Gold and all the colonial mercenaries? People are saying, we want our sovereignty, we don't want your foot on our neck. And if we would come to our senses, which I think we demonstrated by defeating Kamala Harris, that we're moving in that direction, we would say, wow, this revolt in the world is a lot like the American Revolution, which we are going to be celebrating over the next 2 years, right? This April is the anniversary of Lexington and Concord. It's the beginning of the American Revolution. We get our identity back as an anti-colonial revolutionary force. We will be surprised at the partnerships we can have with what is called the global south or the global majority. People saw Trump posted about his conversation with Xi Jinping of yesterday. Very optimistic. We have our disagreements, but we can make sure there is world peace. We are the 2 biggest economies on the planet. We work together, we can solve problems. In that context, I just want to say one other thing, and I appreciate everyone being here. It's been a long day and we're all starving, as am I. But the nominations of Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel, I think, are urgent. And I was on a radio show yesterday, and the host, who is a big Trump supporter, said, oh, it's all under control. Look what's, no, it is not under control. When they are dragging out people like Bill Webster at the age of 100, former head of the FBI and head of the CIA, to write letters to every single US senator telling them that Tulsi Gabbard is not qualified because she said Assad did not use chemical weapons on his own population. Well, guess what? That was already, he didn't. But you're not allowed to say that. Oh, she might have said Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. Oh, can't have her anywhere near there. Kash Patel has a phenomenal list of people that he thinks should be investigated and probably put in jail. And they include people like John Brennan, Hillary Clinton, Fiona Hill, Eric Holder. It's a fabulous list. We need him to do that job. If we don't clean up this apparatus, then it is going to be very difficult for President Trump to be able to carry out what he intends. And the Democratic Party is and I speak as a former Democrat, but I'm sorry, that party has become the party of fascism, war, and dictatorship. They have cannibalized themselves. Just look, Bernie Sanders, and isn't that disgusting? Hillary steals his vote, and then he endorses her, right? Tulsi Gabbard happily did not do that, right? She left. But they want to delay. You may have noticed that Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel they're not holding the hearings on them yet. They're trying to delay it to come up with something, anything, whatever they can do to stop them from getting confirmed. So I wrote a little pamphlet with some friends. I have copies here, reminding people, the 51 intelligence experts who said the Hunter Biden laptop was Why should anyone listen to one of those people? Why do they have any right to go in the Congress? They lied to us. So the lies, the Iraq weapons of mass destruction, the Hunter Biden laptop, the Syria chemical weapons, the DNC hack, we gotta remind the Senate, we're gonna hold them accountable. These people who lied to us about all these other things don't have a leg to stand on, and they have no rights in telling the president who can be the director of national intelligence and the director of the FBI. And I just wanted to say that because we've got to organize, we cannot take this for granted.
You had asked what can be done in a bipartisan way, Republican and Democrat, to bring us together. And I think one of the answers to that question, which President Trump has answered better than anybody else, he has stood up authentically for the middle class. He has stood up authentically for the middle class, and they know it. And I think the middle class is one of the defining attributes of his success as a leader. When I look at the middle class and I look at what government's done to it, Obamacare tripled the cost of health insurance, tripled for working class people. The mortgage of a new home, the cost to own a home has gone up 128% as a percentage of income since the 90s. Student loan debt has exploded. And then you throw 20% inflation into somebody's retirement income with a permanent tax on them, and you expect them to make a go of it. I think where we can come together is, let's figure out a way to stop economically enslaving our people to health care, to health insurance, to banks. And let's give them a fair shake instead of working against them. That is one area where I think, because remember when you were kids, the Democrats were always aligned with who? The labor people. For some reason, they've departed from representing the working class, and to be perfectly honest, the Republican Party, the people with the political class people, they're much more aligned with the uber rich people. You know, and I think that's one way they could do it.
So we're taking all time with you for your time. And before we go, if you see any of these to register for the WhatsApp group, there's going to be a petition going around in support of Robert Kennedy Jr.'s appointment. As some of you may know, there has been some grassroots movements by the opposition to obviously oppose the appointment, and so if you obviously support MAHA, which I'm sure everybody in this room does, but also especially if you have relationships and friendships with anybody in the medical field, scientists, medical professionals, please pass it around as well. Continue to distribute it because it's going to go a long way.
Awesome. Let's get a photo, guys. Here, let's get a photo.
To the side a little bit. Hey, Charlotte.
One, two, three.
Okay.
Fantastic. Beautiful. Now, wait, 1, 2, 3. Great. Okay.
All right.
Now over
There's
here.
one more.
Okay. Stay right there. Yeah. Stay right here. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. There. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
The lady just said that there's still one more panel.
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
Awesome.
And the crazy one way. Go, guys. Go, Bears. We're almost
All right,
up.
organize
Come
it.
on,
Come on.
Sophie, come on.
Get up. Here, go. Let's go, guys. Guys, I appreciate you guys here. I think that.
Yes.
Oh, this looks great. Wow. The information is overwhelming. This is beautiful. 1, 2. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Great. And stay there for everyone else too. Perfect. Awesome, guys. MAGA-MAHA on the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. Great. The last panel is putting everybody on the last panel. George. Everybody be at the ball tomorrow night. We're gonna have a great time. Last panel. Okay, guys, last panel, right? Last panel? Let's do a last panel.
Alright, folks, last panel here. It has been a heck of a day so far. Of course, we have a call tomorrow. Make sure you hit that QR code, as George said, join the WhatsApp group, share all the pictures and everything in there. My friend, my good friend, Kevin Bataz, will lead this. You can keep talking for a second, Kevin. Kevin. Kevin showed up at the first conference we ever threw at the DC Convention Center. And he was like the man on the spot, and he still is. He actually helped us put together what we put together with the Digital Chamber of Commerce. He is the man. So I'm going to call all of the last speakers that are still here up to the stage. Angela Stanton King, Joy Villa here, Stephen Tenner, Michael Hassard, Tor Eklund, Christopher Clegg, Evgeny Mintov, who I haven't seen since Taipei. I know, right? Tim Dillon and Kevin Tedley. Do we need one more chair? I have a chair right in the back. We need one more chair. I got it. Somebody help me.
Okay, guys, listen to these people. They're coming up. These people are OGs. OGs. Original gangsters.
All right. This thing on?
Okay.
Okay. So, thanks, Bruce. You and your brother have been, you guys are the OGs. Bruce started throwing crypto conferences about 10 years ago and was always kind to invite me, and it's been quite a journey. And I'd like to have everybody introduce themselves briefly. But before we do, I just want to take a second and just a pause. Last night I was at the crypto ball downtown, and it just felt there's so much happiness and excitement there. It just felt like the culmination of over a decade struggle. And who would have ever thought we'd be where we are now? We have a president coming in who's embraced digital assets, crypto, Bitcoin, and because there's a lot of dark times along the way. And you know, Bruce, you and your brother have been here the whole time. So I think we should all pat ourselves on the back and maybe a round of applause for people like Bruce who've been working on in this industry for a long time. So thank you. So maybe we could start with Tor and just come down and just do a very quick introduction. Sort of the topics that we've got. It's sort of a grab bag: innovation, privacy, regulation. But I think we can append other topics too. So real quick, Tor, we'll start with you and work down.
Yeah, hi, my name's Tor Eklund. I'm a federal criminal defense lawyer for over the last decade. I've primarily defended people who've been accused of computer crimes by the United States government. And recently, I just represented, along with Michael Hazard, Roman Sterlingoff, who unfortunately was just convicted for running Bitcoin Fog, which was a custodial mixer. We're appealing it, and we're convinced he's innocent. And so we've just seen a lot of the heavy-handed regulation, particularly from the left in America, against crypto.
Well, between you two guys, I'll make sure I'm on the best behavior. I'm Tim Dillon. I'm the inventor of live mobile sports betting, micro betting, and dynamic betting odds. I've been working on these patents since 2017. I also have a blockchain cryptocurrency. I have big plans this next year as we move into this next millennium with the president of his coin. We'll be launching 162 coins for each team. With so that's a big tall order, but that will come in as a tangible use of this technology. So that's what will be happening in my space.
Wonderful. My name is Michael Hazard. I work with Tor Eklund. I also represented Roman Sterling up in this battle against the U.S. government. And one of the things that we were dealing with was a company called Chainalysis, which does opaque blockchain forensics for investigative agencies around the world. And we know for a fact that there are multiple, if not into at least the low three figures, people who are wrongfully sitting in prison because of shoddy forensics that have been done by this company. So one of the things that we're advocates for alongside privacy and criminal rights for criminal reform is we need to set standards in the field of digital forensics, especially the digital forensics that are being introduced in federal courts to lock people in prison.
Hello everyone, Evgeny Minkov from Seven Seas Capital Management, 11 years in crypto. I'm rolling with all the punches and ups and downs of this industry. And I'm really excited about blockchain technology for a single reason. For the first time in human history, we actually can provide something that doesn't centralize and doesn't enslave people. It actually gives freedom for the first time. And been working on that for 11 years, and hopefully we're in our shiny spot now to deliver it to the population of the world.
How you doing? I'm Stephen Tenner. I don't have any cryptocurrency, believe it or not, but after this weekend, I probably should. I got here by manifesting and healing and tapping into the power that we all have within. My mentor, Ken Close, who's standing right there, you heard him earlier talk about your 800,000 cells. One of my mentors, Greg Braden and Joe Lipton, we'll get into that in a minute. But I wanted to, before we get started, I know it's been a long day. You guys want to just stand up and get some energy before you walk out here? Just stand up. Let's do it. You ready? USA! 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 All right. That's it. Well, I'll talk more. Thanks very much.
All right. I'm energized. So a lot of great experts up here, and a beautiful little pub. Maybe Tor and Mike, maybe we could start talking. This is very fascinating to me. The privacy aspect. So I'll do my intro. Kevin Bate, Bitcoin class of 2013. I'm a derivatives lawyer by training. I was an enforcement trial lawyer, prosecuting market manipulation and fraud in the commodities and futures markets. Got interested in Bitcoin in 2013 and sort of changed direction in my career. I do a lot of regulatory strategy, and I know it's a dirty word. You have tomatoes, put them away. I'm a lobbyist. I was the first person to lobby for the blockchain industry in Washington, D.C., and have been doing it for the last 10 years. So we've been pushing the federal regulatory agencies in Congress to come up with sensible regulation that's not going to put people in jail for laws that are unclear. And so we can talk about regulation in the space. But I want to talk with you guys and the whole panel about privacy. One of the things when crypto first came out, what Bitcoin first came out, it's like, it's anonymous, and actually it's not. It's pseudonymous, and there is a trail of everybody's activity, and you have companies like Chainalysis, Ellipsis, TRM Labs, and so how do we split the baby, but how do you navigate law enforcement's stated need to prevent illicit finance, money laundering, et cetera, and our individual rights to privacy as U.S. citizens? You could always transact with a brown paper bag full of $100 bills. Nobody would know unless you told them. Even from our founding fathers, there's a sense that people had a right to financial privacy against this government's stated, need to know, or need to prevent bad things.
And it's not just the government causing these bad things. I think the best way to describe what's going on here is to give a little background on Roman Sterling and how he wound up in this situation. So Roman got into Bitcoin in 2010 when Bitcoin was 30 cents. So by the time 2011, 2012 come around, he had already made a substantial amount of money with his Bitcoin. He's hanging out at these conferences like this one, doing peer-to-peer transactions. And he discovers that when you do a peer-to-peer transaction on the Bitcoin blockchain, there's a whole bunch of pieces of information that are registered on the blockchain that are publicly viewable. both to the public and the individual that you transacted with. Among those things that are on the blockchain is your sending address, right? If I know your sending address, I can plug it into a block explorer and see how much Bitcoin is in that address. So if you have a lot of money and you're going around to conferences, you're staying at hotels, you're opening yourself up to what they call rent attacks, which are attacks where people physically go to your house and rob you of your Bitcoin and private keys by threatening you with a wrench, right? So this is a risk that Roman realized existed really early on. And so he sought privacy measures in order to protect the wealth that was generated from his wise and early investment into Bitcoin. So he tried a couple of mixers that were online as a user. One of them was a service called Bitcoin Fog, and you use it by accessing it through the Tor network, the dark web as the government likes to call it. And he used that to take Bitcoin from his early Bitcoin addresses and put it into KYC addresses so that he could spend the Bitcoin. Now, when the government takes a look at these KYC addresses through companies like Chainalysis and TRM Labs, they discover that, all this money is going into Roman Sterlinghov's accounts, and the wallets that they're coming from, because the blockchain is public, are related to Bitcoin Fog. So the government accused him of operating Bitcoin Fog, the private mixing service, which we don't think is a crime in the first place. However, the government thinks that's facilitating money laundering, so they slapped that charge on him. He came to Los Angeles because he wanted to go to school in California, flight school. And he's been in jail since the day his plane touched down in Los Angeles airport. The government locked him up pre-trial. They took away all of his funds so he couldn't put together a defense. When we heard about the case, we thought it was ridiculous and started fundraising, and the blockchain community, Bitcoin community in particular, came out for Roman's support, and we were able to fund the defense. We put together a defense, and we had a 5-week criminal trial earlier this year, during which time we were basically allowed to bring in no information from our experts. We were not allowed to look at the blockchain forensics that Chainalysis had done. The entire government investigation process was completely opaque, which we think is unconstitutional, and we'll be taking up on appeal. So right now, Roman has received a sentence of 12.5 years for something that he didn't do. He never operated, he never ran, he never administrated Bitcoin Fog. He was simply a user, something that any of us in this room could be. Imagine using a service, and 5-10 years later, the US government locks you up for it, thinking that you ran it. This is the situation that Roman finds himself in, and he was handed a 12.5-year sentence at sentencing, and we're hoping to appeal it. And part of what we want to do here is reach out to the right people so that we can potentially, hopefully get him a pardon, because he didn't do this, and it comes back to privacy. There are legitimate privacy concerns that every Bitcoin and cryptocurrency user has or should have. And the government is attacking our ability to protect ourselves in the face of national security, which I don't think is a rational trade. And I'll let Tor take it from here.
This is my, Roman's case is my first experience with how the government, particularly DOJ, approaches financial privacy. And there seems to be really deep psychology, which I'm hoping is changing with Trump coming in. And that's something I'm very, very hopeful for, because there seems to be a sea change in the background psychology. But the current regime, and a lot of people in DOJ, SEC, and CFTC, I'm sorry to say, seem to have this view that if you want to keep your financial transactions private, somehow you're a criminal. Because if you didn't have anything to hide, why wouldn't you just show the government? And I think part of this starts with the Bank Secrecy Act in 1970, which is sort of just this insane act that requires you to disclose all sorts of information. You may have heard of the phrase KYC. Well, what happened with Roman, and one of the reasons that Roman is sitting in jail right now, is he was the only person in 2011, when the government was doing all these, later on traced all these transactions. Roman was the only person who KYC'd, know your customer. He was the only person at the end of these long chains of blockchain transactions that had put his, Swedish driver's license on his Mt. Gox account, right? So what happened with Roman, and in Roman's case, they never found the private keys. They didn't have the Bitcoin Fog ledgers. They had no communications of him with anybody running this. What happened with Roman is they went in, and if they did this with actually fiat cash currency,
you'd all be screaming because it'd be like if you went to a Starbucks, you paid $20 for a cup of coffee, and then Starbucks gave that $20 bill to somebody else, and like 10 transactions down later, it's giving you change to someone at CVS who buys a gun and murders somebody. It'd be like the government coming into your house and arresting you for that murder. That's what happened to Roman. I think a big thing that we need to do is normalize financial privacy. And actually, I think financial privacy should be considered a constitutional right. And I don't think that people who want financial privacy should presumptively be considered criminals. I think you need something more than that. And I think we've lost that in this like zeal to prosecute and this paranoia being fostered by the national security state and by industries that make a lot of money from doing this kind of tracing, and government agents that make a lot of money when they leave public service and they go into the private sector with the companies that they're hiring when they're in public service.
I think that our hope is, the last 4 years, we've seen an overly aggressive SEC, CFTC, Department of Justice, and in an area, and Tim, also I want to talk about the gaming space, but in the digital asset space where there's gray or uncertainty or clarity, rather than clarifying the rules of the road, just bringing an enforcement case and trying to make law as opposed to make law through enforcement as opposed to through regulation, or actually more importantly through legislation. So Tim, tell us a little bit more about your market and how you navigate regulation. Some of our work, my firm is called Delta Strategy Group. We do work with companies that have event contract markets, and that's another area where there's a lot of tension between the regulators and the market participants, people who want to innovate and bring products to market that people want, but they're faced with. And, you read the news about Kalshi. Crypto.com now has some like a Super Bowl title contract. Predicted has stuff up there, and I think Robinhood may now too. I don't know. So how do you look at the regulation and navigate that if you're trying to start or grow a business?
Yeah, so two parts. Let me start at the beginning. I'm not a gambling operator, I'm a technology company. We hold the patents for the core infrastructure of every live stream event for betting. That's everybody. So our licensing plan over 15 years is enormous, 2041 till we go to. As we move into this space, as we know, crypto is not maybe in Wyoming. I think you could do it. We're planning now to release a sports betting crypto platform, and what will happen in this space is I'm building. I'll back up a second. I made the decision after the election. Multiple things are happening. The Prevail Act is one of them. Tremendous, I couldn't believe it. I was meeting with Sussman Godfrey as they were looking at doing a contingency plan with me. And as you know, they took $800 million on Fox News. So they considered it, but they kind of said, well, you have a one-on-one challenge. So that's changed. That's changing. The pendulum is swinging to inventors to go back to the constitutional rights. You get a patent, you own that offering throughout the United States in that space. So that's that portion. It couldn't be more exciting for me. So we're now going to build the platform for sports betting. It might be similar to the multi-state alliance for Megaball, but I'm building it. And that's going to be one platform. It's going to be for all my patents, which is everything from micro betting, dynamic betting odds, geolocation. GeoComply lost their patent. I have it because it's orientation of position.
So in order to ring fence, you can only bet if you.
Yeah. So you imagine Uber, right? It's the same concept that you're moving and you're doing something. We have it laid out specifically how I wrote the code originally in 2018. So all sports books use my patents. So now what do? Well, it makes sense to merge and now launch our currency. And so we will be the only offering for micro betting. In the States, we might do coins for the states and individual coins for the teams. So that puts us in a place to build a complete end-to-end transactional, secure platform. That's sportsman gaming. And that is going to be aggressively pursued, and we will use our patents to back that up. And remember, every live stream of data, timestamp it, open the betting window, set the dynamic betting odds, all that thing is our core. And so that's what we'll be moving through, and we're going to have to go against all the regulations. And I couldn't be happier. President Trump not only released his coin, but Tuesday he'll probably sign into legislation. As we all know, it's going to be a wonderful day because it's going to put us in a position to do what we want to do. We've talked to the states, and we've already kind of let them know that we're coming in to build that unified global platform for micro betting. I own that offering. I own it outright, and I'm sure there'll be a debate about that, but that's my right as the patent holder and the inventor. So we will hit this regulation head on as we move into the space, and we will be pushing for these tokens to be used across the board, not just Wyoming, but we're hoping, even with the Trump coin, that will add to that need and want. But 162 coins for every professional team individually, you stack those up, they get a little, it should be interesting how it unfolds. And so that's my goal.
Jenny, I'd love to hear about your fund's investment thesis and how you see that changing, if at all, given the new administration. Obviously, people are optimistic, and I have thoughts, but you're professional, so your thoughts.
Yeah, in 11 years of crypto, I have not seen this much enthusiasm, as I said, and we're talking about globally. I'll chime in first on the Privacy Act, because I've seen a lot on the regulatory front, unfortunately. We all carry wallets on the inside of our suits, not our cash out front, all right? Because we know that there's a certain criminal element in society that's out there to get you, right? So we'll have second thoughts. Well, guess what? At least the same percentage, if not higher, of that criminal element of society works in government. In fact, a much higher percentage. This is why you need financial privacy, because there's more criminals in government than any other society. Okay? So that's why you need financial privacy. That's why you need your wallet on the inside of your suit, because the most criminals are working in the government. Just a thought, okay? For the past 11 years, a criminal organization by the name of JP Morgan has been going to governments around the world, smacking them on the back of the neck and telling them, hey, you better tell your banks not to touch crypto, because I want to own that industry, not your banks. Right? They went to the FDIC, they went to Bulgarian Central Bank, and I spoke with the governors of that bank, and they're like, JP Morgan came into our offices, smacked me in the back of the head, and was like, tell your banks not to touch crypto. Who are you? You're American bank coming in a sovereign central bank and telling them how to run regulations. They went to the 2019 Regional Bank Convention of American regional banks and told all the banks, guys, crypto is dead. Dump all your blockchain projects as they launched JP Morgan Coin. And
Bank of America,
right?
They have to talk to Neon.
So this is why you need privacy, because the biggest criminals are in government. And usually government gets hijacked by other criminal organizations that tell them how to behave. Well, hopefully we're on to some change, but as we heard from a lot of other panels, we owe it to ourselves to take a significant step forward to make sure that whatever changes are made now are not going to be unwound in a year or 2 or 4 years, right? And that this becomes permanent as the Constitution. Now, from an opportunity perspective, I'm extremely optimistic because the economy that we're inheriting right now is in depression. A quarter of our banks are literally insolvent. We just issued $1 trillion in the last 2 months of US treasuries. If you bought treasuries in September, hoping to make 5%, bad news, you lost 10%. Because they've lost 10% of their values since September.
That's against what? Like, what are you measuring that against, Bitcoin or against?
No, just in dollar terms. So if you bought a US government bond in September for $100 face value, it's now worth $90. Literally. Because the yields have gone up 1%. So in '97, when I graduated out of college, I remember a study coming out that 72% of the US GDP was small businesses. You know what that percentage is right now? 36. We are living in a monopoly economy, right? Where JP Morgan has 25% of all banking in the world. Do you think that's healthy? So, and you cannot have an economy with 36% small businesses. You basically don't have employment, you don't have entrepreneurship, you don't have anything new growing. But the good news is we've got blockchain, which effectively enables each individual to contribute and not be centralized into a monopoly economy. And because of that, I think we're gonna have some really innovative financial methods, i.e. tokenizing real world assets, tokenizing businesses that will finally bring back financing to small businesses. Since the 2008 crisis, no bank has financed a small business anywhere in the world. It's anathema, basically. The only way you can finance a small business is with credit cards or with private debt, which comes at the small amount of 148% interest, right? So I think we will see a massive jump in tokenization of everything business related, which will unearth peer-to-peer financing.
Decentralized or disintermediate the unnecessary intermediaries.
Correct, because the current way of financing is big banks give $20 billion to a private equity firm, which then dishes out loans at 148% to small businesses. 148% per annum is the interest that private equity firms charge small businesses. Usher, I thought, was illegal, right? But I think, and for the first time in crypto industry, that's going to come to the US.
So real quick, your investment, how are you positioning your fund based on this change? Are you doing anything different than you're doing? I don't know your fund, so maybe you're just long buying and holding digital assets, and you're going to continue to do that because it's, well, or what are you doing differently?
We've certainly been very active in the liquid issuance, and that's where we've made a lot of our money. We're also active in the newly developed crypto derivative market. But what I'm most bullish about is real world assets and tokenization of real world assets. Earlier, previous panel was talking about real estate. Real estate is unfinanceable at the moment. I think we'll have a massive unlock in real estate with real estate tokenizations, giving investors a real good yield, at the same time giving developers finally cash to develop, and solving a housing crisis that's unfathomable at the moment, right? We talked about mortgage earlier as well. Do you realize that 50 years ago, the average American family owned a home without a mortgage, had one income in the family, 2.2 cars, and college was $1,000. Now the average American family has not 2.2 cars, but 2.2 jobs. 1.7 cars, $650,000 in debt, and college is $80,000, right? So clearly, as the previous panel talked, middle class has been completely milked until blood came out. So that's time to finance that middle class to get back to normal.
Yeah. You're you're a movie star, you are you're a
Almost.
person.
I got saved.
Tell me what you've been thinking about as we come into this new administration, what that means.
Well, I got myself in a lot of trouble. I drive a 30-foot mystery machine. It's out front. You guys should see it when you leave. My CDs are back there. I'm performing tomorrow. As you can clearly tell, I'm one of the last people to be invited because they had to shoehorn me up here out of like a fish out of water, right? So I'm a success story in the making. I traveled the country. I couldn't, first for the impeachment trials with the lies. I traveled the country fighting, for election fraud, all of these things. I lost all my platforms. You know what happened, the suppression, freedom of speech. All my platforms got taken out. I lost my fiance. I lost all my real estate business. I lost everything standing up for the truth. I traveled. I was at dozens of Trump rallies. I'm trying to throw this all in because this doesn't fit up here, but I'm performing tomorrow. That was the main reason. And I want to get back to health. You guys should, to spend all this money, you have to be healthy. So I'm here on the Make America Healthy aspect. This QR code is a website I created, Healing the World, and when you heard Ken speak about those 800,000 cells, and we're creating in each moment and all of that, I start my days by manifesting. And that's why I have this beautiful dog, which is my therapy dog, which saved my life as I was losing everything and penniless. Short time ago, I couldn't pay my cell phone bill. But by tapping into this power, this is the most important. Making money is great, but the most important thing that saved my life was being able to tap into our divine power that we have within us. You should subscribe to this because Ken is going to hopefully be bringing one of his green light therapies tomorrow. He didn't get to talk about it. They can only do so much in 5, 6, 7 minutes here. So I lost even my agents and managers. I was on the brink of getting the big roles on TV. So, but I believe God had a plan because on my birthday of 2021, when I was at that low, when I lost everything, I get emotional. I was looking to be saved. And you can call it God, you can call it the Creator, you can call it whoever that is that saved my life because I was on my knees saying, what am I doing wrong? I'm standing up for the truth that I know is right, and I'm losing everything. What's going on? And I had an intervention that kicked the living shit out of me that night. I thought I was going to die. I thought that's what it was like before you die. You get judged. I was getting judged. I got put through something that I've never experienced in my life, which was scary. But as the days went by, which I figured out what happened, and I can sit here today and say that I connected into the Christ consciousness or the divine consciousness within me. I started to tap into that power because I asked for help. And I wrote a song about it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, everyone. I get that. I have the coin on that. It's a Q. Thank you for coming. Not QAnon. Q is you. Q is me. Q is the egg. When the sperm goes in, that's the Q. That's who Q is. That is life, the moment of conception. I wrote a song. I asked God to help me write that song. I tapped into my power. I went down by the stream by my house, and then one day I wrote this song. I never wrote a song before. And I'm here to tell you the power of the manifestation and the power inside you once you raise your frequency. And this is one of the devices, the microcurrent that Ken spoke about that's in his package of Core Effect. We're in Ohio next week. We're doing a pop-up. 20 people are driving from across the country to get treated because we're changing lives. Health, it has to happen. Technologies have been suppressed from us. You know that. Tesla, you've heard Tesla. There's a Tesla coil in this. I didn't have the direct wires today because I didn't want to get tangled up. There's a lot going on. Real science is coming. Real technology is coming. The truth can no longer be hidden. Trump has been draining the swamp. The External Revenue Service, I'm going to give you a couple of rabbit hole truths. The External Revenue Service is no more income taxes. That's what the tariffs are going to pay. Aren't you excited about that? You're not going to be paying income taxes in a short while during this administration, okay? There's been a power structure. The swamp is drained. Deregulating, you guys are going to be happy about this. Deregulation across the border coming, all of this is coming. But if you're not healthy and you're not tapping into your power, you can't enjoy these things. And you can, I don't have full abundance yet. I'm in the making. But a short while ago, I couldn't pay my bill. Now I'm here driving and speaking to you, and I'm performing at a presidential inaugural ball tomorrow. That's the power that's within. I want people to take Start your day, 15, 20 minutes. Start your day. And I don't even look at my phone when I start my day. I start anyone follow Greg Braden, Bruce Lipton, Joe Dispenza? Ken sent me a book a year and a half ago. I read it. Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. I listened to the audiobook. I got out of my head the programming. I turned the phone off in the morning. I started to get into the gratitude, 0.1 hertz, connect the brain to the heart. It changes lives. It's why I'm here. You need to put a little bit of that. You don't need to. You don't have to listen to me. You can turn this right off. But I have this dog. I manifested this dog. It took a few weeks right after that book. She's nothing but pure love because I brought her straight out of the quantum field where everything already exists. That's what they took away from us for millennia. They poisoned us. They took everything away from us. Most important thing, money's fantastic. They don't want you to know how powerful you are and what you have inside you. Because what we have inside is what's coming out now. It's the truth. It's the divinity. And it is us that are changing the world. And if you just tap into a little bit, if you're not already doing this, of what I'm talking about, more abundance is coming. You celebrate it as if it already happened. That's why the dog is here. That's why I'm here. That's why I have 3 singles. And if you want to, my QR code's back there. If you want to listen to what you're going to be hearing tomorrow, it's tenortalk.com. My music videos are right there for free, right on my website. Get a taste of what you're going to hear tomorrow. That's why I'm here, for health and to meet and to learn. I'm learning so much. So the crypto, the blockchain, everything, I'm learning so much. And it's such a pleasure and an honor to be amongst all of these amazing life-changing entrepreneurs. It's amazing. And a shout out to Sophie and the team to get this together in such a fast amount of time. You can't do this. I mean, to put this together. So, round of applause for them, please.
Definitely a round of applause for the organizers of this conference. I think that concludes our panel, and I really want to thank everybody for being here with us. And let's give these guys another round of applause.
Yeah. Hey, let's get a photo, guys. Picture time, picture time. Well, we say that was a high-powered panel, guys. Way to finish it off.
Let the truth come out.
That's right.
Nothing can stop what is coming.
Let's go for a minute, guys. Go for a minute.
Going up, Sophia.
Yeah, come in here. I'm just looking at my fiance.
That's so sweet.
We started. Hello. We started with the Lord this morning, which was familia. I think that this little spiritual journey that we've thrown, I don't know about you guys, but did you guys learn anything new today at all? Oh, yeah. So I've always said, I don't know who said it, but I said it, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. The reality is that without Trump being inaugurated, he's changed the world. The only thing he needs, believe it or not, I don't know if we'll get it, is a Nobel Peace Prize. He's got the money, he's got the girls, he's got everything, he's got TV, but I think that he deserves it because I believe that in the next 2-3 months, we'll end up the wars. We're gonna change everything, shift everything to the real 21st century. And I believe the real 21st century is that we, the people, are the ones that control, not these cats that we've all heard about. We've been sold a bag of goods, I keep on referring, 65 years of Cuba. When they go to Afghanistan, when they go to Iraq, when they go everywhere, we're 90 miles away from Cayo Hueso, Key West. So there's something going on. We take and put people. So again, I want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. I want to thank, look, Sofia, gracias. Thank you for the yes. Bruce, Dave, thank you for the yes. George, Mr. Fajardo, George Fajardo, thank you for the yes. Augustus, Steph, thank you. Anixia, thank you, love. You jumped in, you did amazing stuff. Jonathan, the guy's been thinking amazing. We have a little girl out of Manila. She's working out of Manila at whatever hours are out. This young lady who works in my chamber out there, Millie. We have also Abel, his wife. And these guys, well, let me tell you, this guy runs Seven Seas Capital. I told him 2 days ago, I'm telling you straight up, they wanted $65,000 to put a couple things in this room. I told them, look, we're gonna rent a truck. A buddy of mine lent us the equipment you're gonna see tomorrow, which is, amazing. Those 3 cats over there came from North Carolina driving. This guy drove 20 hours. You think a Wall Street guy, a guy who went to Babson College alone, because the other guy, his partner, says, I ain't driving. I'm gonna drive back with him. But that's what familia is all about, guys.
Unity.
People say, you're gonna lose money? No, I'm gonna gain friends. There's so much real wealth in this room. Remember I told you, I don't have a PhD, I have a PhD. And can you imagine, this little group here is gonna dance, have a good time tomorrow, listen to the music for the inaugural, the 60th inaugural of the President of the United States, who was not supposed to. That guy could have got shot. A week before, it was in Doral. I go like this. You know what was behind him? Look at this ugly face. That guy, that would have shot me directly. For about 4 days, I could have been shot. The guy that we lost, Capitoria, we lost over here. So guys, this is about that. Let me tell you, where's my little girls there? These girls were there. They listened to the bad words and everything, but Mama said they're real and raw. So guys, look, we have tomorrow. Please, we need to move some tickets. So put out things. Good, again, this wasn't to make money. This was to do one thing: launch our movement. Questions? What are we gonna do next? Look, I was a politician. No, I was a public servant at 18 years of age. You know what happens? They get elected, they forget. You know why they forget? Our fault. Because everybody here had a call to action. I'm not going to depend on them. They're going to run us over. The biggest target here is not even Trump. You know who it is? Bobby Kennedy. He's running against pharma and food. When Philip Morris got that big deal, what happened? They bought Kraft, the company. Forget now. Now we got little boys called Black Rock, State Street, and Vanguard. That's no BS. That's reality. But you know what they don't have? A horse like Trump. People say, do you like Trump? No, I like these beautiful ladies. That's what I like. But you know what? When you're dealing with crazies, you know what you need? Crazy Earl. That guy. Right. So anyway, I don't want to. We're going to have fun. Tomorrow, get pretty. 6 o'clock, we're going to have free, and then at 7 it starts. Again, if you can help, because at the end of the day, I came here, I told you, 2 days after I left Mar-a-Lago at 6:30 with all these cats, right? Elon and everybody else. Hey, came here with the 7 venues. This is a beautiful venue. The safest venue here. And people have spent a little money to go to an inaugural on Monday, and guess what? They canceled them. Yeah. We're here. We're going to party like a 999. So anyway, God bless you. Thank you. And I think that we owe each other love. I think you've met each other. And the man upstairs who put us here together. I can say our sponsors, obviously. When Mr. Chua, you've heard his, I love the tete-a-tete. when we saw all these people up here, all these people, the digital chamber. Kevin, where were you, Kevin, when you put this together?
I was in St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. I broke his life, his family, and say, hey, and by the way, do you want to meet the premier, prime minister? And the prime minister, you get him, wife, his friends, family. So again, I don't want to be one tomorrow. We're going to say a couple more words. I love you. Gracias por venir. It's important, you know? And God bless.
All right. Oh, yeah, Clark, she has a card. That's yeah. What is something we're going to very aggressively launch on
So if we don't have it on social already, they present it again, or add tiny good things, whether it's Instagram or X, or doing social media.
How do they do that?
They can go to
DC Inaugural.
Send us a message there.
Just wait.
And there's a bunch of people that don't have anything to do tomorrow. Everything's sold out. We have room here. We're going to have exact. Thank you, sir.
But yeah, I'll reach out to you. It's like a fun year. I build people.
Yeah.
I'm building out.
Look, get to know this guy. He's doing some crazy stuff. So tell him real quick.
You need $1 billion.
So the reason we came to this event is because these people, us, our people, are the ones we need to communicate with and get on board with what we're doing. So part of what we want to do is get people minded. We want to get to 1 million people bare minimum. We'd like to get to 10 or 100 million people if we can. So that needs to start with our own community. This is our community. We are the same people in terms of our objectives and intentions.
Let's see how it goes.
So the pilot package that we're offering at the moment is one-off. We have to know someone to into it. It's not public as yet, but we're doing a big discount for everyone to come into it. And what we ask in response is just that you talk to other people, you spread the message, because it's networks or
Things, of
networks.
course, right now.
It take off. It doesn't get there just by putting things out on social media. It gets out there by having conversations with people who take that and have 10 other